City. How do you feel? Just one more advice.
All night long.
Good morning.
Hello and good morning.
And welcome back to NEOS Conference Online 2020. We are starting our second day.
That's right.
And didn't we have a blast yesterday? It was an amazing first day of NEOS Conference Online. We had an awesome keynote. We had great talks, great speakers. And we didn't even have so many technical issues. It was a very, very cool first day.
I think you just jinxed it.
Well, of course I did, because we're going to have, but I'm not going to spoil that. We will tell you later. Today, Maya and I are your hosts again. We will lead you through the second day of NEOS Conference Online, and we have an exciting day ahead of us. Maya, when you think about the first conference day we had yesterday, what was your highlight?
Well, there were many to choose from. There was a spectacular NEOS Award video that made all of us laugh so hard because it was so over the top and funny. There was this beautiful moment right at the end where I got to see all of you guys, which just made it so much better and more fun and worth it. There were obviously great talks. And what you guys don't see is that whenever the lights are down here and they play the cool music, I have my own little dance break here. So that's one of my favorite parts too.
Hopefully we do get some video of that as well.
No dance breaks for you guys.
Some backstage video. That would be really cool.
So yesterday, we had a little trouble remembering all the names of the wonderful jury members. So to make up for that, we want to just correct ourselves. We have Elena Kapp, Miriam Zenz, David Spiola, and Stefan Regnet, who were amazing. And we wanted to just correct ourselves, give them the praise that they deserve. And they did such a good job at this difficult selection.
And I personally love how the new category dedication and impact is really driven by our NEOS values and our open mindset. So shout out to the jury of the NEOS Award for bringing the award to a new level with these categories. And maybe next year, the jury may come up with even more specific categories. Like, I really like that they included the packages this year, and that outstanding packages get recognized with an award even. I mean, that's just amazing work that the community is doing there. So congratulations again to
all of the winners, including Sandstorm.
Thank you very much. But also to all who submitted something, to all who were nominated into the final round by the jury, and to all the receivers of NEOS CMS Awards. Congratulations. As we mentioned yesterday, we do have two sponsors for this online event. So again, a big thank you goes out to Gesagt, Getan, and Queo, who stepped up and said, even though we don't have a face-to-face conference live in Dresden, when we do an online conference, we will help the project, and the support they provide goes directly to the NEOS project, so we can continue bringing out those new NEOS and Flow releases and bring the project further by developing cool new features. On another note, if you can support the NEOS project, that would be really helpful. So please consider having a look at neoscon.io/support to check out the new support badges we put up there for individuals, which start, I believe, at €5. So do have a look at that. Every euro really helps the project, gives us headroom to improve the development that we do for NEOS and Flow.
Also, don't forget to use the hashtag NEOSCon whenever you talk about our conference. Let us see those pictures and let us know what you think, what you learned, what you miss. Let us know
Any
if we're being
questions or
awkward.
comments you have, and again, as we did yesterday, do send us pictures of yourself watching the stream. Send us some selfies. That was really, really cool. I saw lots of people in the big blue button chat yesterday. There were some really, really cool discussions. So thanks a lot for that. But do not forget to let the others out there know what's happening, what we're doing here. So post to Twitter and your favorite social media with the hashtag NeosCon.
So we had 2 Neos pets yesterday. There was a girl on Twitter, I think her name is something like Kohlenstoffprinzessin or something like that. Wilma Feuerstein. And she posted her cat, which was cool. But then Renz posted his dog, which was, cooler. And then there was this whole discussion about cats and dogs and Neos. So yeah, please share with us your pets, your lunch.
I did pull some of the pictures.
You did?
I did. I think I missed the cat. Sorry for that.
Bobby.
I got the dog. So look at that. Robert said it's really weird to watch his own keynote, which I really loved. And apparently, Dimitri made it in a lot of shots because he just looked so relaxed in his garden with the sun shining. I mean, I think that was the most relaxed speaker we had in a long, long time.
Did you see that someone was doing their laundry while watching NeosCon, which I loved?
I mean, whatever floats your boat. Yeah?
What better way to make a boring chore better than learning something about Neos along the way?
That is absolutely true. So
we have more talks today. Our second day of Neos Conference Online is jam-packed with more knowledge. We have our one and only, not so prepared, pre-recorded talk, maybe?
Maybe.
Maybe. We will hear from Sebastian. We will hear from Sergey. We will hear from Christian. We will hear from Robert Lemke again. We will hear from Peter, from Jon, from my own co-worker Michael, from Maciej, and from Sebastian. Seb.
Well, if I count correctly, we have 9 talks today.
Yeah, I know. Full day.
So I hope the people on the stream have enough stamina to really watch 9 awesome talks today.
Make sure to fire up your coffee machine.
We already had 1 coffee. And
I've had half a coffee. It's not enough.
Okay. But when we hear the next talk, maybe we can catch up on that. Robert showed, he made a little joke on Twitter saying it's a bring your own coffee conference and posted a picture of his coffee.
I think I'm the only one who's excluded because I get my coffee from Sandstorm. I did bring my own milk though.
So we said we had something special today, and the special thing is our first talk today. Sebastian Kurfürst will hold a live talk. So the thing we tried to avoid for the whole conference, it's going to happen now. Many of you probably know Sebastian as a core team member, and he has been for so many years. And what came to mind for me when I thought about introducing him is that he's always thinking about the next big topic he can work on for the Neos project. Rewriting the backend UI in React. Someone had that idea. That sounds like a good plan. Okay, I'll do it. I'll jump in and help do that. Do a 2-day online conference with pre-recorded talks. Yeah, why not? I'll do that. Sounds like fun. So that's Sebastian. Currently, he's neck deep in another huge project, which is the event source content repository. And he will talk about the current status of the development of that big topic next. So enjoy Sebastian's talk, the event source content repository.
Hello and welcome from my side as well. I'm really happy to be here on stage at Neos conference, and yeah, I'm having the luxury of being the only one who's really talking to an audience, also a small one, at least here in the room, and to all of you guys and girls virtually. And I'm really happy to talk to you. Right. So I'm gonna share our current progress about the event source content repository, and I'll also explain a bit about the history of the whole thing and the current status, so that even if you don't really know what this is all about, you'll get a good overview about it. So what is actually this whole thing about? So as you know, Neos is built of multiple packages. So we have the Flow framework at the bottom, we have Neos and the Neos user interface at the top, and in the middle layer there are three boxes which we call like the content repository, the asset storage, and also the component for Fusion rendering. And this talk actually will be mostly about the content repository, which is the main storage of our data in the system. If we zoom into that content repository, this is comprised of multiple parts. I don't want to show that in detail here, but actually we have the node type management, we have some public APIs which are displayed in dark blue right here, and everything which is displayed in this light color, like the node data and doctrine and so on, that is all the internals of the content repository. And just by looking at the picture, you see that actually quite some things are going on there. And actually, the current architecture has some a little undesirable properties, which is that the internal structure is not really well defined. So we basically grew it as we discovered the features we needed. It is actually somehow slow for bigger node trees, and the performance is somehow harder to predict. And we also have some trouble with orphan nodes. Sometimes some advanced features like history and undo are somehow hard to integrate. And in some cases, we also have hard to reproduce bugs because it's just a complex piece of software. And I'll just show now step by step what we are changing in switching from the current content repository to the new content repository. You don't have to look at it in every single step, but just one by one. So what are we actually doing? First is we are making the API more straightforward by splitting the read and the write API apart. We also changed the lower layers, so we introduce a core layer for handling everything related to content dimensions and to workspaces. And as you see, these boxes are dark blue now, which means that they are part of the public API. We also changed the internals of how we store everything. So we're actually using not the doctrine object relational mapper anymore, but just the database abstraction layer. And we are actually making even the database layer itself a public API. And that is one of the most important things, because the more stuff we can do in terms of creating public APIs, the easier it is for you to extend it at points where things won't break. So that means the dimension space and workspace layer is well defined and sound compared to what we had before. The content graph is optimized for stuff like moving and other complex cases, which we are able to explain right now. And the whole thing is just the basis for advanced features and improving performance step by step. So you don't need to remember all that. It's a big change behind the scenes. And if you visited Neos conference last year, you might remember these slides. Actually, this is the part which I've also explained last year. I just thought it would be an interesting and a good catch up just for everybody. And the thing is, it doesn't stop here. So that was just what happens in the content repository. But as we change the public API to the outside in some ways, so the API related to writing and reading data, we also need to change the upper layers. So that means Neos and the Neos user interface needs some kind of adjustments. And so you see, just by the size of it, it's quite a big thing. So the natural question, I think, is why are we actually doing that? So why it's so much work? We are doing that for so many years now. Well, the main reason is that we see huge gains and a very big long-term benefit. Nothing which will pay off in 1 or 2 years, but rather in the terms of like 10 years or something like that. And to understand why is that the case, we have to look at the core of this idea, which is event sourcing. And if we, I'll just explain that next. So if we look at a classical database architecture, we usually have some database and some model in some sense, and we modify and we read it just like that. And if we change to an event-sourced architecture, it actually looks pretty much the same. You just need to take have a close look on the labels of the boxes. So that means we, in terms of a database, we use a so-called event store, and in terms of the model, we just use events. So how do these events actually look like? Well, they look like this. So that means they record all user intent, all user actions. So the events could be something like, we want to update some node properties, we want to create, a node was created, some workspace was created, these kind of things. And so that is what we do when we modify the event store. We basically append new events step by step. On the other hand, the reading side is also a little different, which is called a projection. I'll explain that in a second. So that means the write side is actually appending events, and the read side is updating projections. So what is this projection thing? Basically, we have some kind of model in a sense, and there's one side where we just update this model, this projection, and then there's another side where we actually read it. So the easiest thing to imagine is that these are just some database tables, and as we have a new event one by one basically coming in, we update our state step by step. And why is that important? That's for one big reason, which is that actually these projections can be rebuilt. Because remember, we have the event store, which contains the history of everything happening one by one. And so we know what has happened when in the whole system lifetime. And as the projections are just created from this history, we can always throw them away and rebuild them from scratch. So that means we just take our database tables, we'll just kill them, empty them. We apply the first event from the event store, we apply the second one, the third one, fourth one, and so on, until we are at the last point, and at this point we can actually have the current state again. I'll explain in a bit why this is important. For now, I'd like to follow a user action, so something like I want to create a node, for instance. So how does that work? The first part of that is actually a so-called command. That is where the user action enters the system. So that's some intent. That's something like, I want to modify something. I want to create a new node. These commands are converted to events. So that's something like a certain, well, that's basically in the past tense. It's the recorded intention, and that is stored in the event store. And as you've just seen this list of events, the basic idea of imagining that is basically just a database table where the events are put in step by step. So really just a big log of everything which has happened. And then we have the read side, so the projection side. And the main projection we are using is something like the content graph. So that's a specialized data structure we use for reading. And basically, the right side is called write side, and the left side is called read side. And basically, that's also the reason why event sourcing is always or often called together with CQRS, because basically this split up between the write and the read side, that is the core idea of CQRS. So what is actually the benefit of that? Because you could imagine all that could be done in a just classical system, but it looks like way overhead. It just looks like very, very much work. And if you build your database models classically, actually what you try to do is you want to normalize your data. You want to store your data exactly once in the database and not in 2 or 3 times, because if you want to update it, you just want to have one place to update. And that's very good for many use cases, but there are some use cases where this actually is bad in terms of performance, in terms of read performance. So, but by splitting that up in the event store, and by making the event store the source of truth, we can actually add additional read sides, additional projections to that. So that means something like we have the content graph, which contains all the tree information. We can have another projection which contains the infos which Workspace has changes, and we can build arbitrarily new projections in there. And by doing that, we are actually denormalizing our read side, and that way we can actually improve performance quite a lot for many use cases. The main model on the read side is basically the content graph. So that means if you interact with a Node API, you are almost completely interacting with the content graph API internally. And there's just a detail. We have something like soft constraints for checking boundaries, but that's not so important right now. So this architecture has loads and loads and loads of consequences. So the most important one is we know what has happened in the past. So as you've seen in this audit log, we basically know every single state change in the system, and that's a radical departure of the classical way you are building database applications. And actually, we tried to build an audit log. So if you remember this history feature in Neos, that was the idea to build an audit log based on the classical architecture, and we just failed. We just we're not able to put everything we need into this audit log, for instance, to support stuff like history and undo in a proper way. And the reason, I think, is because our data structure, our content tree, our node tree is quite special. It has quite a lot of features which we need to support. So stuff like workspaces, dimension fallbacks, this general tree idea, that makes it quite hard to build a good data or to build a consistent data model for that. And that is what we have done with the event source content repository. So based on our experiences in the previous years working with the current content repository, we were able to build a sound and consistent concept for all the main interactions, like, as I said, workspaces, content dimensions, the node tree, and stuff like hidden nodes, for instance. And when we have done that, we can actually build features on top of that. So we can start building stuff like a proper history and undo support, for instance. We could build something like editing notifications. So something like if your base language has been modified, for instance, we could tell, well, by the way, you need to change something in a different language so that the translation becomes up to date again. We can do stuff like synchronization. So that means if you have multiple Neos instances, because we have this audit log, we are able to send these events to a different server, and this way we can make other systems cooperate with each other. And I think that is a really big, important thing if we look at really, really big instances at some point in time. And yeah, the core idea about all that is that this is extensible for everybody. So that means it's basically about your ideas and about what you actually build with that. And I mean, if you have been at the Neos conferences in the last years, you might remember that actually it has been in the making since quite some years. So this is actually, I think, the 4th year we are actually talking about the event sourced something. I just collected some details. So in December 2016, we had the first workshop 4 years ago. With the first ideas with an external consultant called Maciej Treder, and who said, well, you will have quite a lot of work in front of you. And he was actually totally right. But he also said, if we manage to do that, that will be a really important step for us. Then we had various sprints, like in 2017. And at the end of 2017, we actually were able to discover most of the important concepts which are still in place today. And we did the first baby implementation steps, all very rough, all very small, but just we basically got started in this domain. And then came in Dresden, we worked on that, also continued with a separate sprint. And actually that was a really cool one because there was so that was not just core developers joining this sprint, but also I think Michael Gerdemann from Avensi joined that. And that was really cool because he didn't have any previous event sourcing experience, but he still was able to really help us and did a big contribution in the sprint by creating a very important feature. Then we had NEOS conference in Hamburg. And actually, up to that point, we actually forked NEOS. So we were not able to build this radical new structure inside our current NEOS system, but we basically had to copy everything and then modify what we needed. And we knew that isn't a good feasible way, but we just needed a point to get started somehow. And the whole thing just worked on the demo side. It was not possible at all to use it at custom sites, and it was still this build as ever work stage. Last year, I presented the current state at the NEOS conference in Dresden, and at that point it was no fork anymore, and we were able to publish Alpha 1 version, and we basically knew, okay, this will generally work out. So that's the state since last year, and now I'm going to explain a bit in detail what we actually did since then. So the first important thing was the workspace handling. Beforehand, we just had the concept in mind how we do nested workspaces, and we didn't actually really implement it in the full depth. And by now, we fixed that. So we implemented nested workspaces setup, support, and also clean up routines for stale data. So basically something like, I don't know, git clean, or I'm not sure how this is called for Git. So that was a really important topic for us because it was one of the core things which needed to be done. Then we implemented lots of missing features which we just discovered when working with the system or when trying to work with the system. So stuff like reference properties, stuff like improving the document tree performance in the backend. We implemented defined implementation in Flow Query so that it works with the current content repository. We started the workspace module, also we started to adjust the workspace module to the content repository, the new one. We kickstarted some command like node repair. And also we did groundwork for import and export in a stable way. And as you see, these kind of topics, they span a whole range of things. We also stabilized quite a lot. So for instance, for last year's state, you still needed to build a custom NEOS UI because we needed some adjustments in some details how the NEOS user interface works. And it was quite a bit of work going into getting rid of that. So that means right now you can actually use a plain NEOS user interface version, and it will work with the event source content repository. And the important thing is that this sounds like a small change, but actually this is impacting all of you because we are actually doing that in the master version of the NEOS user interface. So that means that this part needs to be especially well tested, especially stable, and so on. So that's what we took care of, that this actually works out. We also improved the event sourcing core package quite a bit more with all kinds of fixes. Then we did stuff like implement or fix backend caching so that you actually can use the Fusion cache as you want and we get a good performance. Stuff like copy pasting in the backend make this work. And as you see, it's really lots of small fixes inside the NEOS backend to have a consistent state again. And that brings me to a very important topic. Up to last year, we've pretty much only talked about the event source content repository, which is about 17,000 lines of code right now, including comments. And that is actually quite stable right now, this core layer, and I would say it's basically beta quality. So there haven't been any really big drastic changes in the last year on that. It was just incremental step-by-step improvements. There's a really big test suite there. We have a really high test coverage and these kind of things, so that is in a really good shape. On the other hand, there is another package called event source NEOS adjustments, and that is 14,000 lines of code. And what this actually does is it adjusts NEOS because in a way so that it fits to the new content repository. so that because of the API changes in the lower layer, we need to adjust the upper layer as well. So this package will be merged into the core at some point, and it's also built in a way so that this is actually rather easy. But this is actually where currently most of the bugs happen, so that is alpha quality, I would say. And the good thing, this top level has basically no knowledge of event sourcing or anything in there, or the core, how does everything work logic in there. But that's just the normal, basically the parts of the Neos backend and various parts. So that is a part where everybody of you can quite easily and readily help us to make the quality better and to get that out of the ground. We started not just with the demo side, so up until last year we did everything with the demo side to get up and running. Actually, then we started with more complex projects like the docs side, for instance, and we figured out we don't want you to rewrite all your Fusion code. That would be a bad idea. So what we're actually doing is we are creating a compatibility layer so that we emulate, for instance, some parts of the node context API so that your Fusion code mostly just works as before and it doesn't even notice that it's running with a new content repository. And by now we've tested that with quite some advanced Fusion code snippets in the wild. And that is just very important, I think, for getting this project off the ground, so that the migration path is just as smooth as possible. So that is why we are investing so much into this area. And yeah, here comes one of my favorites. We want to be good citizens in the open source ecosystem. And historically, we just had very small packages which we were able to release and which we are being able to use in other systems, so in Symfony or Laravel, for instance. So we just had smaller utilities where this is actually possible. But in many cases, that's very hard because everything or many classes are tied into the Flow framework, stuff like the dependency injection work system and so on. And it turns out that the world has basically made, so for instance, Symfony has made a big step towards a really, really good dependency injection system, for instance. So that means there is actually no technical reason anymore why something like the content repository would not work in Symfony. We just need to be aware of a few constraints. So for instance, we don't use the flow inject annotations in the code base, but we use constructor injection as an example. But by doing that, we are actually able to create a library which runs even without flow, which actually works, for instance, in Symfony. And for me, that is so important because as you probably guessed by now, the content repository is a really difficult part in our system, and but it's also one of our very unique contributions. And if we can make this more available to other content management systems and other frameworks, we'll also get a lot back at some point. And that is what we hope for. So we hope for reaching out to other communities. We hope for reaching out to other people and other systems. And by that, we can actually make that a really high quality product in the end, I think. And then we also did some fun experiments. For instance, we started a graph database backend for all that, but I'm not elaborating in detail on that. So as I've quickly mentioned already, we are running with way more realistic examples right now. So up to last year's conference, we were all running with the demo side. And right now we are testing it actually with the docs Neos.io website with the event sourced content repository. It is not yet live, so that means it's not yet the version you see on docs Neos.io, but it is still, I think, quite relevant because the doc side is just way more complex. And now is the time where actually I'm able to show you some bits of that. So I'm going to show a demo. I just need to see to get everything. So Let's just see. Test. I just need it a little closer. So, hello. Yeah. Okay. So that is actually the doc side running locally on my laptop, and it is running the event-sourced version of that. And I'm now in the front end, and you just basically see no big difference. So the table of contents somehow doesn't render, but besides that, we just see the main menu, we see the first text, and so on. And if we click around, we have somehow varied experiences. So there are pages which really work well, like this. But when you scroll down, and at some point you see stuff like, oh, there is an exception here. And that is pretty typical for the current state. So many things work, but then there are errors here and there. And if you look into the error, you see that actually that is something with a YouTube embed. And I didn't look into this one in detail now, what the problem is here, but I guess there was some incompatibility in the YouTube package, which we didn't fix yet. So that would be actually something to look into, and then to improve the compatibility layer step by step. And that is what we've done in the past, and that is the job we are currently mostly focusing in. And there are also some other pages, for instance, which, yeah, that's the same one. It's also a YouTube error, for instance. And then there are also errors like these ones, which are doing a full stack trace. This is actually an error of the routing of the system, of Flow. And that is one of the difficulties because, for instance, the Node API is so tied into so many parts of Neos and Flow. So, for instance, to the URL routing, this all needs to be adjusted a little bit so to work to make it work nicely. So that means routing is one of the parts where we need to invest some more work to make that all really work out and smoothly. And actually, the first call to the content repository, I'm not sure if that's even here in the stack trace, because actually that's all just that's all the flow routing defaults, by so to speak. So that means that is actually an error which has not much to do with the event sourced content repository, but just yeah, we would have to look in detail there here. So let's look into the backend. So if I'm in the backend of the content repository, I can of my instance, I can modify content as usual. I can save and publish that, or I can discard it just as usual. These basic functions work quite well, but then there are some errors at some point. So for instance, if you drag and drop something, that also works. But so you see it's moved, and if I reload, it's still moved. So actually the move has worked. But we see there's a problem. This publish indicator is not up there, updated. So that's actually a bug. And I'll do something which we don't want to do normally. I want to do some live coding to actually fix that, in order to explain to you that it's not rocket science to do that everybody can help with it. So what do you actually need to do? Need to know with that? Let's just open one slide again. No, this one. Right. So if an error occurs on the right side, then you would see an exception directly when you modify something. So you would see an exception directly when moving. If an error occurs on the read side, you basically see you don't see this exception, but you see some kind of not updated thing. So that is what we are currently having, right? So we want to have this publish indicator updated, but it's not updated. So that means the error is actually could be on this part of the site. We can verify this further. I hope that's somehow readable. We can look into the event log. Let's look at the way bottom, blah, blah, blah. Where can I see everything? Let's see. Right. So I'll just open that event. And that's actually an event called node aggregate was moved. So that is our node move event. It's a bit hard to see right now, probably. So that means our move event, which we wanted to do, is actually properly stated in the event store. And as soon as that happened, we know that this should reflect on the read side as well properly. But it turns out it doesn't seem to be the case. So that means we are looking into an error of the projection somehow. And now, so there's one specific projection just handling the count up here. So basically just tracking what has actually changed and counting that together. This is the so-called change projection. I'll just open that. And this projection is stored in a database table. And basically, we just see, okay, there are somehow 6 rows in this table. And if I move something, I'll just move something else. So this one, I would expect it to be 7 changes now because we actually did something. But you see, if I reload now, it still stays 6 changes in the table. So that means actually just by observing the system, we are able to limit the scope of our search. So we know actually that the error must be in this change part of the projection. And actually, it's this line which we see here, which is not being done. So because we know the things are in the event store, they are not in this changes table. So it must be the line in the middle, which is actually missing. And this line is implemented in a so-called projector. So that's the so-called change projector. And the basic idea of such a projector is that it is having some methods like this one, when node properties were set, and they're receiving the events from the event store. So that means an event which is persisted in the event stream is sent to all the projectors, and the projector can then do something with it. And for instance, when we change a node property, we are calling this mark as changed method. And what we are actually doing is we are creating, or we are inserting something in the database just directly. So I don't want to explain that really step by step, but basically it's just doing a database query saying insert into change and add this one line and remember that this actually has changed. And we see, oh, well, here's a markers moved method in here, which is nice, but somehow it's never called. I would say that is a smell. Shouldn't happen. So what we would actually need to do is we would need to create a new method and just make some more space. We need to find out what the event is we actually want to listen on. So we can just globally search for a node move. And we see, so the events are always named in the past tense. So basically was moved, for instance. So we see the third is actually the one we need. Node aggregate was moved is the event which we can just check. A node aggregate was moved in a content stream as defined in the move node mapping. So that means actually that is the storage of changing, of moving. So what we need to do is when node aggregate was moved, we actually need to implement this callback method. Node aggregate was moved event. And what we basically want to do is basically just saying this mark as moved. And what do we need to pass in here? We need to pass in a content stream identifier. So the content stream identifier is roughly something like the workspace. That's something you will learn when you start using that. And we can help with that. We have something like the node aggregate identifier, which is the node identifier basically. And the third one is we need to tell the system in which dimension actually things have moved. And actually for that part, we need some small workaround because the event, because a moving of a node can actually affect nodes in many dimensions and not just in one. And this is stored in the move node mappings. So we just need to fetch these mappings, and we can just say we'll take the first one, get move node origin, I think the method is called. And actually that is some kind of a workaround right now. We simply use the first move node mapping here to find the dimension space point. So, and I'm totally sure that, of course, like if you've never written that before, that kind of style, it will still feel strange to you at first, and actually you would have not been able to write that. I would have not been able to write that either if I wouldn't have learned about event sourcing and tried that out. But as you see, sometimes these small parts actually can do something. So how can we test that now? We can actually start moving things around. So that's how you would classically do it, right? You would try to reproduce the error and see if it happens again. But if you remember a bit back, what we can also do is we can just replay our projection. And that is a very powerful thing to do. So we can use our command line and say, we want to just replay the change projection. And it just replays everything. And if we check the database table now, we should expect more than 6 rows here. And whoa, there are quite some more in here for all the things we have done. And if we reload our backend, we see, nice, there is a change which should be published here because that is actually our move. And this way we can actually publish the move as well. So to circle back, actually, as said, this change is nothing you would be able to write without any introduction. But on the other hand, it's not that hard to learn, so that I think everybody of you will be able to help out there and will be able to do that. So I would go back to my presentation, I think. 1 second. Whoops. So I'd like to showcase a bit more how we actually work. So who is we? It's mostly so Sebastian. I'm talking about myself, about the third person. No, I shouldn't read and talk. So actually, it's Bastian Weidelich, it's me, and it's Bernhard Schmidt, and Christian and David have also already contributed quite some parts and have actually learned about the concepts in the last years. A really big part, so they also have a good overview about it. And my usual train of working looks like that when working on the event source content repository. I do like 4 hours of coding, then I hit a wall. Then I do 1 hour of thinking, then I need 1 hour of discussing with Bastian usually, or with Christian, or with the others. And then the wall just suddenly dissolved and I have lots of many insights. And if I say, let's come in and join us, that's probably something which many people are skeptical about, and I can totally understand that. The important thing to remember is that we actually have these 2 layers, which I've showed previously. So we have the event source content repository at the bottom layer, and we have the Neos adjustments in the top layer. And the event source content repository part is the one where we need to do these heavyweight discussions, where we really need to think through all the edge cases and these kind of things. But if we work on the top layer, actually it's mostly reading a stack trace, fixing a condition, trying to understand why, for instance, Fusion doesn't render anything. And in very rare cases, we need to adjust the underlying API. But mostly it's really, there's an if condition missing somewhere in the adjustments, for instance, these kind of things. And in the top part, I think everybody has the skills to help out, and we are able to onboard a lot of people there. So that's just a shout out to all of you. It would be really cool if you could support us here, and so that we can make it happen easier. So what about the roadmap? So we are currently at the state that we started with a prototype. We started working with the demo site first. We are currently working with the docs Neos.io website, so we're currently in the middle of that process. At some point, we'll probably start with the next website like Neos.io, and then we will start rolling it out to more and more sites and fixing the things along the way. And there's a good article by Norman Nielsen. I'm not sure if you know that. It's called "Why You Only Need to Test with 5 Users." And this article has a really nice diagram in there, which looks like that. So on the x-axis, you see the number of test users you actually need. And on the y-axis, you see how many usability problems actually are found. And in this case, it's about a usability study, but I think the same applies basically to technical problems and technical bugs. And the nice sentence below is like, the most striking truth of the curve is that 0 users give 0 insights. So that means we actually need users. And right now we are here. We have 1 user, and that's me. So the other developers who are helping out with the event source content repository are mostly working on the different layers. So Bastian mostly on the API packages and the core, Bernhard and the depth of the graph projection, and I'm mostly running like the end-to-end stuff with the user interface. And we need to be here, so we need to get these 5 users basically. And question is why we didn't manage to do that yet. Actually, we planned to do that in the last year, but there were 2 reasons for that. The first one, of course, is COVID-19. So we were quite good on track until February, but as many of you know, I also have a small boy who's 2.5 years old, and yeah, since then, and the kindergarten has closed, I have been working only 4 hours every day instead of my normal 7-hour workday. And as you all, or most of you also know, I'm also co-founder and technology officer at Sandstorm, and I also needed to take care that you know, our business continues running. So I wasn't able to do anything in the event source content repository since COVID-19. Last year, and that's the first reason. The second one is we wanted to do a fundraiser. So last year we said we want to get 50 to 100,000 euros, and we didn't get that organized. Fundraising is not that high on my personal "it makes me happy" list. I actually did that once for the Neos user interface. So if you remember the React user interface, we did the fundraising there, and it was not that hard, but it just took quite some time. You just needed to do quite some phone calls and so on. And actually, people were really receptive about it. So many people wanted to help there. And actually, that is a point where you can really, really well support us, because you don't need any coding skills to do that. It's basically taking a phone and just calling some big customers of Neos, some big agencies of Neos, and basically see that we get this get some of the money would actually really help a lot. So that means 50 to 100,000 euros I think would be useful, and that is still my current view of the world, that would actually speed up things a lot. In the last year, we spent about 10,000 euros from the Neos core team budget, which is for our Neos core team budget a lot of money. But for the whole project, as you can imagine, it's not that much. And I personally invested, for instance, a lot of hobby evenings, and I know that the others, so my free time basically, and a lot of the others have been doing the same. So is that all about the money, and is he just begging for money? No, actually not at all. I don't care about money. I want to get this thing done, and I will do that, and I will push that forward regardless of any funding. But on the other side, I can't make any promises on when it's actually done, because that just depends on a lot of factors, and it depends on that I can get enough food, and we have our company running, and I have time for spending there, and so on and so on. And it also is, of course, so that is the main reason actually. So I think money actually helps to speed up this kind of process, but there are also other ways to speed that up. So that means we could do a fundraiser, but we could also involve the community in more ways in the upper layers, for instance. So there's quite some ways what we can actually do. So please support us helping in the upper layers. How can you actually help yourself? The first important thing is you can go to a Slack channel. It's called Project CR Rewrite, or you just ask in Slack and people will get you redirected to that. That's where we hang out and where we discuss things. It's pretty easy-ish to get started, not as easy as we would like, by now, but we will fix that so as soon as the first people have interest there. At latest, so you basically check out a branch of the demo of the docs site, and then you say composer install, and then you are up and running. You need 2 more commands, and then that's it. And actually, I want to do one more shout out for Neos sprints. I mean, of course, obviously, due to the COVID-19 situation, we can't. We are not organizing any right now, but as soon as we have that done and we can organize sprints again, that is a really, really good reason to get to a sprint. And as I said earlier, Michael Gerdemann from Avency came to our event source sprint here in Dresden in, I think, 2017. And actually, he built the basis of what we've just modified. So he built this change projection. And he was, and of course, you know, we discussed things and we did some parts together, but a huge part actually he has done on his own, and he has helped us a lot with that. And I think that is what actually every individual can also do and get that going. Right. So what did we see today? Actually, we've seen the current state of the event source content repository. It's not magically done, but it is improving at a steady pace. I would really love to have more people involved and to get everything up and running and to a good state. And I'm looking very much forward to getting it done and to see you next time at Neos conference. It's really good to see you all on the streams, but it will be also really nice to see you in person again at some point. So thank you very much, and have a nice conference. Thanks.
And here we are with our live talk today. Thank you very much, Sebastian.
It's bright here. I'm not sure why.
Really?
I wonder whose fault that is. Thank you very much for the insights into the efforts to write the event source content repository. We did have a couple of questions, and we do take a little bit of time to ask them. So David Sporer was first, and he asked, can event sourcing be combined with classic models or schemas?
So yes, but you need to be aware of the boundaries. So for an example, in domain-driven design, there's this idea of a context boundary, and this is a pretty important concept. So what is difficult is mixing event sourcing inside one context, but you can easily compose your application of multiple contexts. That means in practice, for instance, we are using event sourcing for like the core data structure of our system. So that means the node tree, the dimensions workspaces, but we don't use it for stuff like users, for instance, or uploaded files, for instance, or I don't know, all the domain sites, so stuff what's also in the Neos backend. We also don't use it for the node types configuration, for instance. So it's really the core of the system where we are using it and where we are doing that and where it pays off, but it's not all the rest, so to speak. And that's also important. It's not a silver bullet. So you should please do not use event sourcing on every project you are now doing. That's not a good idea, but it's a very good idea to do it at the core of your business, where you can benefit from these things a lot. Yeah.
So that, for me, already answers part of his second question, if there's real world examples that benefit from that. And that was what you just described, where you use event sourcing in certain parts in Neos where it is beneficial, and in other parts you don't, where it's not necessary to do that, right? Yeah.
So, I mean, there are some real world examples. They're usually not that well known, so to speak. So there's one of, I think, Uber. Yeah, I think Uber it is. So they have built some kind of scheduling system based on event sourcing quite intelligently. Funny thing is, it's not like advertised as a big event source system. So that's the hard thing about it. Actually, there are quite some examples in the wild, but you cannot just Google for event source CRM and then you find it at the first spot, for instance. But it's rather hidden in the technical implementation if that's actually done. So it's not that easy to find that. We have had some really good experience in the company with some light versions of that. So for instance, we had a problem where we actually lost some user data without event sourcing, and where event sourcing helped us, or storing events helped us to recover from that. So yeah.
All right, and we do have another question from Victor Isak, and he asks, what performance impact would it have if projections were calculated on the fly?
Yeah, so that is a hard one in the sense that, I mean, the event log contains a lot of things. So if you've seen probably in the demo site, in the site I was running, I had 3,000 something events in there. And that will of course grow a lot over time. And it will grow, the longer you use the site, the longer it will become at some point. There is a way to shorten that at some regular intervals, but I mean, it would be very, very hard to redo everything, like on every request and every user interaction. I think if you do event sourcing in other kinds of systems, so not based on PHP, but I don't know, based on languages where you actually have a server process running on a long term, you would be able to build something up on the fly, store it in memory, and then access it. That would be certainly somehow possible, though I'm not aware of anybody doing that. So most people actually use projections as some kind of persistent cache, and they actually also store that in a database or in any kind of Redis or Graph or Elasticsearch or whatever. So actually it's pretty common to build it this way. Yeah.
Sebastian, thank you very, very much for your talk. As
Our only live talk.
Yeah.
We've seen some funny comments in Big Blue Button. So we will release the live talk and live fixing bugs on stage clone of Sebastian now. And we will send him backstage where the director clone of Sebastian will take charge of the live stream again. So thank you very much, Sebastian.
Thanks.
All right. Are we moving on to the next talk already?
I think we should, yes.
All right. The next talk flew to us in Dresden from all the way in Russia. Our next speaker, yes, scoot closer. Not too close though, social distancing.
Yes.
Our next talk came to us all the way from Russia. Our next speaker is Sergey. He lives in Russia and works as a developer, works with open source software wherever he can, especially PHP. He has a daughter, and he actually told us that this is his very first talk at a conference ever. So let's be kind to him. Let's support him. Let's not scare him. So maybe he will do this again next year.
We sure hope so.
And we are ready to hear his introduction to Asynchronous PHP and ReactPHP.
Enjoy his talk.
Hi everybody, my name is Sergey, and today I want to talk to you about Asynchronous PHP and ReactPHP. We will cover the basics of asynchronous code and how it may work in PHP. We will discuss pros and cons of going async and how we can improve performance of the already written synchronous PHP application using asynchronous approach. I think that nowadays in PHP community there is no common agreement about asynchronous code. One part of the community considers async PHP as something new and interesting that can solve some performance issues, while another part of the community is strongly against asynchronous PHP and suggests using Node.js or Go for solving performance-sensitive tasks. Let's try to understand why this happens, why many people don't consider PHP as a suitable tool for solving asynchronous tasks. As for me, I like PHP and I want to use it to solve different tasks. Also, I don't want to limit myself with request-response cycle. Moreover, I don't want to extend my stack with a new language with its own ecosystem just because someone on Twitter or on Reddit said that PHP is not the right tool for my problem. So why many people are against asynchronous PHP? And I think that the most popular reason is that PHP wasn't created for it, for this sort of tasks, that PHP is only about web and rendering HTML pages. On the one hand, yes, it's hard to argue that PHP wasn't designed to be asynchronous, but truth be told, it also wasn't invented as a language for creating large and complex applications. Let's be honest, in those times, there was no JavaScript at all, and people even didn't think about the asynchronous stuff. Everybody just rendered HTML synchronously, and people were happy with it. But since then, almost everything has changed. It is 2020 now. We have Composer with a huge community around it. And the language itself has evolved a lot. Now we have powerful frameworks that help us to create really complicated enterprise applications. And step by step, PHP is no longer only about request response. We have backend and frontend, we develop different APIs, we make different integrations with other infrastructure systems. And of course, CLI commands are a very common thing nowadays. And furthermore, the requirements for our program have also changed. Help us here. How can it increase application performance? To better understand this, let's classify what types of execution we have. We have synchronous, where we have one thread, like traditional PHP. We have asynchronous execution, still one thread, but we add concurrency here. This way, Node.js and ReactPHP work. And we have parallel execution with many threads. For example, Python can work this way. But to better understand the difference between them, we can use an analogy with a restaurant. Let's imagine that there is a customer who wants to eat spaghetti and meat. So we have a kitchen that represents our program, and we have chefs that represent the threads. In a traditional synchronous PHP application, we have one single chef. He goes to the kitchen, goes to the stove, puts a pot of water, then sits down and waits for the water to boil. As soon as the water boils, the chef takes spaghetti, puts it into the pot, and waits for spaghetti to cook. When the spaghetti is ready, the chef proceeds to the sauce, puts it on the stove, and again sits down and waits until the sauce is cooked. So in general, the picture is clear. The chef does everything sequentially in order. One action, then another, then the next one, and so on. In an asynchronous program, things happen a little bit differently. As before, we have one chef. The chef fills the pot with water, puts it on the stove. But this time, instead of sitting and waiting for the water to boil, the chef immediately takes another pot, fills it with sauce, and puts it on the stove. And only then the chef stops, sits down, and waits for any of them to boil. Because at the moment, the chef has nothing more to do. This is how Node.js and ReactPHP work. And with a parallel program that uses multiple threads, there will be several chefs in the kitchen. One of them can cook spaghetti, while another one is cooking meat. Each of them can perform its own task completely independently. We are going to cover the async approach when we have one chef in the kitchen who is constantly busy with something. The advantage of this approach is that if we compare it with multi-threading, then in theory we can do more in the same period of time, because our thread will be constantly busy doing something. This way we maximize the use of resources. Parallel execution with several threads is quite complicated in terms of writing code. You need to synchronize threads, reallocate memory, and so on, while in theory everything should be done in parallel and quickly, but in reality chances high that it will become just a mess. Let's consider a more realistic example. Imagine that we have some kind of a console command, a long-living script that endlessly requests several data sources, some APIs, processes the results and stores them in the database. And we need the most relevant data in the database as soon as possible. It is critical for us. I don't know, for example, we analyze the prices from different stores to provide the best discounts based on this data. What is the traditional way of doing it? We sequentially make requests to APIs, sequentially process responses, and then sequentially store results in the database. I mean, we start with the first request, then wait until it is completed. We process the response, save the result to the database, and only then we start executing the second request, and then the third one. So what is the downside of this approach? Here our program is constantly waiting for something. We wait until the HTTP request is completed, and then we wait until the data is saved to the database. During these tasks, the execution flow is stopped and blocked. The program waits, and thus it does nothing. As a result, the total execution time of this code equals the sum of time spent on all three requests. The asynchronous approach uses the concept of non-blocking input-output. When read-write operations, they don't block the flow. What does this mean in our case? We don't waste time waiting for one request to be executed to start another. We send the first request, and while it is being executed, we can immediately send the second one and the third. While requests are executing, the flow can be busy with something else. Once the requests are completed, we can go back and process their results. With this approach, we wait only for the slowest request, instead of the sum of three requests like we did previously. So sounds interesting, right? But what does it mean? Non-blocking input-output. How can I run tasks without waiting for them to be completed? And the fact is that input-output operations are rather slow. As a rule, they are executed many times slower than calculations. For example, when we discuss operations that our CPU does, we use nanoseconds. But when we deal with network communications, such operations are measured in milliseconds or even in seconds. So the difference is really huge. What do I mean by input-output? I mean read-write operations that actually any program has. API calls, interaction with the file system, database queries. Thus, programs written in a traditional blocking way, they spend a lot of time waiting for a response from disk or until a network request is completed. And if performance is critical for us, and we want to speed up the execution of our application, then we need to somehow start such operations in background, execute them asynchronously. How can this be implemented in PHP? Well, we can ask the operating system to process all operations related to input-output. For example, we need to read data from a file. If we don't want our PHP script to wait for the file system to respond, we don't directly communicate with it. Instead, we go to the operating system and tell it, please open the stream in the file system and read this data from it. As soon as the data is read, let me know. And that's it. Then our script can go away and do something else. Once the operating system does its task, we will receive an event from it, saying that the data is read, so we can come back and process it. And to be able to listen to such events, to be able to come back and process them, we need a special architecture. We can't use traditional PHP flow. And the problem is solved by event-driven architecture, which is used, for example, in Node.js. Here, PHP and Node.js have something in common. Both are executed in one single thread. Only one task can be executed at a certain moment in time. And this doesn't really limit us. Everything that can be performed slowly, input-output operations, will in fact be executed not by our PHP script, but by the operating system. We'll only process events received from the system. Let's consider this approach in detail. all work, all interaction between different parts of the code in such an architecture is built on events. We have one running process, our PHP script, with a running event loop. The event loop under the hood is just an endless loop that listens to specific events and calls handlers for them. For example, we have some kind of input-output task, reading a file. We start it and tell the OS to read the data from this file, and that's it. Then the execution thread can do something else. We started this task and we don't wait until it is completed. Once the OS read some portion of data from the file, it sends us an event with the data that has been read. A record of this event is added to the event queue. The execution flow takes the first event from the queue and calls the corresponding handler for this event. For example, we calculate something based on this data from a file. The handler itself can also start, for example, 2 more I/O tasks. Let's say we want to send this data via HTTP, and these new tasks can also generate their own events. Once the event handler is completed, the thread returns to the queue and takes new events that have occurred while the thread was busy. And this process that constantly monitors an event queue and calls corresponding handlers is called an event loop. The loop executes until it has something to do. Either tasks are performed in the background, or something else hasn't been processed in the event queue. As soon as all tasks are completed and the event queue is empty, the loop stops. And having this kind of architecture, we can start several I/O operations and we don't need to wait until they are done. Instead, we will know about their completion through events. And then we can go back and respond to these events. We don't waste time anymore. These I/O tasks will run in the background for as long as they need. So what about PHP? Of course, in the language itself, we still don't have built-in support for writing asynchronous code. Yes, there are really low-level things, but we don't have such high-level abstractions like event loops, streams, and promises. But this doesn't mean that we can't use PHP to solve asynchronous tasks. With Composer, the problem with the lack of tools was solved by the community, and ReactPHP is the tool that makes it easy to write asynchronous code in PHP. This is how it looks. Let's quickly consider a very simple example in JavaScript. The setTimeout function defers code execution, in our case printing the word world. And this code will be executed in specified number of milliseconds. Here we have 0 milliseconds, so common sense tells us that a delay of 0 seconds is basically the same as doing right here and right now. And we think that the word world will be printed first, and only then JavaScript will print the word hello. However, if we run this code, hello world will be printed. This happens because setTimeout is an asynchronous function. It actually executes nothing. Under the hood, it takes this callback, puts it into the queue to execute later. And like our chef in the kitchen who puts the pot of water on the stove and goes further, the code is executed the same way, and the line that prints the word hello is executed next. Then the event loop looks through the timers queue, finds out that the delay of 0 seconds has already passed, and runs this code. That's it. Here we break the traditional sequential flow. The second call to console.log will be executed before the call inside setTimeout. Thus, we receive the message hello world. And the exact same code written with ReactPHP looks like this. What's going on here? Let's examine the execution flow from top to bottom. At first, we create an event loop. Yes, in PHP we don't have an event loop running in the background, therefore we need to explicitly and manually create it. Next, we add a timer, indicating that after 0 seconds, this code should be executed. Then we print the word hello and manually start the event loop. At the time the event loop starts, the word hello is already printed. The event loop starts, it sees that the timer has already gone off. The corresponding event is fired, and in response to this event, this handler is called. The code inside set timer, and the word world is printed. With this simple example, you can see the basic structure of any ReactPHP application. We create an event loop once at the beginning of the program. Then we write code that uses an event loop. This part describes the behavior of our application, how we are going to react to different events. And at the end of the program, we start the event loop also once. Let's remove the creation and the start of the loop, and it turns out that the code written in ReactPHP looks almost the same like code in JavaScript. The only difference here is that in PHP we need to explicitly create and run the loop. To get the result of an asynchronous process, ReactPHP uses the concept of promises. I think that most of you are already familiar with promises from the JavaScript world. Let's quickly refresh what promises are, and then we will look at how it works in ReactPHP. Consider the following example. Imagine that you come to a well-known fast food restaurant and you decide to order something, for example, a burger. So you pay for it and expect to receive a burger in response. But the cashier gives you only a check with your order number on it. So consider this check as a promise to your future burger. So you take this check and start thinking about your burger. You don't have it yet, so you stand there and wait until your order number appears on the screen. And only then you can exchange your check, your promise, for a burger. So a promise is just a representation of some future value, a time-independent container that you wrap around this future value. For us as a client, in fact, it doesn't matter whether we have this value or not. We behave as we already have it. Let's consider another example related to programming. There is an HTTP request, some kind of task that may take some time to complete. And this task may succeed and return something in response, but it may also fail. Since the task is performed asynchronously, we don't have access to its result here and now. Instead, in response, we get a placeholder for the result of this task, and we can use this placeholder as if we already have this result. Then once the task is completed, the placeholder will be replaced with the actual value. So the promise depends on the state of the process that gave us this promise. And depending on it, a promise may be in 3 different states: awaiting when the process is still running, resolved when the process is done, and rejected if the process failed. Everything the same we have in Node.js, right? From the client code, we can react to these changes in the state. Promise API allows us to write this declarative code. We declare that as soon as the process, the GET request, is completed and we get the result, then we need to perform some action. Method then can also take 2 arguments. The first callable will be called when some deferred process succeeds and the callable receives the resolution value. And the second callable will be called when the process fails and it receives an exception that was the reason of the failure. Promises play a very important role. They allow us to control asynchronous execution. PHP runs in a single thread, which means that we don't have to deal with all this complexity associated with multi-threaded programming. But on the other hand, we need to somehow manage this asynchronous execution and coordinate actions in the application. What do I mean? For example, when we execute 2 parallel HTTP requests, This is usually easy and simple to do, but problems come when we need to streamline the responses of these requests. For example, when one request requires data received from another request. And promises allow us to solve this problem with a chain of then calls. From method then, we return another promise. Here we don't care how long it takes to complete the first request, less than a second or a minute. Promises hide these details from us. We just declare what and when needs to be done. As soon as the first request is completed, send the second one. Another basic abstraction in asynchronous code is a stream. When I say stream, the first thing that comes to my mind is video streaming. This is a very common example. We have some big amount of data, for example, a movie file, and a client. The client wants to watch the movie in the browser via HTTP, but the client doesn't want to download the whole movie at once. Instead, we break this large file into pieces or chunks. Thus, we load several parts into the buffer. Then we send the buffer. When the buffer is full, we send it to the client. And repeat this way until the whole file will be sent. Streams play an important role in event-driven architecture. They allow us to process large amounts of data in chunks, and under the hood, streams are just collections of data, something like arrays. The only difference is that stream data may not be available at once, so streams don't have to fit in memory. Also, this makes streams an ideal tool for working with large amounts of data that constantly come from external source in chunks. For example, when you need to process a large log file, then there is no need, and even in a synchronous application it would be stupid, to load it entirely into memory. It would take time and resources. Instead, we read it through the stream and receive a notification, an event, each time a new piece of data is ready. In this case, it will be a readable stream. If, for example, we upload the file and continuously write the data on disk, it will be a writable stream. There is also a bidirectional or duplex stream, in which you can both write and read, for example, a socket connection. In fact, the duplex stream within itself represents a readable, writable stream simply combined into one object, each with its own buffer. Our Streams API looks very similar to Node.js streams. Essentially, streams are event emitters. When something interesting happens inside the stream, it can respond to this event. Let's continue with our example with an asynchronous HTTP request. In response, we get a promise that resolves with a readable stream. Why with a readable one? Well, because we can't write into HTTP response, right? So in order not to block the flow, in case, for example, when we requested some heavy resource, we get the response body as a stream in chunks. To read these chunks, we add a handler to data event which occurs whenever there is a new portion of data available for reading. We call method on and specify the name of the event. Here we have data event, and we add a handler for this event, a callable. In my case, I print received chunk of data. And it turns out that while we are reading data from the stream, the application itself, it doesn't freeze and continues to listen to other events. We read a piece of data, then the event loop switches to something else. Once a new chunk of data becomes available for reading, the loop switches back to the stream again. Once the whole stream is fully read, it closes and it fires close event. We can also react to it. Writing to writable streams looks the following way. We call method write and provide a string. It's very simple. So these were the basic low-level abstractions on which essentially all asynchronous code is written. We can consider them as building blocks of any ReactPHP application. But ReactPHP ecosystem is not limited to them. We already have high-level components for different types of tasks. Components for working with storages, network, queues, there are asynchronous caches, logs, even various stream implementations, for example, JSON stream. Most likely there is an already written component for your case. You only need to add your business logic. To take advantage of ReactPHP, actually, it is not necessary to take and rewrite your entire application to streams and promises. And in fact, I wouldn't recommend rewriting your application to make it completely truly asynchronous. This is a difficult, complex task. Instead, it will be much better to find bottlenecks where you have performance issues and try to fix them with ReactPHP. Let's get back to the application that we reviewed at the very beginning. We have a script that constantly pulls 3 data sources, processes the results, and save these results into the database. Performance is critical for us, and we want results to be in the database as soon as possible. And here it's obvious for us that the bottleneck is input-output operations, those slow synchronous HTTP requests. Take a look at this code. This is some kind of component inside the application, which provides the prices. Inside it uses Guzzle client and has a method that returns prices from a list of URLs. Under the hood, we sequentially make several HTTP requests to provided URLs. Here in the loop, each time the flow stops and waits until each HTTP request is executed. Well, we can try to rewrite only this small piece of code with ReactPHP. How will it look like? Now in the constructor, we inject an asynchronous ReactPHP HTTP client and an event loop. Consider this HTTP client as a sort of Guzzle but for ReactPHP. And why do we need an event loop here? Wait a bit, it will be clear soon. Now, instead of responses, we have promises. Inside the for each loop, we start an asynchronous HTTP request each time. This time, the execution flow doesn't stop in this for each loop. We want to run all 3 requests at the same time and only then wait until they're done. In fact, in the loop here, we don't send the requests. We just describe how our asynchronous piece of code is going to work. Next comes ReactPHP function waitAll. This is the reason why we injected an event loop. This is the most interesting part of code. Under the hood, the event loop starts running. Our requests are sent, and then the event loop will be running until these promises that we passed here are fulfilled. Or in other words, until these HTTP requests are done. As a result of this function, we get an array of responses. And then we go back to the traditional synchronous flow. So let's recap. We collected data asynchronously and then continued to a synchronous flow. Amazing, right? Of course, you can say that I'm reinventing the wheel here, and the same thing can be done asynchronously with Guzzle. Why do we need ReactPHP for this sort of stuff, for making asynchronous HTTP requests? And I will say, yes, you're absolutely right. With Guzzle or even with multi-curl, you can send HTTP requests asynchronously. But we can go even further. We can make the whole data processing flow asynchronous, starting from an HTTP request and ending with storing the data into the database. Let's try. Imagine that there is some kind of service that completely encapsulates the whole process. A request to API, processing the results and saving it to the database. And does all these things asynchronously. Let's call it, I don't know, prices scraper. It will encapsulate an asynchronous HTTP client and some async database storage. Then we have a method that accepts a URL as an argument. So what happens next? First, we make an asynchronous HTTP request that returns a promise. From this moment, we work only with promises. Why? Everything here happens asynchronously, and we need to somehow manage this execution. Once the request is executed process the result. Once the result is processed, save it to the database, and so on. So the HTTP request returns a promise that resolves with the response. Next, we process the response and build an object from it. And we return it from the promise. It means that this then call returns a new promise that resolves with an instance of class prices. Then we get this object and save it into the database. We also access the database asynchronously. Therefore, at the end of this, we also receive a new promise. This promise resolves only when data is saved to the database, or rejected if something somewhere has failed. The resulting promise can resolve with an ID of the record or with the record itself. It is not important here. Further, the higher-level components of the application can decide for themselves how we can want to manage the promise. For example, we can limit the number of concurrent promises and start, I don't know, only 50 requests at a time. So the bottlenecks have been fixed, and there is no need to run the entire application asynchronously. Even the application architecture hasn't changed. Perhaps some high-level components don't even know that this part inside works asynchronously. If everything is so cool, then let's make all project asynchronous. Everybody wants to have high performance, right? Why not? But great power comes with great responsibility, and the biggest challenge we will face in PHP is blocking calls. Since the code is executed in one thread, then any long-running operation blocks the entire event loop. The event loop must be constantly running, listening to new events and calling handlers for them. When one of the handlers runs too long, all other handlers wait, and new events are not processed. And unfortunately, most of the functions and libraries in PHP were written to work in traditional synchronous environments, so thus they block the flow. For example, you can't use sleep function if you need to delay the execution of any code. Instead, you should use timers. Any network communication with native functions block the flow. While the request is being executed, all the rest of the code waits. Actually, because of this, you can't use PDO and everything written on top of PDO. Doctrine, Eloquent, because under the hood, PDO makes such network requests. Instead, you should use stream-based clients that don't block the flow. You cannot use all native functions for working with the file system. File exist, fopen, and so on. Instead, you should use special asynchronous adapters for the file system. Also, when using third-party libraries, you need to be very careful about what calls, what functions are used there, whether they can block the flow or not. In asynchronous code, as an alternative to blocking calls, there are the following rules. When we need to get some value, we use promises. When we need to access some kind of API that constantly sends or receives data, then we use streams. This applies to asynchronous code in general. If we are writing a completely, truly asynchronous application, then there is still a set of pitfalls waiting for us. People often complain that in PHP we'll definitely have memory leaks. Firstly, in the latest versions of the language, the garbage collector was significantly improved. And secondly, in fact, this is not a PHP problem at all. You can get the same memory problems in Node.js. Memory management in long-living processes is your responsibility as a developer. You need to monitor, to optimize, to clean up unused resources. Closed connection with long-living processes, your storage connection may be closed by timeout. It is necessary to somehow keep them open and alive, maybe periodically check them and reconnect if required. Error handling needs special attention. Traditionally, when we have a separate thread for each client, with each request, the framework boots, the controller runs, and if something fails, it affects only this request. All other connections possibly stay alive, but in a synchronous application, for example, in case of a web server, if one connection caused an error, uncaught exception, then the entire application crashes and all clients are disconnected. Very sad situation. We have also inconvenient debug. Due to the fact that everything in the program happens asynchronously, it is hard to predict its behavior. It is impossible to say exactly what and will happen in the script. And of course, no more var dump and die. If we write that if this client equals this, then we make var dump and die, yes, for one client this code will be called, but again, it will stop the entire application and all the clients will be disconnected. Keep in mind that all clients or processes in the asynchronous application, they share a global state and they share the same memory. Let's talk why ReactPHP. Now in PHP community we have several libraries or solutions that you can use to write asynchronous code. I think that these are the most popular: ReactPHP, AMP, and Swooly. Why I'm talking about ReactPHP today and not the others? Well, only two libraries from this list, AMP and ReactPHP, are written in pure PHP and can be installed with the composer. So if we compare ReactPHP and AMP, then ReactPHP has a more solid documentation. The maintainers have spent a lot of time to write it, to make it completely full and clear. In addition, ReactPHP has a strong, huge ecosystem with a large number of third-party components around it. The main difference between AMP and ReactPHP is that AMP uses the concept of coroutines, while ReactPHP uses promises. All interactions between components within AMP are based on coroutines and yield calls. Some people believe that coroutines are better than promises because they help to get rid of promise hell. One can argue here, first of all, coroutines in PHP, as for me, are actually a hack that can be done with generators. And secondly, yes, the code seems like cleaner, like a traditional synchronous code that we used to see. But with coroutines, the client code doesn't know anything about what it receives. There are no type hints. With promises, we at least know the interface, that in return from the component we get a promise. It can either resolve with something or reject. But with coroutines, we get a generator in response, and the generator can return anything. Also, it should be said that with ReactPHP, you can also use coroutines, but with the help of third-party library. Another very important thing about ReactPHP is that it is not something completely new, unreliable, with a bunch of bugs. Not at all. The project itself is already quite old. Now, I think it is already 7 or 8 years old. ReactPHP is production ready, and moreover, it provides long-term support for its core component. So you can safely depend on them, receive fixes, updates, and don't worry about backwards compatibility. I think this is really cool and a solid reason why you can start using ReactPHP in serious and maybe enterprise project. So to summarize, actually the idea of my talk wasn't to sell your ReactPHP. Despite the fact that I really like asynchronous PHP, I still understand that if you have the opportunity to use a more suitable language for solving your asynchronous tasks, I don't know, Node.js or Go, then go ahead and use it. As for me, I suggest using Go because all this asynchronous magic is hidden from us inside the language there. In Node.js, you still have to keep in your head this event loop, these ticks, that this thing happens now, this thing is gonna happen the next tick, and so on. With Go, you don't care about this stuff. Talking about PHP, there are no native tools for writing asynchronous code yet, and I think they are unlikely to appear soon. However, if you have already a PHP stack, a team of PHP developers, and an infrastructure for it, then you can consider asynchronous PHP. I mean when adding one more language in your stack costs you too much. In this case, ReactPHP may be your choice. And my mission today was to show you that there are such tools in PHP, that they can be easily used. There is no black magic inside. Just install it via Composer and you are ready to go. Moreover, the code itself even looks very familiar to what we used to see in Node.js. In cases when performance is critical for you, and at the same time you are waiting for some input-output operations, whether it is a network request or a file system call, and this blocks you a lot, you can consider using ReactPHP. Perhaps an asynchronous approach can improve your application performance a lot. There is no need to complicate your stack with an additional programming language just because you need to solve some kind of asynchronous task. Perhaps PHP can solve your problem. There is no magic inside ReactPHP and even no additional extensions needed. It is written in pure PHP. But remember that you can't just plug ReactPHP into your project and it will immediately start working 2 times faster. No, it doesn't work like that. It is necessary to fully understand the whole concept of asynchronous code in order to gain all the benefits from it. That's why I spend a lot of time in this talk explaining how event loop, how promises and stream work. In a traditional synchronous application, there are a lot of blocking calls inside. If you try to rewrite such an application and make it completely asynchronous, you will suffer a lot. It will be a very painful thing. Please don't do it. Instead, try to find bottlenecks in your application, often such bottlenecks caused by slow I/O operations. You can try to fix these bottlenecks with ReactPHP. Typically, an asynchronous piece of code can be very easily plugged into traditional blocking code. Thus, it will be possible to increase application performance with a very little effort and without any architectural changes. That's it. Thank you for listening.
And we're back again.
Hi.
That was an awesome talk by Sergey Zhuk. Thank you very much, Sergey.
With beautiful slides.
That was really
that
awesome.
flat design, I love it.
So, Sergey, do it again, please. That was really good, really
Yeah.
good quality.
The reactions in the chat were very positive. That was a great first talk. You should definitely do it again.
Now, we do have someone on the call. I know that face.
Hi.
Karsten! Great to hear you and see you.
Yeah,
How are you doing?
I'm fine, thanks. I have some have a beard, I have hair, I have
You have
corona hair.
You grew a
Actually,
ponytail.
so-
That's nice.
Yeah, all the barber shops were closed. Not much we could do.
I know. I've had my appointment by now, so I look quite decent, I think.
Beautiful. You look beautiful.
Thank you, Maya.
You do,
Karsten,
you do.
from the things that Sergey talked about asynchronous PHP and ReactPHP, is that something that we are already doing in Flow, or that we're considering doing, or is that something that, you know, production ready enough that we could implement it? Where do we stand on that?
Well, I mean, it's really a broad topic. Way very put it out in a way, really explained the basics, and also showed some problems. In Flow, we don't do asynchronous things, at least not in that way. We do some things asynchronously in a kind of homegrown way. PHP from within Flow, for example, during the proxy compilation step. This is something we do, and there's a helper method to allow developers to call Flow commands kind of in the background. But that's not really asynchronously happening. We have also this bundle of JobQ packages that allow you to do something asynchronously in a way, a separate process that is run to do things like I don't know, generating files that are heavy time or sending. So I mean, of course, we do a lot of asynchronous stuff in the Neos UI. Obviously, that's you know, that quite nicely, but not so much on the PHP side.
And is that something you think would be beneficial for the further development of Flow, to include more opportunities or options for developers to use asynchronous calls, as Sergey just showed to us?
Well, options are always good, obviously. When it comes to asynchronous processing, in all the years, by decades, more than one, that I've been working with PHP, the need for asynchronous process pointed out already, because everything was just synchronous, and if you had problems with speed, you would, I don't know, mirror everything to static files and be done with it. But I mean, the need for something asynchronous has evolved over time, but I experienced that in the past we could do that with things like job queues, because it's really, if it's really processing intensive, then it's in most of the cases also time critical, in the sense that the user clicks and they need to more like, okay, now we can external process of booking something and then report back with a result, or zipping up files, creating archives or something. So I don't really had the need for asynchronous programming yet, but I mean, even things like using that so that you don't have the full startup cycle every time. So having that option would certainly, I mean, if there's a tool and people are use it, you know, as have event, then you can come up with things that you can use it for that you want to try otherwise.
All right. Carsten, thank you very much for giving us your perspective on Sergey's talk about asynchronous and ReactPHP and how that could relate to Flow and Neos in the future. Call to the community out there: if you see big needs for, or improved needs for asynchronous support in Flow and PHP, Flow and Neos, let us know. So, people like Carsten, who are really, really good PHP developers, can take that into account for the next versions of Flow. Carsten, thank you very much. We are a little behind the schedule, so we will switch to the next talk. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Have a great day, Carsten.
Bye. Enjoy the day.
Our next talk is from Christian Koop. While he was born in Hamburg, he now works in Zurich at Jung von Matt Tech, and as we heard yesterday, these great Neos enthusiasts can't wait to host a Neos sprint. So way to go,
really
Jung von
bullying
Matt.
them into that, aren't you?
They have to do that now, right? We're live streaming that to the internet.
Yeah, it's news now.
In his talk, he will show us a project where he combined progressive web app and AMP technologies for the Migros summer camp. So enjoy Christian's talk.
Hello everybody, welcome to the NeosCon 2020 talk about MicroBuddy PWA with AMP. But before we start, I would like to say a big thank you to the Neos Conference Orga team for having us here at this great event, and also to all of you out there joining remotely and taking part, and so making Neos a great community. A little bit info to myself. My name is Sebastian Kurfürst. I'm a technical consultant at Jungfirma Tech. I started as developer in 1998, and my hobbies are my family, Lego, and Star Trek. Jungfirma Tech, we are an owner-managed creative technology agency in Zurich. We are 12 people strong, founded this year, known for our work for CKW, Rika, Migros, Emmy, or Accor hotels. We unite creative excellence with expertise in fields like customer experience, digital transformation, brand experience, and business solutions. In a nutshell, what is the Buddy all about? It's a progressive web app with a variety of features for the barbecue fan. Countless recipes, recipe inspiration, great grill tips, a grill timer, and a grill quiz for the gamification character. The campaign ran over 16 weeks in summer 2019. This is how it looked like, and we will go in detail what we did to achieve this. Why the setup of PWA and AMP? Because of requirements like app-like behavior, should be installable, high SEO performance, and coping with high traffic. What was our approach then? Okay, we'd like to get the app-like behavior done by the PWA. Of course, to have it installable by the PWA, high SEO performance by the AMP, and coping with high traffic, of course, very, very good caching. High traffic, what did it mean for us? We had to serve to over 40,000 concurrent users. We were featured in the Migros newsletter as top feature with 1.25 million readers. We had a CDN in place, static deployment for maximum caching, and AMP for mobile search optimization and performance. So let's have a closer look at the PWA part. Making a PWA, you can follow certain patterns. Our pattern for coping with this project was the PRPL pattern, standing for push, render, pre-cache, and lazy load. Push and render. This has been resolved by generating an app shell. All parts common to individual pages like header, footer, and preloader have been pre-rendered for all entry points of our application. Markup was also embedded, as well as critical style sheets and JavaScript. So we could display content correctly and quickly. We also had separate entry points for all main base modules. Pre-cache. When the user first comes to the site, in the background, we are using the service worker for all module related with other pages, routes. They all were preloaded then. And when navigation occurred, the associated files then could be returned quickly. Lazy loading for the stuff on demand. The application took then lazy load those Angular modules. All pages were organized into independent modules that were loaded when the particular page was requested. To lazy load Angular modules, use load children instead of component. So this is our service worker here. You can see load children here. You can see the routes for recipes, timer, tips, the quiz. So it gives you a good overview of the application itself. We use Workbox by Google as service worker, as we think it's a great tool to use. So you might want to check it out. The main advantages we used here in this project was pre-caching and runtime caching. But as you can see, there are many more. So we can definitely recommend using it. One of the feature of service worker is the ability to save a set of files to the cache when the service worker is installing. So this pre-caching lets you save content ahead of the service worker being used. This is a quite good feature. So our Workbox caching configuration, as you can see, it is pretty easy. Just index file, JS, and CSS files. So you can also find your way pretty good here configuring it. So the service worker will be shown in a second, based, of course, on the configuration above you already saw. So we defined routes for various caching strategies to fit our needs. So here in the service worker, you can see that we handle images, scripts, and styles. So that gave us the opportunity to have then pre-cached modules and use the runtime cache. There are several strategies to do so. Service worker Workbox gives you a stale while revalidate, cache first, network first, or network only. We used here cache first for the images and stale while revalidate for styles and scripts. Stale while revalidate always serves from the cache. So if it's not there, it goes to the network, fills the cache, and then it's served from there, as where cache first looks first in the cache. If it's not there, it's directly served from the network and then put to the cache. Generated service worker looked like this. All pre-cached files have a revision number and unique name. So you don't have a problem updating to a new version of the application. And an additional advance is if the file is not changed, the number of the revision is not changed, you can use the cached file on the browser side. So the second part today would be then regarding the AMP part. So here's Hello NeosCon 2020 as AMP HTML. Generally speaking, Google is looking for such markup and will put this content to their AMP cache, which is the Google CDN. And if you are searching on mobile, your search result, as you can see it here, might have this flash icon and an AMP indicator so that you know, okay, this is a mobile accelerated page. And the AMP viewer then pre-renders an AMP document in a hidden iframe. That makes it so fast because it directly comes from the Google CDN. In our project, AMP should work as entry point for the PWA, should work as data source for the PWA, and of course, shall it make possible to be found on the mobile search. AMP is entry point. How does this work? The AMP entry point would then be a Google search normally, and each link on the AMP page then redirects the user to the PWA, as you can see on the figure on the right. So good strategy there is to make the entry point in your site an AMP page, and then warm up the PWA behind the scenes. So all content pages are additionally prepared as AMP, so they can be loaded very quickly, and the user sees it right after clicking on the search result. On the AMP page, we use the special component AMP install service worker to warm up the cache while the user is using the content page on the AMP version. All user actions then on the AMP website redirects to the corresponding page on the PWA side. So the first thing we need to consider is embedding the AMP component AMP install service worker in the head section, like you can see it here. Next, use this component to run our service worker in the background. And no display does the trick here. So we could load while the user hasn't even reached our page. Then the other way around, AMP as data source for PWA. So pages with static AMP HTML could be reused in the PWA as content fragment. One of the core features of AMP pages is they are easy and safe to embed. So when building a PWA, you can receive the same benefits and reduce backend complexity by reusing your AMP pages as data source for the PWA. Let's have a closer look. So, using then the AMP shadow lib. This is very useful. So we load the AMP library for use of the relevant parts of the page. Shadow AMP API was used to render a page. So we load the next page asynchronously and use AMP attach shadow doc to render it in the defined container. This gives you a good overview. So header, footer, PWA, AMP content fragment in the middle. So an overview on the left, you would see the website output, and on the right the PWA. So over you have a browser address bar, you have the browser OS bar. At the bottom you would have PWA header and navigation bar for the native UI experience, and AMP content in the middle. So an AMP content could not just link to the PWA, and then AMP content is also shown in the PWA. This works pretty good. So it's a good approach. If you like to try it, check it out. We can recommend it. As long as this happens, somebody calls and says, I need you to implement custom JS. Then you need an Earl Grey hot and get back to work again. Okay, so if this is not static or AMP compliant, you need to do something else. So in our case, the transformation of the content to JSON was done to solve that. So JSON takes Manhattan, and we take JSON as fallback. So how to structure data in NEOS to be readable by the PWA frontend. Frontend of our project was divided to various sections, so pretty much similar to web pages. This allows us to take an approach where one document node in the NEOS panel holds all data needed by one section of the PWA. And so enabling us to use standard routing like where the front-end node root part handler is responsible for finding and fetching requested documents from the content repository. This is how the final routing looks like. The only difference from a regular front-end root shipped with Neos is that we are using JSON as default format. The rest is the same, so no custom controller needed here. What else did we do? Step 1, translate structure to JSON. So our approach was to generate the proper data structure and at the end convert it to JSON encoded string in one function call. Next, bind our JSON renderer to our routing. This code runs just before forming the whole response. Here you can see plain mapping of node metadata and properties to properties of JSON encoded objects. For name of node type goes into a type property, or children are rendered recursively in the same way under children key. Next step, getting data from the content repository to be converted to JSON. Step 4, making content repository node subtree to be rendered recursively. With extending the base structure renderer prototype, we can implement children rendering. So, a little bit more was to do, of course, there. Besides, otherwise you would have been ended up with children 00 props URL, but of course you would like to have something like children hero background image props URL. And so we created our own Neos Fusion map PHP implementation, especially for this purpose of JSON rendering. So as you can see here, we took this .data structure, and in the end, we could end up with something like a homepage hero, which is very helpful. And then in this project, we also stumbled upon something you might think is also of interest for you and your work. So Fusion Content Cache implementation treats everything that Fusion renders as a string. And the Fusion Cache implementation, we need to hack to properly handle JSON encoding for our content segments. Neos Content Cache then injects cache segment markers into the rendered content. And unfortunately, this broke our JSON encoding. So to cope with these Neos markers, we extended the JSON encoding. So be careful there. Next thing I like to mention was content dimensions. So the project's peak was divided to 16 weeks. And next to common content dimensions like language, we added a week dimension with 16 possible values corresponding to each week in the campaign, and one special fallback week. And that fallback week provided content for all places where the content shouldn't change. And with the little routing hack, we were able to switch default week dimension value basing on the current date. In combination of this and automatic cache clearing and pre-rendering every static content, we found an easy way to meet clients' content requirements. As of course, every week there were new flyers out with new products that should be in here, should match the barbecue preferences and also the recipes. So this needed to be on time there, because that was spread out in Switzerland every week at the same time. This is how this looks like. And whenever I look at this, I see this. So AMP in our project works as entry point for the PWA. Yes, it did. Works as data source for AMP. Yes, that's a good idea. And is found on mobile search as AMP site. Also, definitely yes. Conclusion. So PWA and AMP work very well together. Neos is a very good CMS to provide content in such a project, but mind the gap. If non-AMP compliant requirements are requested, you need to be flexible. How did it perform? Over 1 million sessions were generated, 80 plus more traffic than the year before, 580 plus thousand unique visitors, a rise of nearly 50%, over 180,000 returning quiz users, so that was quite interesting there, and over 40,000 times this Inspirator was shaken. So that's kind of nice. So the people liked it. And over 100,000 times the grill timer was used. So somebody was using this app while they were standing at their grill, which is also a nice notice here. So how did I perform? I would like to get your feedback. Send me an email. Connect to me on LinkedIn or Xing, and meet me at the meetup in Zurich for the Neos group, or we will see us hopefully all again in person at the NeosCon 2021. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. That was a really interesting talk. And we're lucky to have you live for a couple of questions. So,
yeah, thanks.
Hi.
Hi.
Great to see you. So, of course, the first and most important question is the background you were recording your talk in front of. What was that? That was awesome.
Thanks. That's in the tattoo studio where my oldest son is making his tattoo artist job.
Wow.
Very cool.
That, you know, we should probably make a collection of all the cool backgrounds people used for recording their talks, and make a voting on that. That was really cool. In addition to, you know, our questions, there was something in the chat about how did you deploy your application? Did you use code splitting?
Yeah, this is a really strong recommendation here, as Dimitri wrote and also was talking yesterday about PWA. So you have to really see which files are exchanged and which not. Otherwise, you will be screwed in the end. Yeah.
So at the end of your talk, you showed some statistics of how the application performed and under which kind of load you were. So can you describe a little bit? Did you do some stress testing, performance testing?
Yes, we did. That was a big part of this project. So we had several iterations to know that we are safe to stand this high load. And I can recommend, if you are in need of a good team to do this, reach out for Stormforger, which was doing those tests and bombing us with traffic.
Which kind of infrastructure did you use? Did you use some cloud, or how did you do that?
We had 3 web servers, Redis cache, CDN in front of that, and then multiple data sources that we had requests to send out via API. And yeah, that was quite good to have that tested because some stuff wasn't reachable from the outside, so we had to also store this on our side and make it static where we could.
It's really cool to see both technologies, AMP and PWA, play together with Neos in your showcase, in your project, because it complements the talks that we've had in the past about how to theoretically build PWA applications, and Dimitri's talk yesterday where he went into great depth about how to do it, and now
that was great.
Your example of a real-world project with a lot of traffic. You did talk about Neos quite a bit. So, of course, I would be interested. Did you get some feedback from the editors who provided the content and everything? You said you used content dimensions, and how did they work? Did that work out well for them, using Neos in this headless way to sending out the JSON content?
Yeah, that worked out quite good. I mean, we had several categories of content. So you can see structured content like recipes. That was quite easy to do. And then we had, of course, some, I would say, storytelling content that was then a little bit others editorial approach for us. As we had there more flexibility to show.
That's really cool. I would like to see that project on Neos.io as a detailed case study. So I will tell the Marketing Guild, to get in touch with you to get those information on the website. I think it's a brilliant showcase for Neos.
Okay,
Christian,
thanks.
thank you very much for your time and your talk. That was really awesome. I do hope to see you again for Neos Conference 2021, and of course we're really looking forward to that sprint in Zurich at Jung von Matt. So let's get started
you're
preparing
welcome.
that.
We can start tomorrow.
All right, Christian, thank you very much. Talk to you later.
Okay, bye.
Now we did get some information about the behind the scenes that we want to do 1:15, and we will have a new big blue button link for that, where you can ask questions live, so that Sebastian can go into a little bit of detail if you're interested about the technical setup that we're using, why my microphone suddenly changed, and I have a blue cable now, and at least
it's because I had a blue cable and you were jealous because I had this beautifully Neos blue cable the whole time.
I was, actually, but I wanted them to ask. Anyway, we're looking for another talk.
We are.
And I should switch slides so you know who's coming up.
I know who's coming up.
Here it is.
It's the one and only. The one and only, the great Robert Lemke is here to grace us again with his wisdom. He's going to tell us more things. So before we can properly introduce our speakers, we asked them to give us like this one little thing of information that we didn't know about them beforehand. And for Robert Lemke, this was obviously hard because a lot of you people have known him for a long time. But he pulled out a great piece of trivia, which is that long before his developing days, he had a job where he would sit in the rafters at venues and throw confetti and glitter at bands.
Which I think is really cool.
For like a TV show. And I love the mental image of Robert sitting in the rafters like a little monkey and just throwing hands full of glitter. How beautiful is that? Did you know that? We didn't.
And if I think back to the pictures I saw of Robert with when he was younger, with his hair all different, and then it's
beautiful.
Yeah,
it's a beautiful image. Thank you for sharing.
Next time he's on stage, we will confront him with that memory.
Maybe we can find some biodegradable glitter to throw at him.
Well, that's a nice idea.
Can somebody jot that down? We need that as a permanent idea. Thank you. All right. But now to the more technical side of things. Robert wants to tell us about more complex scenarios that they have been implementing and how to elegantly solve problems. We will be hearing about OpenID Connect with Neos and Flow. So take it away, Robert, and we'll hopefully be talking to you right after.
Enjoy Robert's talk.
Yeah, so welcome to my talk about OpenID Connect from my home office in this unusual situation. I'm Robert. I'm managing partner at FlowNative and the Neos project founder some years ago. And one of my pet topics this year, beginning of this year, has been OpenID Connect and authentication in general. So I want to talk a bit about that. And what I plan to do is showing you some theory at first, but then mostly going into a demo based on the Neos demo website and see how we can integrate OpenID Connect with a plugin I created. Right, so let's just dive in. Authentication and something which has to do with users and passwords. This is OpenID Connect is what it's about. And just to illustrate some of the goals you might have, illustrating this login screen here, for example. So one thing you might want to have is some centralized user management. So you might have several applications you want to provide for users, and they shouldn't be able to, they shouldn't have to log in again and again or use different passwords, or you want to control centrally which applications they have access to or which roles they have there, and provide something like single signed-on, for example. And another thing you might want to do is imagine this application here. Let's say it's FlowNative Beach, a hosting service, wants to access something in your GitHub repository. So, for example, read some meta information or write some deployment tokens or something like that. Now, what you wouldn't do is give this application here your GitHub username and password. And this is what delegated authorization is for. So, you know, these kind of consent screens while you authorize a certain application to do something on your behalf with a different application. And that is basically OAuth, which is also part of or the foundation of OpenID Connect. So that is something you want to achieve. And the third thing is something you might end up with a bigger application where you end up with microservices and so on, where you have the problem. So when I click this delete instance button here, this is not going to be processed directly by this application providing the user interface. There's a different service for that. So you might have microservices and so on. And now the question is, how do you transfer that information that this is a legitimate thing to do, deleting this instance? How do you communicate that to a microservice? How can that service be sure that this is really an authenticated user doing that? And this is also something OpenID Connect can help you with. So as I mentioned, this is an authentication framework, and it's based on OAuth 2.0. So maybe let's talk about a few terms first before we go into what OpenID Connect actually does and how you use it. So authentication, that means confirming a user's or a machine's identity. So this is all about being sure that this is actually the person or the machine you think you're talking to. And this is mostly what OpenID Connect does. And the second part would be authorization. So let's illustrate that with these conference passes here. So this conference pass authenticates me, more or less. So someone printed my name on it. And this would be the authentication part. But it doesn't tell which role I have at that conference, right? And that is more about authorization. So giving some or verifying the permissions someone has or which role someone plays. So that would be this conference pass here. This conference pass says I'm an artist, but it doesn't identify myself. So I could just pass this pass to someone else, and then she would be an artist as well. So this is what OAuth actually does. It authorizes some action, but it doesn't grant you or tell you actually that it's a specific identity you can trust, right? And then, of course, in real life, you will combine these concepts of authentication and authorization. So, for example, this conference pass here has my name on it. It has even a photo for verifying my identity, but it also authorizes me because it says I'm a speaker. Actually, it even has something called a claim, and that is a fork and a spoon, which means I'm authorized to get some lunch at that conference. We need to talk about garbage collection later, right? So identity provider. Identity provider is a service or a server actually providing you with things like authentication. For example, an identity provider in the case of OpenID Connect would be a service which provides a login screen, for example, and authenticates the user. So the identity provider will take care of how to authenticate that user, asking for a password or a security token or anything else. And usually within that identity provider, you also have an authorization server, which is the OAuth part, which manages and tells you about the authorizations for a logged-in user. Then you have, as a result, something transferred to you, which is an identity token. That is basically some data which contains useful information about the identity of the authenticated entity user, for example. That could be a username, and that could be roles of that user. It could also be a profile, like a first name, last name, email address, or a URL pointing to a picture. And that identity token is provided as a JSON web token. It looks like this. Maybe you've seen something like that before, because it always starts with EY. Why is that? Actually, that is because it's base 64 encoded JSON, which usually starts with a curly brace, and that is then what you get there. If you take a closer look, actually, then you see that there are two dots in it. And this is one of the forms to how identity tokens are provided. And that is a header, a payload, and a signature. You can also have encrypted JWTs, but I don't have them right now here. And they are just separated by dots. So each of these parts is base 64 encoded. So if we decode that, it looks like this. And now it probably makes more sense, even though there's a few abbreviations you might stumble over. So the header says something about how this token actually has to be interpreted. So which algorithm is used for the signature, for example. And the payload is the actual identity token. That is the message you want to receive there. So it has things like the issuer, so who produced this token, then the audience. It depends a bit on the service what that means, but usually it means like what is this all about? Where is this granted for? Then you have something like the expiry time and authentication time, a hash over the payload, over the access token and some other things. And then finally you have the signature, which depends on the algorithm. So in this case, it's binary code here for a RSA signature combined with a SHA-256 hash. All right. Okay. You don't need to know all about that, but just remember that JWT is what you get, and that is your identity token, and that is a very handy format because you can also use store that, for example, in JavaScript applications and so on. So we talked about scope a bit. At least you've seen the scope. So that is a OAuth feature where you say, I don't want to have access on everything. I try to only ask for a specific scope. For example, in this case, the application only asks for the email address and profile information from my GitHub account and not write access to or repositories or things like that. So that is what the scope is all about. And then there's a nice feature in OpenID Connect, which is the OpenID Connect discovery endpoint. So there are a lot of things you would have to configure in OpenID Connect, different URLs and configuration parameters. For example, you need to find the public keys in order to verify signatures. You need to find the authorization endpoint for OAuth and so on. And instead of putting that all into your configuration manually, there's a discovery endpoint usually provided by the identity provider. And there you get all the information in a nice table. So I created a plugin, a library for Flow. And of course, that works with Neos as well. And that has a little CLI command, OIDC discover. And then you can show all the discovery information provided by that endpoint. Right. So then finally, we have something important to mention, that is the bearer access token. So imagine you want to authenticate and authorize. You have seen that these different parts. Now the identity provider will do that for you and then give you not the username and password of the GitHub account, for example, but an access token, which expires after some time and can be used only for the specific scope, right? And if you want to communicate, for example, with an API which is protected by OpenID Connect, then you usually send an authorization header with a bearer access token, and that is just some JSON again with the access token provided by your identity provider. Okay, so there are two different ways of authentication with OpenID Connect, which I want to mention in this talk. Actually, this whole topic about OIDC is much larger than would fit into this specific talk, because I also want to show how to really integrate that with your Flow or Neos application. And even that I won't manage to show all. So I need to restrict myself a bit. Let's start with authentication web users. So not machines, but people, right? Humans. They do have a browser, which is a nice thing, but also a problem because you cannot pass around secrets which are not intended for the user. You need to do that behind the user's back, right? You cannot just give that information to the browser and ask the browser to communicate with the identity provider. So that's why this whole way of authentication is a bit more complicated than authentication between machines, because you usually can trust them. And at this point, I only have demo for this part. You cannot ask me to slow down, and I don't know if you can read the font in the last row, but that's how we have to do it right now. So at least you can pause the video and go back if it's too confusing, or if I do have too many mistakes. But what I want to do is show you with the Neos demo website how this all can be integrated. So let me just start a virtual machine and then go into that. Right. Good. So this is a plain Neos. Let me do that in a different browser window. So this is just a plain Neos demo website. I did not change anything there yet. So I can go to the login screen and log in and this and so on, right? Except there is no user yet. So, well, it is the Neos demo site, but I already installed the OpenID Connect plugin. Is it here somewhere? Yeah. So it's the Flow Native OpenID Connect client. That's all I added here. Okay, so now I need some settings which I prepared somewhere. So you need right. So let's create some settings. Okay, and if that isn't obvious, just a little bit of warning, don't use this in production exactly like I do. So I'll take a few shortcuts and you'll see that there might be a few things missing. But in general, it does work. And this plugin is actually used in production, of course. So take a look at this step by step, right? So first thing is, the first block is about OpenID Connect, the client. That you can have multiple services. In this case, I define one service called NeosCon. So actually you can use different identity providers with endpoints and so on for different parts of your same application. And all I configured here right now is the discovery URI. Let's see if that already works. Discover NeosCon. There it is. Is there? No. Okay. So this is, yeah, working because you don't need any authentication for it. It will just ask that URL for this information and gets it back as a JSON string. Now, I need some identity provider, and one easy way to do that is to use a software as a service. So in this case, I use something called Auth0, but I'm not affiliated with them, I'm just a customer. But you can use something else as well. There are free provided identity providers, OpenID Connect providers, a few of them at least. You can run your own server like Glue, for example, which is an open source implementation, but it's quite a daunting task to get that not only running, but also keep that safe. So let's take a shortcut here and not worry about the identity provider, okay? Now, a few more terms here, APIs and applications. It's sometimes a bit mind-boggling to remember. So which role am I right now? Like, am I the client or a server, or am I, you know, a consumer of something, or am I granting something? So in this case here, Neos, what we want to achieve is that Neos, when you log in, that you're redirected to the identity provider, authenticate yourself, and get back to Neos, and then you're authenticated as a specific Neos user. So in this case, Neos is the API, yeah, because that is actually the backend, which is protected. You protect an API. And it's also the application, because the user interface is actually the application using the backend. So if that is a bit confusing to you, you'll see how that works in a second. So first thing we need to do is create a new API. And I just call that OIDC demo. And the identifier here doesn't say anything in specifics. You could just type any string, but it's good convention to use the URL of the application providing the API. So let's create that. Okay, here we go. Now we have a few settings here, which we'll get to in a second. And this API now needs to be used by applications. And we have automatically one application which was created. And that is this OIDC demo application. And for the application, you have a client ID and a client secret. So what does that mean, client ID and client secret? First of all, I'll copy that here from here to there, because, I mean, this is client secret and client ID, and of course, and it's called like this here as well, so just put it in there. So we'll go through the whole authentication process in a second, but in general, the client ID and client secret are long-lived credentials which need to be kept secret, which are for your application here, for this Neos instance. And this is they are needed to so that the application can authenticate itself against the identity provider, and then ultimately get some authorization code and access code in return. So this is the client ID and secret of this application here. Okay. Now let's do that a bit like through trial and error and see what happens when we run this. So the second part here is the Neos flow configuration. So let's take the security part here first. First of all, you might know about authentication providers. So when I mean authentication provider, when I say authentication provider, I mean Flow authentication provider. That is a concept in the security framework of Flow. So you have a username password-based authentication provider. You have an API key based authentication provider. And the OpenID Connect client package here provides a new authentication provider called the OpenID Connect provider. You can have multiple authentication providers in your Flow application or in your Neos application, and they can be responsible for different parts of your application. So for example, one could be managing users for the front end and protect the front end or part of the front end of your website, and a different authentication provider could protect the backend. Now, in this case, we want to protect the backend with the OpenID Connect provider, and instead of creating a new one, I actually reuse the Neos backend authentication provider configuration here, because it contains request patterns and so on, which I don't want to repeat at this point, okay? But it can perfectly be done that there are multiple authentication providers in parallel. It's just a bit more work, and you need to be aware of the steps you're taking. So this is the configuration. I override the label, so we know it's OIDC. I specify the class implementing this provider, so it's the OpenID Connect provider class here. And when someone authenticates with this provider, I can automatically grant certain Neos user roles to that account. And this is what I do here. So whenever you authenticate with this provider here, I grant you the administrator role. There are also different ways to configure this. I don't go into that into depth really, but what you could do, for example, is taking so-called claims from the identity token and use that for roles in Neos here. So that means your identity provider can control which roles you have in Neos. Then there's a token you need, which must match the provider. So we have the OpenID Connect token. Don't mix that up with the identity token or some other token from OpenID Connect. This is a flow-specific term, right? So this is just an implementation there. And then for the request patterns, actually, I can leave that out. Then we have the entry point. Entry point is that implementation which Flow uses if you're not authenticated and you need to authenticate. What should I do? Like redirect or try something else? And this is an entry point, and the OpenID Connect entry point knows how to redirect you to the login page of the identity provider, for example. And there are a few options you can set. For example, when you log in, when you authenticate yourself with that provider, what scopes do you want, right? These scopes here are not the GitHub scopes, for example, but they are scopes defined at your identity provider. In this case, auth0, right? Okay, so this is all the configuration we need. There's something here about the JWT cookie, which we come to in a second. So what I expect now, what should happen is that when I try to access a protected backend URL, that I get redirected to the identity provider, because I have overridden the built-in Neos backend provider, and I want to use this OpenID Connect provider, so I should be redirected to the identity provider's login screen. Let's see what happens. Okay, so I end up at the identity provider here, and there is an error, and that is I did not specify the return URL in some list here in the OAuth0 configuration. Let's go to the APIs and the OIDC demo. No, not the API, the application, of course. Right. So the allowed callback URLs. Now, what happens there actually? So this might be a good time to look at what actually happens. So when I access one protected page in Neos, then the authentication provider in Neos will detect that there is no logged in user, there is no authenticated account, and will check the configuration and then find the web entry, the entry point defined by OIDC, and redirects you to the identity provider. This redirect contains some additional parameters which tells the identity provider where to redirect back to when authentication was successful. So that is the callback URL in this case. And you see what I pasted in here is a URL with the domain here, of course, and then OAuth2 OIDC neoscon finish authorization. So why OAuth2? This is OpenID Connect, isn't it? So OpenID Connect is using OAuth now to get hold of an access token. And the way to do that, the so-called flow to do that, which you can see here in the advanced settings, is called the authorization code grant. So as I mentioned in the beginning, there are different ways to authenticate. And for example, for users, for humans using a browser, for web applications, you have the authorization code grant. And for machine to machine, for example, you use client credentials. Okay. And for JavaScript applications, you might use implicit grants, but they are not as secure as the others. So how does authorization code grants actually work? So your application redirects to the identity provider, and the identity provider authenticates the user and then redirects back to your application. So far, so good. But while redirecting to your application, in the URL, there is not the final access token, which you can later use for authentication with your web service and so on. But there is one step in between, and that is the identity provider puts an authorization code into the URL, pointing back to your application, which can be exchanged to a access token. But you need the client ID and client secret in order to do that exchange. So this is one extra step to make it more secure. And this is what you see here in the callback URL. So it points to OAuth0, OAuth2, and finish authorization, which is basically just a controller action provided by an OAuth plugin in Flow. Okay, so when that is called in Flow, behind the scenes, not through the browser, but directly through a call request from the application on the server side and to the identity provider, that authorization code is used and changed into an access code. And that access code is then stored locally and then, for example, sent to the browser as part of a cookie. Okay, and then the user interface, for example, the JavaScript application can use that access token to authenticate directly with your Neos application. So the backend, for example. That's a lot of theory. Let's see if that works when I save it, actually. So let's try again. And right. So you see here in the URL, there's also some state variable mentioned, and that is kind of like a reference code which can be which is used by Flow to track back what kind, which authentication this was. So when the URL, when the request comes back in to finish authorization, it can look up for which user that was originally intended and so on. Okay, so let's sign up here with a completely new user. Let's give it a fancy password, neoscon 1, 2, 3. So now I'm redirected back and I still end up in the login screen. And that is because the user, the newly generated user provided by the identity provider, does not exist in the Neos application, right? You might implement something which like on the fly creates that user, but this is not the case yet because this plugin is not directly tailored for Neos yet, to be honest. So it's just a more general purpose OIDC implementation for Flow. So let's take a look at here at the users management. You see there's a new user which has been created. Let's go to the details. And here you see the user ID. This user ID is communicated to Neos through the identity token. And we need to create a user with that username for this to work. The password can be anything because it's not used, but be careful without further configuration. So if I just type password here, imagine the OIDC authentication would not work, then you would be able to log in with that username and this simple password using the regular username password provider. So you need a different way to solve this. Okay, so that user exists now. And now let's try again. I just call this protected URL here. Get redirected to the identity provider, and then I'm logged in. Okay, so let's try again. I closed that window, which was a private window here. Try again. Neos. I have a different private window open. Again. Now I'm redirected to here. Log in. Neos con 1, 2, 3. And now I'm logged in to Neos. Now let's try something else. So let's say I sign up with GitHub. Use some security key here. So, and now you have the OAuth part here, which grants permissions for a specific scope requested. Let's do that. So now I'm here again because that new user does not exist. Because in this case, there was a second user created. There are ways to configure that so users are merged automatically with the same email address, but in this case we have a separate user which does not exist in Neos, and let's take that user ID and create a user as well. And try again. Sign in with GitHub. Funnily, you need to do that twice. And then you're logged in as Robert Octocat. Okay, I guess that's already like what I could show in this talk here. There's much more to tell about authentication for applications, which is a bit simpler, but requires different kinds of code on the server side. And what I didn't cover as well was how you actually use the identity token programmatically, how you automatically assign roles from the identity token, and much more. But I hope you got some overview of what OpenID actually can do, and how actually, if you leave all the talking out, how easy it can be configured also for Neos backend. So if you have any feedback, or actually it would be really nice if anyone would just write me an email or reach me on Twitter, so I know someone actually watched this talk, because I don't know if anyone does. Any feedback or questions are welcome, or if I can help you with OpenID Connect as well. So I hope you enjoyed it, and now enjoy the other talks in this conference.
Hi. We have him here. The glitter throwing, the confetti throwing. Robert Lemke is here to answer all of our questions. And there is his award.
And
You're in matching
in
colors.
that short time, I could even switch my dress here.
You changed to match
again?
me?
Yeah. Yeah, right.
Robert, I see your not so subtly placed award. It makes its way.
There's no award. It's
What?
just a
Award?
logo.
Good to see you. Robert, I've prepared a few questions, mostly from the chat. I have sorted them in rising level of difficulty. First questions first. What's the name of your headset?
Günther.
We saw your answer on Slack and we really liked it. So thank you to Günther too for providing excellent sound quality.
Yeah.
Next, we have another question from the chat, where I think Shimon from yesterday wanted to know if you've used external identity providers like Identity Server from WSO2 before.
Yeah. So there are, different identity providers. So some which allow you to manage your own users. For example, imagine you have a company and want to set up a user for everyone there. And then you need your own identity provider or some service which provides that to you. And there are different open source projects, for example, providing such a software which you can install and run, like Glue, for example. And then there are other identity providers which you might know, like GitHub or Google or Facebook or whatever, which you can also use as a identity provider, but then you're not able to manage your own users.
So while I'm strictly a front-end kind of developer, I have heard of GitHub before, thank you.
That's great. Yeah.
And then there's a question that that has been boggling us all. Why does it have to be so difficult? I saw Rens in the big blue button blurby Burton chat commenting that it's like the next mail server. Just remind yourself not to do it again. Why does it have to be so difficult? And maybe as a second add-on question, is there a way, or do you see in the future a way of making it easier? Because really all I want is my users to be able to sign in.
Yeah, so there are still ways, easy ways to do authentication, of course. And so the old mechanisms which existed for many years still make sense. For example, if you just have a Neos installation and want users to be able to log in, you don't need such a thing. But if you want to centralize user management, for example, in a company, and use different services with it, so you can log into Neos, but also log into your ticket system and so on. Or if you want to improve security of microservices, that was one thing I explained in the talk, where you would say, okay, I'm logged into some management user interface and click a button. And then I need to pass on that command to some microservice, and that might put it to some other microservice. And how can that last microservice know that this is a legitimate thing you want to do? And this is where you need these kinds of mechanisms. And using them is already complex, but not impossible. But setting up the server side of it, like the identity provider, is another task, and yeah, which I avoid.
And will it be easier one day, maybe?
No, I think it will be even more complex. So, because you might use as a front ender that there might be something like a session cookie, right? But that's old-fashioned. I also had to learn. For example, you cannot just put that JWT in a cookie. I mean, you can, but that is not considered to be secure enough. You want to use service workers for that. And
we've heard
then
plenty
talk
about
with
those.
Dimitri about what a hassle that is.
Okay, and I just the headquarters are giving me another question straight from Slack. Niklas Droste wants to know if it's possible to register the user on first login.
Yes, absolutely. So you can configure, and depending on your identity provider, you can do that like behind the scenes. And that sign up, for example, you might require someone to verify her email address before you actually can do something important. But you can also just allow people to start looking around in your user interface. And then only when you do something important, then you look up if that user has verified her email address or not. Things like that, yeah.
Very cool. One last very important question. How do you feel about biodegradable glitter thrown at you at the next possible...
I haven't seen such a thing, but glitter is made from some minerals, or which is called glitter, I think. So it's like natural already. So, but it's also very expensive. I think you put it into lipsticks and so. Glitter.
Or lipstick, I wouldn't know.
Yeah, me neither. Not today.
But
Okay.
I think that was an approval for the next NEOS conference.
Yeah, definitely. There will definitely be, I mean, now the whole community knows to bring...
And the good thing about being up there is that it's quite hot, especially back then when there were no LED lights. You can imagine.
Yeah, I'm really glad that these don't warm me up in addition to blinding me. Toby, do you have another question?
Not for Robert at this point, no. Thank you very much, Robert, for taking the time again and answering our questions. Thank you very much for your talk today. And yeah, talk to you soon. Bye-bye, Robert.
Bye.
Bye.
So, an extra reminder before we have our last talk before lunch. If you're interested in finding out some more details about the technical setup we're using, come back a little early from lunch at 1:15 and join the big blue button. There's a new link, neoscon.io/2020-questions, where we don't have the video lag or the audio lag. Right, so you can ask questions live while Sebastian is going around our setup here and explaining the different items we use. That will be an opportunity for you. Now going to the next talk, which is the last talk before our lunch break. The next talk is from Peter Kröner, and he lives in Kiel, is a trainer for front-end technologies anywhere on Earth. That's what he said about himself, which I found so funny, I had to include it in his introduction. In his talk, he will speak about the thing that differentiates dynamic and static programming languages, which he thinks gets way too little attention. So, enjoy Peter's talk, TypeScript versus JavaScript versus your brain.
Hello and welcome to my talk about TypeScript, JavaScript and your brain. Hi, I'm Peter. I'm a trainer for front-end web technologies. Whenever there's no pandemic going on, I'm usually traveling all around the continent to teach people about the latest in browser APIs. This includes HTML5, JavaScript and also TypeScript sometimes. There's a bunch of blue stuff on the screen right now. This is where you can follow me online. There's a blog you can read, there's tweets you can follow. I'm on a podcast called Working Draft, that's mostly in German, but we do English episodes sometimes. And you should also check out my side project, Warhol. Warhol is a tool for automated design testing right inside your browser. If automated design testing in your browser with a browser extension sounds interesting, check it out because we are going to launch in just a few weeks. But today's topic is TypeScript. What's TypeScript? Well, according to Wikipedia, TypeScript is an open source programming language developed by Microsoft that's a strict syntactical superset of JavaScript and that adds optional static typing to the language. Well, what's all that about? Let's look at a practical example. This is a simple function that takes RGB values as its input and returns RGB values as its output. It inverts colors. It turns white into black, black into white, and so on. This is a JavaScript function, but it's also a TypeScript function. TypeScript is just like JavaScript, but with a few extras. In JavaScript, we can write the function just like this. In TypeScript, we can do so as well. But in TypeScript, we can also add additional information. This additional information usually takes the shape of type annotations, where we definitely define how the types in our program should look like. Invert, in this case, probably wants to work with numbers, but nothing in this program says that it can only work with numbers. But once we define an RGB data type, basically say that any RGB value must consist of 3 numbers, we can add type annotations to our function. This tells the program that invert must always get an RGB value as its input and that it must also always return an RGB value as its output. And that's the only way this program is valid. If we then call this function and provide some input, the TypeScript compiler that takes TypeScript and turns it back into JavaScript can verify that the program makes sense. And indeed, in this case, it does make sense. Invert in the last line gets 3 numbers as its input, and we expect an output of 3 numbers, which is also provided by the function. If our program doesn't make sense, if for example we replace the last number with null, which is not a number, so this program doesn't work, TypeScript will not turn this into JavaScript, but will instead complain with an error message. So TypeScript, once we've written a program that's valid, that works, that satisfies all of our types constraints, turns this back into JavaScript and we can actually run this in our browser. The debate about TypeScript and JavaScript usually looks like this. There's the fans of JavaScript that say dynamic typing, like in JavaScript, where you don't have to deal with type annotations, is easier to develop, maybe you're faster. And static typing might lead to more correct programs, but it takes a lot more effort. And I don't know if this is true, and I don't know if it is true, how important this distinction is. I'm more interested in another question, mainly, what does TypeScript do to your thinking? And based on this, we can talk about whether you should care about TypeScript or not. But I'm not really interested in quantifying the advantages or disadvantages of TypeScript. I'm more interested in what it does to our brain. And this may be an interesting question even if you already are a die-hard TypeScript fan, because it recontextualizes your use of TypeScript. Maybe. So, what do I mean by do to your thinking when we are talking about programming languages? Let's take a look at some JavaScript to set up my argument. This is just a bunch of numbers. Let's say we want to create a sum of all the even numbers in this array. There's 2 ways to go about this. The first is the imperative programming approach. We basically create a new sum variable, called sum in this example, and then iterate over the array, and for each even value, we add this value to the sum. This is imperative programming. We create some data, like the sum, and then we just mess with the program, mess with the data until we are done, until the desired end state has been reached. But there's also another approach, the functional approach. Functional programming, well, it deals with functions, but the most important bit is how we treat data. In this case, new data comes from old data. We describe functions that transform our old data, our inputs, our numbers, into a new data, in this case our sum. We do this by first filtering out all the non-even values and then taking the remaining values and then summing them up. There's no data that's being manipulated here. We just describe how we get from one bit of data to the next bit of data to the final bit of data. And this is how functional programming works. Both of these approaches work in JavaScript to some extent. And you might have come across the problem with that when you've dealt with asynchronous code. In the olden days, back before we had promises, we had to work with callbacks whenever we had to do an asynchronous operation. A function like do stuff might take a long while, but we can't do stuff that takes a long while on JavaScript's main thread. We have to be asynchronous. And this means passing functions into other functions like do stuff here. This callback will get called with a result or an error depending on the outcome when do stuff has done its, well, stuff. And this is quite a mess. It leads to spaghetti code and it also mixes the paradigms. We have bits of functional programming here where we pass functions into other functions, but inside our callback we do basically whatever. We use imperative programming language constructs like if and else. This changed once we got to promises. JavaScript got promises a few years ago, and this turns the way we work with asynchronous code into something that's basically pure functional programming. In this case, we call do stuff and then don't have one huge callback function that handles the errors and the side effects, but we chain operations and define transformations over data. How do we process the result? Well, we shove it into this function. How do we process an error? Well, we shove it into this other function. This is a fundamentally different approach how you handle data. And even promises are out today because we have async functions. We have this await keyword that we can use in async functions to basically get rid of functions altogether. There's no callback involved and there's no promises anymore. It just looks like regular code, like imperative code. So we had callbacks back in the olden days, then came promises, then came async functions. These are just features, but what do they do to our thinking? How do they influence the way we write code? Well, an async function, according to MDN, is a function that leads to a cleaner style. This is at least what people say. But what actually is a cleaner style? Cleaner style is a value judgment. This doesn't really describe anything. It describes how we feel about using async functions. And I believe it comes down to having one paradigm and not being forced to do constant context switching. If we have our callback functions, there's no particular style enforced. Sometimes we have to write callback functions and shove functions into other functions, kind of like functional programming, but not really, because in the callbacks themselves, there's imperative programming all around. Then there were promises, which is sort of an opt-in to nice and clean functional programming as far as that's possible with JavaScript, which is not very possible, because JavaScript, while functional programming isn't strictly speaking impossible, JavaScript is not really meant for functional programming. The important bit to remember here is that there's no way out of callbacks really, because asynchronous code in JavaScript has to be processed off the main thread. We need some way to schedule operations, and this usually means dealing with functions, except when we have async await. Because with async await, with the await keyword right here, there's no function involved and we can use pure imperative programming. We don't have to context switch between imperative programming, which is what JavaScript is good at, if, else, for loops, try, catch, and so on, and functional programming, which is not really JavaScript's strong suit, but is something that we have to deal with regularly when we do asynchronous code, except when we have async await. Async await feels so liberating because you don't have to switch between two different ways of programming constantly. You can just stay inside your imperative world, which is where JavaScript is best used for. So this is what async await really does. It makes pure imperative programs possible, and this is what this eliminates a whole bunch of mental overhead. This is what it does to your brain. It feels liberating because it is liberating. You don't have to deal with functional programming and with callbacks anymore. And you don't need to be aware that this is what is happening. You don't even need to know that functional programming even is a thing to reap the benefits. It just feels much simpler now because it eliminated a whole class of problems, a whole bunch of mental overhead from your day-to-day programming. And TypeScript can do something similar. So let's talk about our invert function again. What can this JavaScript function do? Well, it can invert colors, probably, obviously. But this is something that we just know because we have written the function, or maybe we've read the function. It's called invert. It takes something called R and G and B. Sounds like it's meant to invert RGB colors, but how do we know? How can we know that this actually does work? Well, in JavaScript, you would usually just write a bunch of tests. So we would expect black to be turned into white, we would expect white to be turned into black, and then we maybe add a few more tests, and maybe even more and more tests, depending on how paranoid you are. But if you write JavaScript and if you write tests, there's going to be somewhere in your test writing the point where you say, this is enough, this should do, I'm certain that this function now works as expected. Let's say we place this cutoff here right at the third test. In this case, we have 3 examples in our test that we've confirmed to work. 3 colors that are being transformed like we intended them to be. But this being JavaScript, there's in our code not actually a way to enforce that the values RGB are actually numbers. So this is another case that might conceivably happen. We might pass in a string instead of a number, and this may work, may not work. I think in our code invert as written, this actually works. The string 2 is treated as the number 2. But what about this? Should this work? If my JavaScript type knowledge isn't wrong, this should probably still work, but this will probably break in some awful way. But this isn't really broken because we haven't really defined that this is not anticipated usage of the invert function. This is more or less undefined or unconfirmed behavior. It's not wrong, it's just something that we haven't thought about. The problem with dynamic typing is that we can write all the tests we want all day long. There's going to be some point in our development process where we say, this is enough. I'm convinced that my function works as expected. So from 3 or maybe more examples, we infer that there's a whole bunch of values for which our function works. And everything outside is simply unverified, undefined. We don't care about it. And we cannot care about it because the possibilities are endless. There's got to be some point where you stop writing tests. There's going to be permutations of RGB inputs that you just don't consider because it would be totally exhausting to do so. It's necessary that there's unverified spaces in your program, that there's inputs that you haven't considered. And this is not to say that all the inputs are wrong, maybe they are not, but there's nothing in your program that says anything about the unverified space. But if we are really honest with ourselves, even the OK space in the middle isn't really verified. Tests are just examples, and we infer that there's an OK region in our program from this, but there's not really any basis for this. So, in essence, our program consists of a whole bunch of undefined behavior, and we have 3 examples that convince us that the function works as intended. This is always the case in dynamic languages. Programming in dynamic languages requires some leaps of faith, because at some point you are going to stop writing tests. You cannot write tests till all eternity. Now, how is TypeScript different? It is different, but it's probably not different in the same way. But it's probably not in the way that you expect it to be different. So, let's go to our TypeScript function. Let's say our invert function RGB has its type annotations and has now a much more narrow defined space of inputs that can actually go into this function. This function is meant to convert RGB colors again. And how do we know that this works? Well, again, we can write some tests, but we can also say, well, it has been defined to work. We have defined what a valid RGB input is, 3 numbers, and the function has been defined to only take RGB inputs and produce RGB outputs. So anything else is simply not a program, because if we, for example, try to shove null into invert, the TypeScript compiler will simply not produce a JavaScript program that we can run. So there's no way to define a program, to build a program that violates our type expectations. So our program has been defined to work, even if we recycle our tests from before that confirm these 3 particular cases. We can be sure that everything we've talked about afterwards is simply out of scope. This is impossible. There can be no program that looks like this, because the types don't allow this program to be compiled by the TypeScript compiler. So this is gone. This is no longer our problem. But there's other values that might conform to our types, but that may still be a problem. How about this? Well, probably the RGB values can be at most 255. So 500 is a valid number, but this is somewhat out of scope. This is not defined as well. How about this? Negative numbers. This is not defined. And not a number in JavaScript is actually of the type number, so this again is a valid program in the sense that not a number in JavaScript counts as a number, but still is something that we haven't considered. So if we go back to our circles, to the examples with the tests and the unverified space in the dynamic language, adding types to the language eliminates parts of the problem. And the problem that's being eliminated is that the unverified space becomes impossible. It's no longer unverified, but it's impossible. Programs cannot happen inside this impossible space. But what we also need to consider is that the OK space here is still just based on our assumption that our few examples lead us to believe that this will be okay according to our type system. But as we've seen, there's inputs that do confirm to our types, because the type categories are not as fine-grained as we'd probably like them to have. So again, this OK space is a lie. It's an illusion. The OK space is also unverified. The only verified properties of our programs are those where we have concrete examples, the tests. So if we compare the dynamic language to the static language, then the only thing that really changes is that a large space of the possible inputs that were unverified in the dynamic language are impossible in the static language. So they are not part of the problem that we have to deal with. But there's still the unverified space in the center, and that's the same for the dynamic language and for the static language. It's probably a bigger space in the dynamic language in the sense that we can pass in nulls and so on into the RGB array, and this will probably work or not work or fail or explode in some way. But in the static language, variations on this are still possible. I can pass in numbers that are not conforming to my expectations, that are too large, too small, not a number, infinity, what have you. So what this basically brings to the table is that what a static type system does for you is it allows you to ignore more of the cases that you did not think about in the first place. This is what it really does. Does it make your code more correct? Well, maybe sometimes. Does it eliminate a whole bunch of problems, provide better tooling? Yeah, probably. But what it really does, it reduces the amount of undefined in your program. It doesn't eliminate it. Remember, there's still this large hole in the middle of your program. In any case, no matter if you are writing in a dynamic language or in a static language like TypeScript, the unverified space in the middle is always there, but there's this whole outer ring that you don't have to care about anymore. And probably in most cases, you aren't even aware of the outer region, or at least not consciously aware. A static language like TypeScript eliminates this outer region and so again reduces your mental overhead. And this is why programming in a static type language, if you're comfortable with that, feels a little bit liberating, feels easier, because there's a whole class of problem that you cannot have. But it's important to remember that there's still no silver bullet. There are still undefined regions in your program, and they may be larger than you think. So a type system doesn't eliminate all the errors, it just removes all of the problems that you probably didn't even think about. And of those that you think about, many are still there. You do not need, again, to be aware of this to reap the benefits. If it just feels a little better, well, that's a win anyway. But this is really what a typed language does to your thinking, at least in my mind. So, what can we take from this? Is this useful? Is having this mental overhead that we probably weren't even aware of in the first place, is removing this really helpful? I would say so, because any reduction in mental overhead is worth considering. Today's programs in front-end and back-end with JavaScript and Node.js are so fiendishly complicated that any reduction of complexity is something worth considering in my mind. And there's also the fact that there's other benefits to static languages, like better tooling, that may also nudge you towards TypeScript. Are there downsides to TypeScript and other statically typed languages? Oh boy, definitely. You have additional build steps. You need to work with the TypeScript compilers. There's dependencies. Newer versions of TypeScript can break. Maybe you have to install third-party type definitions, and there's a bunch of type system rabbit holes that you can fall into. If you are like me and you really want to make sure that your program is as well defined as possible, well, there's many an afternoon that you can waste just simply working with a type system, defining types, making sure everything is covered, and then suddenly the working day is over. And this is not really that useful when it comes to the bottom line. Is TypeScript the future? Should I care about TypeScript in the future or in the near future? I think so. For the moment, it looks like TypeScript is eating the world. But tastes are bound to change yet again in my mind. There have been compiled to JavaScript languages before, if you think about stuff like CoffeeScript, and there are going to be new ones, especially with WebAssembly. So if you write TypeScript, it's probably not going to be code for eternity, in contrast to JavaScript, which will run in any old browser till the end of the universe. But again, for the foreseeable future, TypeScript is something that people are going to use because there's upside, even though there's also downsides. But the important bit is really to understand the downsides. I think the downsides, build steps, dependencies, the type system rabbit holes, this is something that every programmer can in some way relate to. And the upside is also important to consider, because what a statically typed language, apart from all the tooling, really does for you is to reduce your mental overhead. It makes the leap of faith that you have to do a little bit smaller. It doesn't eliminate the leap of faith, mind you. The only bits in your program where you can be sure that they work as intended are those bits that are confirmed by proper testing. And the type system can simply make a bunch of inputs impossible. There's always a leap of faith involved when you say this program is done. The only question is, how big do you want your personal leap of faith to be? Thank you for your time. Read my blog, write emails, and follow me on Twitter. And I'm happy to receive your questions now. Thank you.
Hi, we're back. And we are also not alone. Peter, are you here with us? Yay! Oh, I'm gonna. Oh, okay. Hi.
Now it works.
So, Robert already just posted on the chat that as a JavaScript newbie, he will have to rewatch your talk on halftime because it was interesting but fast.
Yeah, but that's normal, and this doesn't really have anything to do with him being a newbie. This has to do with me talking really fast. That's just how it is.
I get that a lot too. So, straight from your talk, what rabbit holes?
Type system rabbit hole?
What is a type system rabbit hole, and where can I get one?
I don't think you want to have type system rabbit hole. How do I say this without going too much into detail?
Go into detail.
TypeScript's type system is very dynamic in a sense. And you can write down types like I did in my example with the simple RGB type, but you can also create new types from existing types. Basically define a bit of base truth and then derive all your concrete types from that by doing a lot of transformation and mucking around with types. And this, just with any abstraction in software, can lead you into directions where you, once you're in there, figure out that you really didn't want to be there in the first place. That's the type system rabbit hole.
Okay. I have a question coming in from the headquarters that I want to ask before I follow up with my next question. So, Typefister, the question is, do you expect JavaScript to implement most, if not all, TypeScript features in the long run?
I expect JavaScript to implement exactly 0 of TypeScript's features in the long run. Well, there's a bunch of reasons for this. First of all, that simply the goal that TypeScript has is a completely different goal from JavaScript. And TypeScript is a strict syntactical superset of JavaScript, but not every JavaScript program is a valid TypeScript program. And every browser has to support every bit of JavaScript that has ever been written from the start of time until today. And if browsers were to implement TypeScript features in JavaScript today, they would break existing code, and this will never happen. Also, there's really no need to implement this in JavaScript because we already have the features we want in TypeScript. So if you need types, if you need all the fancy features, just use TypeScript and compile it down to JavaScript. Everybody wins.
Yeah, I just have a comment coming in that this is the highest information density interview ever.
Wow.
But I have another question. So do you expect to ever have, do you expect to see not a number ever being not a number?
No, not a number is a number, and this is perfectly fine and totally reasonable if you read the specifications. So
okay,
that's not really useful, not a number being a number, but it's it makes sense in many different ways, just not in the most intuitive sense if you're not a programmer, but that's true for most of programming's terms and features.
Can we petition for a name change then? Like really not a number or something like that?
Probably. I mean, I always see it like this. Not a number is a number just like infinity is a number in JavaScript. Both are numbers in the technical sense, but both are not useful at all. So not a number is basically just a third kind of infinity. We have positive infinity, negative infinity, and not a number. All three are just broken numbers, broken in different ways.
I really hope that you can hear the backstage laughing. Okay, turning away from jokes about numbers and not numbers, you're a trainer, right?
Right.
And now we've gone through a time where especially one-on-one training would have been very difficult. How has COVID-19 affected you? Have you turned to virtual trainings?
I haven't really. Right now, I'm basically draining my bank account over time, and I'm totally not in any situation where this is a problem in this year. And I also do stuff on the side. I write articles and stuff. But virtual trainings are a different beast, and I haven't yet figured out for me how this is how this could work. And also, the companies that I would do these trainings for. They are also affected by COVID-19, and they either have way too much to do because they do, I don't know, video conferencing or something, or they are part of the rest of the economy and they have other problems on their hands right now. So it's basically just, there's not much going on apart from a few conferences like this one.
I have made very good experiences with Big Blue Button, except for the name. Could try that.
I was more talking about not the technical solution. How can I do this whole video chat thing? Because as you said, this is a soft problem, and there's other software as well. But it's more the whole way I built up my how it works. We talked about information density and me talking really fast. This works kind of if we are all in the same room together, but over remote this gets probably really just tiresome. And I don't get the feedback that I need for my numerous digressions that I usually have in my slides and in my workshops. So I don't think this really works for me, but this is more down to how I do workshops and talks, and not so much a technical problem. So I just rather wait out this whole pandemic thing and then go on like before, maybe.
Okay. And then you were there for NeosCon last year, right?
I was, yes.
How did you like that?
I think the right word is I was really impressed. I was impressed with this being a rather, you are mostly a small community compared to others, and the conference is rather small compared to others. But size isn't everything, and the sheer quality and the effort that obviously went into this conference, I was really impressed by, and I've seen a lot of conferences in my time.
Nice. And then during your talk, we had lively discussions going on here, wondering if you are a trainer, as you claim you are. How do you, like, you're so on top of very modern technology. Do you work do you program on the side? Are you actively involved in developing or maintaining projects? Is that a thing that's still going on for you on the side?
In a very small sense, yes, but not really all that much. I mean, it always looks like I know everything, but this is just because I pick the topics, really.
Clever.
And there's a whole lot of stuff that you have to concern yourself with if you work on real projects, mainly your customers' concerns, for example, so supporting old browsers, which is 2 bits of information that I really know nothing about. If anything breaks in Internet Explorer today and I have to fix it, I probably won't be able to because I haven't done anything like this in 10 years.
I just cry.
No, I write. Yeah.
I just cry a lot.
I'm back in the day when I did do projects, I always just went for a run whenever something broke in Internet Explorer. That helped too. No, I write my own software.
Marathons
and
yet?
I have. No, my knees are too broken for this kind of challenge. No. But I do write my own software. The slides, the code animations that you saw on the slides, this is all my own in-house software. It's not the greatest because it's in-house software and did never have to answer to any colleagues or quality control or customer wishes or anything. And there's also Warhol, which I think was in the slides after my introduction, where we do design testing in the browser. We are going to launch in a few weeks, so check this out if you want to. And this is something like diving into browsers and fixing bugs and trying to figure out why is this red and not blue like it's supposed to be. So stuff like this. It's not really customer oriented. It's not an everyday regular project because it's still extremely specific and extremely close to browser APIs themselves. But this is how I stay on top of things. I write my own stuff basically.
Very cool. Peter, thank you so much for this very high density interview.
Thank you for having me.
It was a pleasure.
Hope to see you again next year.
You definitely will.
Awesome. I'm already looking forward to it.
Me too.
Thank you very much, Peter.
Bye.
Bye-bye. So, that was our final talk before our well-deserved lunch break. As a heads up for everybody watching now on the live stream, we did update the schedule for the afternoon to reflect the talk times that we got from the speakers. So have a look at neoscon.io to make sure you tune in. Well, of course, you're watching all the time anyways, because it's such a cool live stream. But if you're at a meeting or something, check the schedule again to make sure you're on time for your favorite call. And we will resume the live stream, as I said, in about 25 minutes. Will be a quick lunch for us. 1:15, we will resume with the behind the scenes. And if you have any questions about the technical setup, there is a big blue button room
Blurp,
setup.
burp, burp,
Burp, burp, burp. Go to the URL you can see on the screen right now, neoscon.io/2020-questions to ask any questions about the technical setup. It's been a pleasure to host the first half of Neos Conference Online Day 2. Thank you. And we're looking forward to see you again in the afternoon. Remember to send us pictures of you watching the stream. We had dog content this morning.
I don't think I've seen any actual people yet. I demand faces.
Robert did a selfie. Send us a selfie of you watching the stream, please do, and share them with the hashtag NeosCon. All right, I think this should conclude the first half of the day. Thank you very much for tuning in. Enjoy your lunch break, and we will see you again in 25 minutes.
PHP. How do you feel? Just one more advice.
Oh,
Hello and welcome back from our lunch break.
It was a quick one.
You're watching Neos Conference Online Day 2, second half. We're down to the last hours of this year's Neos Conference. It's been great so far. The morning was packed, and before we resume our talks in the afternoon, we have a session for the behind the scenes. So Sebastian will walk us through the technical setup.
Welcome from my side as well, once again. I'll again walk you through the setup and try to highlight some specific parts. Very important, in case you want to ask your questions live, please join the big blue button, neoscon.io/2020 questions, and I should be able to hear you. So is anybody in the room, by the way? Test.
Yes.
Ah, somebody here, nice. So it's Robert. Cool to hear you. Any questions you're having in specifically, or?
No, I wondered what kind of cheese you had on your roll.
Okay, so first I would like to thank a few people who have made this possible. So of course, so we at Sandstorm have provided some of the gear, but we don't own, I think we maybe own a little less than half of the gear standing around here. So everything audio related is provided by my father, Dirk Kurfürst. The cameras are provided by some of my colleagues and some of their families, so of Fabian, of Alex, for instance. And I also want to give a really warm shout out to Kim Gast, who is the technician we usually have at the Neos conference, who has way more professional stuff than we do, and who ensures that the live event runs really smoothly. So we all miss you, Kim, and we look forward to have a physical event with you next year once more. Right, so we had a few questions coming in regarding the cameras and how we set all that up. We'll just move you through the video setup once again. So, right, so we have a few photo cameras. So that's the Sony A7, I think. Then Mount 3, then a few other cameras, and so basically everything which has an HDMI output works, as long as it doesn't provide any overlay. So that means we need a clean HDMI output without any overlay. It needs to handle 50 frames per second, because that is something we had learned in the hard way, that everything needs the same frame rate. So that means all cameras need to provide their content in the same sizing and the same frame rate. So we are running in full HD, 50 frames per second, and that is basically what's all going into the Blackmagic video mixer from behind. So usually because we don't have like real professional cameras, they all have HDMI output and not SDI. So basically we convert them using these converters. One you see here, for instance, we have a few converters which can do scaling. So that means which change the frame rate accordingly, but most actually only just convert from one to the other. So from HDMI to SDI. I'm just thinking, yeah. So we have basically the same setup we are running at a Neos conference in the last years, but just very crowded. So basically, normally the cameras are way away from the main mix stack, but now you see all the cables rolled up here because, of course, it's crammed into a pretty small space. Yeah, there was a question about the power of the cameras. Actually, that's rather easy. So you see a little hardcore power wiring here. So that they are somehow connected, these wirings. And actually, when we had a small tone glitch this morning, then we just accidentally plugged one of these ones where we had just a few seconds of dropout until the mix stack has rebooted. Otherwise than that, they are all getting power via USB, so pretty normally, I would say. I'm just thinking, all right. So then there was a questions regarding our time invest. So this year's conference is, I think, about 300 hours we have invested so far. Actually, it's in the real, like in the physical one, it was way more. So I think last year we had more than double the amount. But of course, I mean, with more experience, it's getting somehow less. Although, like talking to all the speakers and so on in advance, that's what also is quite time intensive. Any other questions from our people or our guests in here, maybe in the room? So in the virtual big blue button room.
I wondered the videos you usually record with an iPhone, for example. I think they use 60 frames per second, right?
Yeah.
Or did you have to convert the incoming video?
Yeah. We basically converted all the incoming video via just Final Cut to 50 frames. I think we could also run 60 frames a second. That might also work, although we probably need to change all cameras to NTSC. So we didn't try that out because we have been running 50 frames like in the last years. Yeah. And that might be a reason why, for instance, the video from you from the keynote had a little stutter in there. That might be because of that conversion. Yeah. I'm not that sure on that point. Exactly. So maybe let's talk a bit about the videos. That's a good start. So we basically we received them via file upload. They had sizes from, like, I think the smallest one was like 0.5 gigabyte, and the biggest one was, I think, 40 gigabytes or something like that, so depending on compression and so on. And as soon as we all received them, we cut them all together, and when we are playing them, that's probably something to show. I'll just go the other way around. So actually we are live cutting the videos together because that's a little less work to do in the end. So what we're having is our nice laptop which says do not touch here. And actually it has two outputs connected, so two HDMI outputs connected, the one you see on slides and on speaker here. So that are two monitors connected to this screen. So what you also see them if I move the mouse. I'm not sure if probably you can't see that, but it's rather small. And actually, so there are two QuickTime players open, and they are we can start them synchronously. And as you see in the time code in the video, they have a pretty small delay between them, but that's usually not noticeable for the viewer. So that's like what we use for playing. And I mean, pretty much of the work is actually ensuring that we know all the videos at the same time. So for instance, we numerated them through here so that we have the exact order here, and we even know like on which screen do we put them, so to the left and to the right, naming wise. So what's maybe still interesting, we did some pretty heavyweight audio post-processing on the videos because they had obviously very varying quality audio-wise. So we basically exported the whole audio, and Theo post-processed it, I think using some hardcore, I don't know, Reaper, or what are you? Yeah, so he's using Reaper and he's knowing all kinds of audio stuff, and I basically got the processed audio back and then put it in and rendered the final output. And that's the one we are playing here. After all the conference is over, we'll basically archive all the videos in our server rack. That's probably a small exit. If I can, let's see if my cable's long enough. Probably not. Okay, wait a second. Let's maybe I don't need a video, or Fabian can just go into the server rack. I'll just stand here, and that's gonna be fine. So we have a few servers, which I think a few terabyte of storage, and that's the ones where we actually store all the videos on there. They have I think 24 terabytes of storage or something, and that's where we will keep them for upcoming years if we should ever need them. Right. Okay, Fabian, let's do that. So let's. Right. I'm not sure what else to say. Yeah. Oh yeah, I can talk a bit about the lights. So last year we had some professional people setting all that up. So using DMX and having a 10,000 euro hardware mix deck or something for that. Obviously, we can't have that, so we're using open source software. It's called Q Light Controller Plus, and actually it has worked really well for us so far. That's the one where we can, so you have basically all the fixtures, so all the lights which are configured in the system, where we can have the different presets, the opening show, and then some virtual console where we can easily switch colors or switch, let's say we want to have a violet light in the front, then we can...
You mean violent light?
Violet, exactly. Or let's turn to white again, so it's a little more...
Thank you.
Or where we can add the effects for the logo, for instance. These kind of things are what we can control here. And yeah, so that's like the rough setup. It turns out we still needed some extras now. So for the session we are currently doing, the live call, we are having an additional audio device here so that everybody hears us live who is in this NeosCon extra Big Blue Button channel, because we have a delay of about 40 seconds, which is of course bad if we want to have a live interaction with each other. And so that's what we basically tried to improvise over the last hours when somebody, I think Bastian, had the idea. Yeah, so I think that's pretty much...
One more question maybe?
One more question. If anybody has one, then I'd be glad to hear them.
How does the actual streaming work for YouTube?
Yeah, so the streaming actually works in Mimo Live. We have to show that a little more in detail. So this is the first year we are streaming full HD. So the last years we've actually streamed, I think, 720p, but that had the drawback that we had to re-encode the video twice, which was really intense for the laptop doing all that. So that's why we ended up just streaming full HD right now. And in Mimo Live, what you see here are the layers on the left, basically where you can add stuff like the lower thirds and the timers and so on. We don't do all the mixing there, but we just do mixing for like the specials here. So the video you're currently seeing was actually phoned with my cell phone and transferred via Wi-Fi to this Mimo Live instance. And the streaming itself is just a normal RTMP stream, just a YouTube Live stream, which you see here right now, settings-wise. And that actually works really quite flawlessly. And we just need to be sure that we have enough bandwidth. So we need, I think, around between 6 and 20 megabits per second is basically what we are streaming. It's not really constant, but because of the delay, we have a bit time to catch up so that everybody has a good quality in the end. Right.
Thank you very much.
So I would say let's go back to Toby and Maya. And if you have further questions, just ask in the chat.
Thank you very much, Sebastian, for this behind-the-scenes view. And also thank you to Fabian for being our video crane.
And thank you, Robert, for the smart questions.
Thanks for the interaction. We love interactions with you. So hit us up on Big Blue Button again. Let us know any questions you have for the talks. Tweet and share on social media. There's probably others out there than Twitter. Use hashtag NeosCon and keep sending us those pictures of you watching the live stream. I want more content on that. More cats, more dogs.
Show us your lunch.
Selfies.
Or your laundry.
Coffee.
Coffee. Show us something.
Whatever you do, send us a picture of you watching the live stream. So, coming back to topics, the first thing which I wanted to say is thank you very much again to our sponsors for a Neos Conference Online, Gesagt, Getan, and Queo. That really, really helps a lot. And for all the others out there, have a look at neoscon.io/support to check out the subscription badges we have for organizations and individuals. The support you provide there helps us move the project further. As Sebastian showed in his talk in the morning, the event source content repository would benefit greatly from financial support to get that project moving forward much quicker and concentrated. And all the other work that we do, like regularly pushing out releases and working on other packages like the Elasticsearch adapter, please consider supporting the Neos project. Thank you very much. And with that, Maya, I think we can dive into the next talk, which is Jon Uhlmann. I need to switch slides here. There we go. Jon is originally from Switzerland. You've maybe seen him speak at Neos conference last year, or you've seen him at one of the Neos meetups. He's originally from Switzerland, now living in beautiful Austria with his wife and daughter. And Jon is a board fanatic. And that's not board games like my colleague Theo is into, but rather, snowboards, skateboards, and his crazy motorized one wheel. Have you seen that?
No, but are there Kanban boards and Scrum boards perhaps? No?
No, really the physical thing with
to
wheels.
Step on.
Yeah, and I actually, he let me try his one wheel at the sprint in Vienna last year, and I put on a helmet just to be sure because I saw his scrapes. That is a crazy thing. It is really, really cool. It is awesome. Thanks, Jon, so much for letting me test drive that. And I probably looked really quirky doing that. But it was so much fun. Join sprints, people. Come join us at sprints. There's so much going on. For his talk, Jon really knows his way around everything front end. And with his talk, he wants to help us improve the quality in our Fusion files. So enjoy Jon's talk using Fusion components right.
I was also introduced, but perhaps you found here on this slide some interesting details about me and my life. I want to mention that at the end of the talk, I will share you a link, and you will find there all the slides, and all the slides are linked, the YouTube videos are linked, documentation are linked, and also on this slide you will find some more information about me. There were already great talks last year and for about 2 years ago about best practice and how to solve certain problems and how you should do things, how you must do things. And one of the most important talk about this is the talk from Maya last year, how to build a state-of-the-art NeoSMS project in 2019. And another one really good talk was from Daniel Lienert about large scaling Neos. You found there many interesting details about Fusion, how Fusion works, and how you can optimize it for large projects. But you can use these tricks also in small projects, of course. And also a little bit older talk, but still very good, is the talk from Martin Fitzel about AFX. I encourage you, go watch this. I'm sure you're gonna learn something and get inspiration how you can use AFX even further. And also the last talk from me last year about Fusion and frontend. You can jump over the part about frontend if you don't interested. And there's some small Fusion hints. I hope you're gonna enjoy it. A small recap about configuration of node types. Every node type should be defined in a dedicated YAML file, and the file name must represent the namespace of the contained node type. And the namespace of your node type should be structured and nested. And it's recommended to start with one of the prefixes document, content, collection, mixin, or constraint. And many times you want to override other node types from other packages. And these files who override other packages must have override in the file name. And sub-node types that are bound to a specific parent node type should have name matching the parent. It's much easier for you, it's much easier for your co-workers, it's much easier for you in a month. So you should really do it. If you have editable properties, they should be only editable by a single editor. So either inline or in the inspector, not on both sides. Each node type property must be valid after creating a new node. If a field needs input from the user, you can use show in creation dialog property like shown here, or for more advanced stuff, you can use node templates. It's a really awesome package. It's linked on this slide if you visit it later. And here you see an example where the editor gets a text area editor, and every row he writes gets a dedicated content team person node type who split it automatically, and like that you can create multiple node types or fill different properties, all this kind of stuff. And don't use Neo's node type. You hear it many times. I said it here again. It's not meant to use directly. You can use the mixin if you want, but we encourage you to write your own node types and use your own mixin. So, I want to talk about split presentation and integration. And here it's all about, perhaps it sounds strange to you at the beginning, but it's all about to take out the magic. You get a separation of concerns and the components are easier to reuse. So if you have a content element who has a headline and a text and the image, and you have these saved as components, you just can drop it in and it works well. But if they're already content elements, you should turn off the content element wrapping, or the user get multiple content element wrapping in one content element. So just an example. How you should organize your files, it depends on you and your teams. Perhaps you do it like that, like shown with atoms, molecules, organism, and templates. Or perhaps you do it like that, just component, integration, presentation, and the other one all integrations. You can do it also like that. Or perhaps you do it like that. So there are many ways to do it. Just decide how to do it and stick to it so you and your team get really fast results. So how do you organize the files which belong to the presentation component? Because Integration Fusion, they have no CSS, JS, TypeScript, etc. files. So this is an example. Could look like this. you have a folder, slider, and there's a fragment folder inside with a slide fusion, who's a fragment of the slider itself. And then you have the slider fusion, the slider post-CSS file or SCSS file or a pure CSS file, what you want. And here in that case, it's a index TypeScript. You can also have index.js, or you can name it slider.js if you prefer. That's just for a simpler import statement that you can say import slider and not have to write import slider. So that's just a type of how you prefer it. Next chapter. Here I want to show you how to use content collection without adding unnecessary levels to your content structure. As you may know, Neos allows building content elements that contain other elements. So this dynamic type, to make this dynamic, the type Neos content collection exists. Let me show it to you. So we have here a content who is a slider. It has a supertype content and the child node slides, who's the type content collections, with the constraint that just the slide is allowed. So we have some disadvantages because of this. First, in our code, we have to go a level deeper for searching the children of a collection. Second, in the content tree, in the UI, we got a useless nesting level, and we get additional nodes in the database that will also be duplicated for translation, etc., etc. So, how we can solve this? Like this. We have a slider, it's a supertype content, but also the supertype content collection. And the constraint, of course, just below it, that just the slide is allowed. In the old UI, this was kind of tricky to solve to make it editable. But in the new UI, it's really, really easy. For example, in this case, we have a component who's the slider. We have property content and a class if you want to pass a class also to it. And yeah, just a really, really simple render. Just pass the slider and the content. And then we have the content slider, who use the component of the slider. And inside of it, as the content, we have the Neos content collector renderer. And the lower part, the cache, is just for making the cache work properly and have some nicer exception if something is wrong. So that's it. Like that, you can have a content element who is at the same time a content collection. There's a great blog article about that from Sebi, mintercept.de. Go to it, read about it. It's in English and in German, so you have no excuse not to read it. The apply meta keyword lets you override multiple properties of a Fusion prototype with a single expression. This is useful if you have complex data structure and they're passed down to the presentational Fusion prototypes. Let me show it to you. Perhaps it sounds a bit weird and complicated, but it's a really powerful keyword. With AFX, it's really easy and straightforward. For example, we have here a headline, who's a content component, and we have the property headline, and we make it editable like this, and we set some color and some background, for example. And with the notation of the brackets and the ... props, we just pass all the properties to the component. So if you write that, we already have used internally the apply keyword. Important is to mention that if you set a property after the props, the value gets overwritten. In that case, the background is set to red. Even when it's written over there, below, over to black, it's set to red because we set the color. And here we have the same example in Fusion. It's just apply spread, props the spread one. You can name it like you want. I just write it like that, like AFX parser compiles it so that you can compare of it. It's basically the same. And you can read more about this in the Neos documentation under rendering Fusion. It's also linked on this slide later if you visit it. Nested components. That's a question who comes quite often in the Slack channel or at Discuss, and how you should nest components if you have some properties and you have to make some calculation, and based on that calculation you have to change the style or something like that. One solution would be to set it in a context and make the calculation, but content can get you into trouble as it gets inherited to every component below. So we want to avoid that, and the components are here for that, to avoiding this. So the solution is really easy. You just have the properties and then have your renderer who open a new Fusion component, pass all the properties inside to it, make some calculations on that, and then pass it to the renderer, where you can use also the transformed stuff. Perhaps you have a component where you have to use some deeper nesting of Fusion components, perhaps have some, well, about 3 levels. Can happen if you have some really complex calculation. It's okay. But this is much better than setting the stuff in the context. We also had sometimes some strange caching behavior where we have to, where things have set in the context, and like that we keep it simple and straight. Yeah, as I said, nested component, we pass all the auto props to the renderer, we calculate additional props based on our props and pass it to the renderer. Processors allow you to manipulate the values in Fusion properties. It allows you to manipulate all the output Fusion produces. So a processor applied to a property using the process meta property like that. This is an example. Perhaps you know the Fusion augmenter, and this augmenter don't allow arrays. And if you use classes, it just allows strings. And this small override helps Fusion augmenter to allow also arrays. So it's quite simple. I just ask, is the value that I get an array? If yes, join it with a blank and trim it. Otherwise, just pass the value. So in that case, I can use, as you see, the component inside doesn't know about the outer classes and just get the classes over it. And we can also have props pass properties to the augmenter. So I'm already at the end of my talk. I want to thank you for your patience. Here are some credit from the photos that I used. They are all open source. They're from Unsplash, so I want to link it to here. And I want to say thank you very much. Merci vielmals. You found me on Twitter and on GitHub at Jonito. And you find the slides at slides.jonito.ch. Yes, that's it. Thank you very much. If you have a question, just ask.
Merci vielmals, Jon. Your emoji was awesome. Thank you very much for your talk. And we should have you,
Thank you.
Hi.
on the live audio. Awesome.
Hi.
Hi. Jon, how are you doing today?
Much better. While the recording, I was a bit exhausted, a bit sick, and really, really tired. But now, today is much better.
You look really good today.
So,
Thanks for
thank
joining us. For a few questions. So you mentioned in your presentation that there's different ways to structure the front-end side in Neos projects, and it depends on things. How will you structure your next project?
well, it depends because on one part we have in our company some rules, and I can't break every time the rules when I find out this structure is better. So most of the time I try it for me on personal side. I just structure them and try it if it works, and if it works, I present it to my colleagues and then we talk about it. So that's important because I can't always break the system, because if someone check out your code and have to fix something, they will not found your stuff. Personally, I really like the structure from integration, presentation, and override. Just have these three folders, or also the other web component, and inside the component it's structured in integration. Presentation is also very well. But so that's the point. That's the structure.
Okay, thank you very much. There was a question in the chat, and it is: can we organize node-type YAML files in folder structures the same way as Fusion at some point?
No, you can't do this because we have all folders in our configuration, and it's for the context, for production or development or testing. We have settings, and you can there also put some node-type configuration. Could you have put something abstract in production, for example, if it shouldn't go live yet, for example. So it's not possible. I personally prefer more the case that I just split the package up, not just one theme. I also have news and some products, for example, in separate packages. Then it's also easier to separate the Fusion files even more. In the chat, the idea came up to take out node types configuration from the configuration folder and put it in node types folder, perhaps. Could be a nice approach, I think, to have this structure, because in some projects we also have many few YAML files with the node type configuration, because if you have just one node type per file, that could be a really long list with the time. So,
all right, thank you very much. When you think about Fusion, what's your most favorite feature?
Wow, that's a good question. Firsthand, I love it because I don't have to write PHP for for all the kind of stuff, because I'm not a PHP developer. I can write some, but I'm not a hardcore PHP developer. So you can really do great stuff without doing some heavy PHP plugin stuff. That was one of the first talks I heard from Robert, where he said, look at here, no plugins, where he introduced all this kind of stuff. So yeah, I like that you can query the stuff and get your data together, and then also the awesome cache handling that you configure the cache very well if you know how to do it. At the beginning, it's sometimes hard, but it's cool that you don't have to clear the front-end cache and clear the other cache and clear the back-end cache, all the kind of stuff on a production system if you have done it right. So that's really, really nice.
And when you thought about the good things right now, is there also something which still needs improving? Something?
Yeah, sometimes the feedback, if you have some error in it, it's quite hard to, oh, where did this happen now? So sometimes hard because Fusion is not aware of where the Fusion file lives. So it's not that easy to find out in which Fusion file or which line of code the fault has happened. So I usually test it directly online or in the browser, that I found very, very fast where's the error. So yeah. And one thing also also because it's not aware of where the Fusion files live, I can't do relative imports. That would be great for CSS components, for example, or stuff like that. So.
All right, Jon, thank you very much for these insights and your wonderful talk. You received a lot of applause in the chat, so we'll be looking forward to you improving Fusion further in future releases of Neos. And thank you very much for your talk. And yeah, we'll talk soon. Bye-bye. So, next up, Maya. What's the next talk?
The next talk is by my coworker and good friend, Michael. Oh, I mean, I guess the slide says Jan Michael Loew. I don't think anybody dares call him Jan Michael. He's Michael. Michael is smart, great, musically talented, is a great role model. He's taught me a lot. And he's very passionate about not abusing the powers we have as developers. And as a consequence, he has written a talk and has already given that talk too about the ethics of web development, which was very close and near and dear to my heart because he talks about a lot of very important things and empowers us as developers, reminds us of our responsibilities, which I thought was super important. So I'm not going to continue talking about the talk, and I'd much rather have him say the words.
So let's hear him.
Hi Neos community. Today we have the online NeosCon, and of course it's somehow weird for us sitting here or talking to a camera, but we try very much that your experience of that talk will be nearly the same as you are in the room. Michael Loew will tell us something about ethics in web development, on ethics on the companies, ethics on you as a web developer, and yeah, very warm welcome for Michael Loew.
Hi guys, thank you for having me, or rather having me remote. As Fabian said, it's really weird just talking into a random camera and wondering who will be there watching what you're saying. But I'll try my best, and I hope you guys enjoy it. Yes, the topic I want to talk today is ethics, specifically ethics as a web developer, and what it means to be an ethical web developer. Because I get the feeling that a lot of people try to do good stuff on the web and try to make great projects on the web, and sometimes I feel like there's some component missing, whether you don't know how to act ethically or you're forced by people to act unethically. And I just want to give you some some of my personal ideas and my personal insights on how you can go along with your job and still be a good person, basically. Yeah, my name is Michel. I work at .de. I'm a software architect. You can find me on Twitter. That's my Twitter handle right there. If you're curious about the topic, or if you want to know more, if you want to ask questions, if you want to find out more about me or about the stuff that I do, just shoot me a message. I'll try to answer that. All right, so let's get started. Many of you might know this quote. It's rather famous. It has become Facebook's company motto, and it's been like that for several years. And Mark Zuckerberg said that. He said, we as a web community, we need to move fast and we need to break things. And it's served the company rather well. I mean, they've made a lot of money acting that way. But I feel like this sentence is somewhat misleading, because we've used that sentence on and again and again and again to justify quick development that has not been thoroughly tested, that has been pushed to market way too early in an effort to make money off a product. And I feel that we as a web community have in some ways forgotten what the implications of moving fast and breaking things are. In essence, what I think that we as a web community did over the last couple of years is we fucked up. We've tried to move fast. We've tried to break things again and again and again. And the entire industry has tried to follow that motto, iterating fast, pushing to production fast. But it has implications that I want to talk to you about that we as a community don't necessarily see at first glance. You probably do, I do, we've used Facebook a lot over the last years. Facebook has been the go-to social network for millions of people, and we do everything, we used to do, or we do everything on Facebook. We share news, we talk to our friends, we get in touch with people we haven't been in touch for a long time. And Facebook has an incredible market value. But Facebook also has several problems. And one of the problems, as they found out, was that they have a lot of artificial profiles on their platform, bots as we would call them today. And in the early 2010s, news broke that Facebook actually has a ginormous amount of fake profiles on their platform. Some go as far as to saying it might have been about 85 million fake profiles on their platform. And Facebook moved fast and tried to implement a way to go around that, because when those news broke, Facebook's market value and their stock value tanked, because people were fearing that maybe the value that they thought was generated on Facebook was not actually true because it was generated for fake profiles. And so Facebook tried to find out how they could get around that problem, and they implemented a policy where you as a Facebook user were asked to input your full name into the platform. Some random day, you would go on the platform, you would get that pop-up. It says, please update your name. We suspended your account because we feel like, or we think that you're not using your full name. Please input your full name and you can continue using the platform as you were intended to. Now that does seem like a smart move on first glance, because, I mean, what's the problem in putting in your real name into a platform? And it might not be a problem for someone like me, as a middle-aged white guy who doesn't have a problem with his real name. I mean, the identity that I put out into the world is basically the same that is written in my passport. And so from a business perspective and from a very narrow perspective, that decision actually made sense. Because, I mean, they could get rid of the fake profiles, their stock value would grow again, and they could make money again. But this decision actually had severe implications for other groups of people. There's, for one, technical difficulties, because there's cultures in this world that don't adhere to the same naming schemes as Europeans or North American people might do. For example, Japanese last names can be made up of only like 1 or 2 letters. That's not an uncommon thing. And we all know how hard it is to validate a form and to validate a name in a form that only has 1 or 2 letters. We fail at that a lot of times, and Facebook failed at that a lot of times. But the technical implications aren't the real problem. The real problem about this policy is that there's people that don't necessarily go by the name that is written in their passport, and that might have several reasons. And one of the worst reasons in regards to this policy is that some people might just not feel like their body displays the identity that they want to have. They feel like they're in the wrong body. And for people that feel like that, it's very hard to identify with a name that is written in their passport. They might give themselves another name to express their identity better, another name that represents them as they feel who they are, and not what is written in their passport. But this policy doesn't accommodate for that. This policy only accommodates for the fact that you have to prove that you're a real person. They didn't think about the implications. They didn't think about the groups of people that they were pushing off the platform with that decision because they weren't comfortable in putting their real or their passport name out into the world because it doesn't represent them. But Facebook didn't think about that. They didn't think about those edge cases, or at least they thought they were edge cases, because in their narrow perspective, they didn't see it as a problem. What you see there might arguably be the first public tweet, the first public message that has been put out on Twitter. Twitter was launched in 2006, and this is Jack Dorsey, the now Twitter CEO and by that time co-founder of Twitter. And he was probably very excited because he put out the first message on what he thought would be the next big social media platform. This is 12 years later. You might know that guy, he's rather famous. Donald Trump, the 45th president of the United States of America, put out a tweet that has a slightly different tone. In this tweet, from January 3rd, 2018, he threatens nuclear annihilation of North Korea on Twitter, the social media platform that Jack hailed in with this excited and funny, arguably, or not funny tweet. What happened in those 12 years to that platform? If you would have asked me a couple of years ago what I do on Twitter and what I think Twitter is good for, I would have probably told you something like, it's a great platform. I use it to get in touch with people from the communities that I frequent. I get in touch with people from the NEOS community. I get in touch with people from the Typo3 community, from the web development community. And it was an interesting platform that I used to further my business contacts. And it was great in that way. But if you ask me now what I think of Twitter, I'm more convinced that it's a platform for bad people to transform hate, misogyny, fascism, and racism into a bunch of money for a couple of white dudes. Jack Dorsey, the guy from that first tweet, as of 2020, his net worth is about $5.3 billion. What happened? How do you go from an excited tweet to making $5.3 billion on a platform that is used to threaten nuclear annihilation? What caused Twitter to become that go-to stable for racism and sexual abuse of women and fascism? And I think to understand that, we need to look at another company. You guys all probably know Uber. A lot of German cities now have Uber. And I want to tell you a story about Uber, and I want to explain to you why I think that Uber is pretty much the poster child for why we need ethics in tech. And I'm not going to talk about all the sexism that happens at Uber. I'm pretty sure that Uber right now is a very bad company, and they don't even realize it. But in essence, the idea of Uber is great. The basic idea of Uber is to democratize transportation and to democratize ride sharing. Because before there was Uber, we had two parties. We had one party that was willing to provide a service, and we had one party that had a need. We had people that wanted to provide rides because they had cars, and we had people that needed transportation. And they wanted a convenient and a cheap way to exchange those goods, and that's basically Uber. They connected riders and they connected drivers, and everyone was happy with it. The drivers made money, Uber made money, the riders got rides for a decent price. And Uber had steady growth, they had a successful business, and they had a certain standard to which they adhered, and it worked well. But then something happened. Investors got a hold of Uber and they pumped it full with venture capital. And don't get me wrong, I'm not against venture capital in general. I think it's a very important business driving factor. But most of the time, venture capital comes with another aspect. And what venture capital usually does is it changes the goal of your business. The goal of your business no longer is to be a successful, steady growing business that provides great service for your customers. The goal becomes a liquidation event. Because if someone puts money in your company, you can be pretty damn sure that they want to get that money back at some time. And actually they want to make more money off the money that they put into your company. And what happened at Uber at that point was that they started skimming on their ethics. They changed their hiring processes. They hired drivers without appropriate licenses and without appropriate background checks. And they hired devs and designers and everyone straight out of college without any experience. Usually, as it was in the US, devs and developers that came straight out of college with a lot of debt. And so they were bound to that company because they needed to make money to survive. And Uber went on and started bending laws to expand to markets that they weren't allowed to operate. For example, in Germany, where it was a huge problem. But what did they do to bend those laws? And how did they get away with it? And so Uber developed a tool, a piece of software that's called Greyball. I don't know if you guys ever heard of Greyball. It's made some news in the last years, and what it basically is a tool that allows Uber to prevent city officials from figuring out what they do. And it's accompanied by a lot of profiling. They profile riders and try to figure out whether that rider is an actual private person that wants to take a ride, or whether that person is a government official that tries to figure out what they're doing. And they claim that it was used to prevent unwanted customers from using their service. But what I think what they basically did was they sacrificed their ethics for short-term profits to get to that liquidation event. So what happened at Twitter? What happened in those 12 years between, hey, I just set up my Twitter, and nuclear annihilation threats? It's a funny thing, because if you look at Twitter's terms of service, they clearly state that threatening violence against an individual or a group of people is prohibited. You can see it right there in the terms of service. I'm pretty sure that threatening imminent nuclear annihilation is a violent threat. But why wasn't Donald Trump banned? Why didn't they just, take this tweet, compare it with their terms of service and say, well, no, he's violating our platform. He's violating our terms of service. We're going to kick him off our platform. Well, they implemented something called an enforcement policy, where they pretty much make exceptions for people of certain public interest to stay on their platform even though they violate their terms of service. And what they in essence did was they traded ethics for market capitalization. Twitter used to be one of those online platforms that was never making money. Twitter existed for over 10 years before they made money for the first time. Actually, the very first time they actually made money was in the fourth quarter of 2017. It was the first profitable quarter in the history of the company. Coincidentally, that was only 12 months after Donald Trump became the 45th president of the United States. 2018, all 4 quarters, was the first profitable year for the company. They made money over the entire course of the year. And that maybe tells you why they implement stuff like an enforcement policy for people like Donald Trump. Because people like him, people that spew racism and hate, they drive engagement on their platform. At least that's what they think. I'm pretty sure that what drives engagement on a platform is excitement, and excitement doesn't necessarily have to be a negative feeling, but it's the easiest way. It's the easiest way to get engagement on a platform. Get people who are provocative and mean in some ways, and people will try to follow up with that, and they will end up on your platform, and they will see your ads, and you will get paid for the ads. And this, in turn, all this engagement means money. It means money for the company. They make money off people like Donald Trump. Now you might be wondering, I mean, Twitter isn't just like 5 people. Why isn't anyone speaking up at the company? And to try to understand that, I have this quote here. It's from the guy that said it, or he wrote it in a book. His name is Upton Sinclair. He wrote a book in 1906 about the American meatpacking industry. The American meatpacking industry used to be not a great place, or not a great industry, because they practice stuff like repackaging old meat, putting it in new containers, labeling it new, and selling it. So in essence, you would get bad meat and they would make money off it. And Upton Sinclair analyzed the industry, and he wrote a book about it. And in his book, he says, "It is difficult to get a man to understand something when his salary depends upon his not understanding it." And that's pretty much it. Why should I change something about my company if I'm able to make money off it? Another tweet. This one is by Evan Reiser. He used to be head of Twitter development team. And in that photo, you see actually the entire core product team of Twitter in 2017, that is. Do you notice anything about that photo? Yeah, it's a bunch of dudes. There's not a single woman in that photo. And I think that is actually the core issue that Twitter has. Because if you're, I don't know, a 30-something privileged guy, you don't necessarily see racism and harassment and abuse as a problem. Not because you think it is all right, but because you don't think about it at all. We have this thing in tech, it's called bro culture. Because most of our companies are made up of middle-aged bros, and they work together, and they develop their projects, and they put out products into the world that have been tested by other bros. And so they don't necessarily see any problem with that. In 2018, Emily Chang wrote a pretty great book about that. It's called Brotopia, and she dives into many of the issues that plague tech communities and tech companies. And what happens when you have only white guys or middle-aged, privileged guys in a team, you very quickly start declaring other groups as so quote-unquote edge cases. What an edge case is not an edge case, but it's a conscious decision to ignore certain groups of people. And sometimes that group of people can just be all the women in the world. And therefore, I think there is no such thing as an actual edge case. What we as devs are saying when we say, well, this is an edge case, we're not going to think about that. What we're saying is, I don't care enough about that group of people to worry about that. We make a conscious decision to ignore a certain part of people for the sake of simplicity. But the results can be disastrous. You know, edge cases are fine when your customer base is like 100 people and you don't reach 1% of them, because that's just one person. I mean, it's bad, but if your product is, I don't know, a certain energy drink and one person doesn't want to drink it because there's sugar in it, it's not that big of a deal. But the thing about edge cases is they don't scale. Well, they do scale, but they scale very bad. Because 99%, that leaves just 1% error margin. But take Facebook, for example. Facebook, those numbers are a bit old, but in 2019, they had about 1.6 billion active users every day. And 1% of that, that's 160 million people that you leave out because you think, well, they're an edge case. And that's only with a very small margin. Tech companies, oftentimes, I think, treat the protection of their users and the protection of their personality on their platform as an afterthought. But I firmly believe that we as a tech community have the responsibility to protect our users. And we have the responsibility to protect their data. And we need to give them ways to protect themselves from harassment and abuse on their platform. And we can't treat that protection as an afterthought. It needs to be baked into the core of the products and services that we develop. We need to think about edge cases, or so-called edge cases, while we design the platforms that we design, not later on. What happens when you, I don't know, plug protection into your platform afterwards can be pretty greatly seen by example of the Twitter reporting dialogue. You know, Twitter at some point realized, oh, well, we have a problem with racism and abuse and harassment and violence on our platform, and they implemented a way to report tweets. So you can scroll through your timeline, and when you see something that is offensive to a certain group of people, you can say, well, I want to report that. Actually, I do that a lot. I wouldn't go so far as to say it's fun, but it feels good to do that. And it sort of became a hobby of mine. So I go through my timeline, and every time I see something, every time I break into a certain bubble of people who do stuff like that, you can go through there and you can report bunches of people. It's fun, try it out sometimes. But at least for Germany, I mean, this example is, it's the German dialogues. I mean, those of you who speak German might be able to read that. Those of you who don't, I'm sorry about that, but this dialogue actually only appears in Germany because we have a rather new law in Germany. It's called the Netzwerkdurchsetzungsgesetz, which is aimed at giving authorities, like government officials, more ways in trying to follow up with people violating laws and harassing people online. And to accommodate that, Twitter had to change their reporting dialogue. And so it became what you see there. The thing about that Netzwerkdurchsuchungsgesetz is that Twitter has to proactively differentiate which laws have been broken by the time that you report something. And now I'm not a lawyer, I'm a software architect, so I'm not entirely sure what laws have been violated when someone spews racism and hate on their platform. But in the Twitter reporting dialogue, I have to pick one of the given paragraphs from the Strafgesetzbuch, the German criminal code, and I have to say, well, I report this tweet because this law has been broken. So that's the first hurdle. And so what I usually do is, well, I try to, usually I go for like, I don't know, display of violence. If someone is displaying violence, I try to make an informed decision what I choose there. But I'm not a lawyer. I shouldn't be forced to do that. There should be people who know the law that decide what happened. But once you got past that first paragraph, you get the second paragraph, the second page. And let me just highlight something there. This paragraph right here, I translated that for you. What it says is, I understand that the reported user, well, the one I just reported, will be notified and that this issue will be forwarded to the Lumen database shown in the Twitter transparency report and can be added to legally required public reports and reports to authorities. That doesn't sound like something I want to do to someone that has, for example, sexually harassed me. I mean, again, I'm a middle-aged white guy. I have never been sexually harassed. But I can imagine what that means for, say, a woman that has been sexually harassed. Because the worst thing for someone like someone that has been harassed is for their oppressor or the person that harassed them to find out that they did something about that. And so what I read from this paragraph is, well, okay, well, I'm going to report this person, and what's going to happen then? Is there going to be like a public display of all the people that have been reported? Is my name going to be on there? I don't know that. But the mere fact that that my name might appear on one of those lists it's a very dangerous thing. As I said, if you have been harassed, and the worst thing that can happen is that the person finds out that you reported them. And if they get I don't know what it says, maybe they get a message that, well, this and that person has reported you. And that is not only bad, that is actually dangerous for the people who do that. It is actual physical danger for the people that are subject to their oppressors finding out that they did something about it. And this dialogue is exactly what happens when the protection of your users is not baked into your platform, but it's just put on afterwards. It's what happens when none of your team has actually been on the receiving end of those things. That bias is evident in a lot of things. Amazon tried to streamline their hiring process, and they came up with an AI that screens applications. But what happens if a room full of white dudes develops an AI and that AI learns from them? Well, it's going to be biased. It's going to be biased against everyone that is not a white dude. And so Amazon at least learned that it's a bad thing, not long after a public outcry. And just to show you that it's not just a tech community problem, this example is from a German company that tweeted something about International Women's Day. It's 5 white guys talking about women that have influenced them. The article is horrendous. It's sexist. It's terrible. Please don't read that. I mean, the link is in there, but don't read that. And the problem is that they don't understand that there's something wrong with that. Because in their bubble, in their life, I mean, of course our board of directors is only white guys. Why shouldn't it be otherwise? And so, of course, those 5 guys on the board of directors are going to put out a tweet saying, well, you know, my mom influenced me greatly because she stayed home and took care of us as kids. You know, oftentimes we don't even think that not having women or minorities in our development teams is a problem. And when they get into our teams, we belittle them. We don't take them seriously. Because, well, after all, they're just women. I mean, look at tech schools. I don't know how long it's been since you went to like college, and I don't know, maybe some of you studied IT, and you probably never wonder why there's 95% are men. Because we look at that and we think, well, maybe women aren't interested in those fields of work. But they are. We just don't give them a chance to participate in the way that they should be participating to prevent stuff like that from happening. You see, the problem is, oftentimes we think that, oh, well, we don't have women in our teams, but I mean, we can empathize that. We can put ourselves in their shoes and we can try to figure out what's wrong, and then we'll come up with solutions for the problems that we think they have. But empathy is not a substitute for diversity. You can't empathize something that you've never experienced. It's just the way it is. And if your team is made up of 30-something white guys, Your products will only cater to those 30-something white guys because you can't empathize what it means to be a woman on the receiving end of harassment. I can't, for my part. You know, we put a lot of trust in certain professions. Say doctors, for example. Doctors go to medical school. They go to college for a long time. They learn a lot of stuff about their profession, and we trust them. We trust them to do their job right. Would you want to drive over bridges that have been built by a civil engineer that never went to college? You probably wouldn't. But the fact that they go to school and that they learn and that we have standards for their education makes us trust in them, and it's proven right for the most part. You know, Elon Musk tried to push into the medical field. They tried to come up with like a brain-machine interface. They call it Neuralink. And what it basically does is they implant a chip into your head and they try to communicate with a chip in your brain. They try to use it to compete with AIs because the human brain is far superior to AIs, at least at this point. But it's basically a tech company meddling in your most private data, your brain, your thoughts. They try to use them to do stuff. So, do you trust web devs to do their job right? I, for the most part, don't, because I am one and I know I screw up all the time. I wouldn't trust myself with putting a chip in my brain and doing stuff with that. And I'm not certified to handle the most personal of users' information. That's why we have laws that prevent us from doing so. We have the infamous GDPR. Because we've proven again and again and again that we're not capable of handling those things responsibly. But what can you do? I mean, I've talked about what is bad and what is wrong with the community, but what can you do? Well, for that, I actually only have 2 words for you. And the first word is why. It's a question, so it's why? I don't know. Take that word and use it. Use it to ask the question, why are we building what we are building as a community or as a team? Or why are we building the project that we are building? And more importantly, why are we building it the way that we are building it? And why is that so important? Because you might not realize that, but as a dev, you don't actually work for your client. This might sound surprising for some of you because, you know, there's a contract you have with your client and you sign that contract, and so you're obliged to fulfill that contract. But actually, you're not working for your client. You're working for your client's customers, because what you do will inevitably be used by them. And so, even though your client pays you, they pay you for your expertise and for your services. And you're probably hired because you're the best for the job. But you don't work for them. You work for their customers. And you should never forget that in working for their customers, you carry a huge responsibility. Because you want to solve a problem that your client's customers have. And to solve those problems, you don't necessarily have to build a product that satisfies your client. But you have to build a product that satisfies your client's customers' needs. And it's very important to differentiate between that. And while you develop the project, you're actually the only one that can protect your client's customers from your client. Say if you work for Facebook and Facebook wants you to implement a real name policy, you might just go ahead and ask, well, why are we doing that? And why are we doing that in the way that we are doing it? And in doing so, you can find out why your client wants the product to exist and wants to implement it in a certain way. And in asking why often enough, you will probably be able to follow the money. And that's very, very important because, well, in business at least, all the decisions that are made by your client have a certain monetary motive, and it might not be a good one, as is evident in, for example, Uber. Uber's financial motive led to them breaking laws and led to them hiring bad drivers and led to their customers being hurt in the process. And if you don't know your client's motives and if you don't know what motivates them to do a certain thing, you have to find out. And in order to find out, you have to demand a seat at the table. You need to be in the place where those decisions are made. You can't make your voice heard if you're not in a room. You need to be where those decisions are made. Demand a seat at the table, especially if you're a woman or part of a minority that usually gets overlooked by all the other white dudes in the room. You have a lot of power when you're on that at that table because you can use the second word, and it's even more powerful and even more important. Second word is no. No one can force you to implement a certain feature. No one can force you to do stuff the way that your client wants you to do that. You have an ethical responsibility to say no to stuff that you feel is inherently bad. You know, we're always told to act humble. We're always told to, well, you know, you're young, you don't know stuff. You're a woman, you don't know stuff. You're from a minority, you don't know stuff. But you can't change anything if you hide behind that humbleness. Because I'm fairly certain that your humility is just a wrapper for your fear. You fear to be exposed by other people because you say no to something that other people agree on because you feel it's right. And you might end up at a certain place where you feel like you're in a place where you shouldn't be because you feel you're not worthy to be at that table because you're, I don't know, a bad developer or you're too young or you're a woman. We call that imposter syndrome, and you've probably all experienced it. It's that feeling you get when you're sitting in a meeting and you really wonder, why am I here? I don't have anything to bring to the table because I don't know anything. And let me just tell you about imposter syndrome. Imposter syndrome is bullshit. You know, there's only two reasons why you are where you are right now, as in for your work at least. The first scenario is everyone you've ever worked with and everyone who's ever had to evaluate the stuff that you do and had to work with you is an idiot. Because if you're so bad at your job that you feel that you're wrong in a place, well, I mean, everyone that you met before that has to have made a wrong decision and has to have evaluated you wrong, so they must be stupid, right? Or the other scenario is you're just as good as you think you are. And if you realize that you're just as good as you think you are and that you're right where you are, you get a lot of power. Because from that confidence, you can gain a lot of power. Because you are an expert. I mean, why else should anybody hire you? You're an expert. You know what you do. But you weren't hired to please your employer. You were hired to do the right thing. And to do the right thing, you have to stand up and fight. You have to fight for the right thing and fight for the good thing because no one else will do it. I mean, look around you. Look at the tech companies. No one is fighting for the good thing. And I sometimes hear that people say, well, you know, I don't know, my company implements a product that gives people the ability to harass women. But on the weekend, I do stuff for open source communities. You know, I improve the Neos backend UI. And that's really good thing. That's a great thing. Open source projects and work for open source projects is really important. And it's a very important tool to democratize the internet as the way it was intended to. But there's no karmic wheel in web development. You can't make up for the bad things you do Monday to Friday with the good things you do Saturday and Sunday. It's not how it works. You need to know that you have to fight the good fight every day of your working life. Every day you need to make sure that the stuff you put out into the world is good and doesn't harm people. And you need to make people aware of the issues that come from less diversity and not having diverse teams and not being inclusive to other groups of people. And you can actually see that this works. If you have even remotely followed the news in the last weeks, there has been an outbreak of protests all over the world for rights for Black people. It started in the US because, I mean, it's a poster child for a society treating people wrong. And people spoke up about it. And they took to the streets and they started protests. And it had an impact on our community because people did the right thing. For example, Amazon, who is pretty much a technology leader in facial recognition technology, they vowed to not let police enforcement use their technology for at least a year. I mean, it's something. But this didn't happen because, I don't know, some business evangelist thought, well, maybe we can make more money off that. No, it's because someone from the inside said, well, no, what we do is wrong. We need to do something about that. Same with IBM. Also in the wake of the recent demonstrations. IBM stopped developing facial recognition technology that can be used by, for example, law enforcement agencies. And that's what you have to do. You have to stand up and fight. Fight for the good stuff. Make sure that nothing that could harm people is put out into the world. And if you don't see that you can change something, well, you have to get up and leave. No one forces you to work for a company. I mean, it's different in the US where you don't have like certain social security networks, but at least in Europe, nothing is going to happen if you get up. I'm pretty confident that the only thing that's going to happen if you get up and leave is that some other company that has better values is going to pick you up because they see that you're a good person. And there, you can do the good stuff. So ask why. Say no. Fight for what you believe is right. And if you don't see any way out, just leave. There's no excuse for putting out bad stuff into the world. There's simply no excuse. Your job is to take care of the world around you and to take care of the people around you. Because if you don't do it, no one's going to do it. We as a tech community have an incredible strength in this world that we don't even realize. We need to remember what kind of power we have as a community, and we need to start caring for the people around us. If we don't, no one is going to do it. So go out and take care of the people around you. Take care of the world around you and do the good stuff. If you would like to learn a bit more about the topics that I just talked about, there's some books that I highly recommend you reading. I mentioned most of them in the talk. The first one is Ruined by Design by Mike Montero. And this is actually where most of the ideas for this talk came from. Mike Montero is a San Francisco-based designer. He's a great guy. He's a weird guy. He's very angry, but he has a lot of important stuff to say. The second is Design for the Real World by Viktor Papanek. I haven't talked about that in all detail, but he lays out a pretty clear path, what it means to be an ethical designer. Third one is Brotopia. I told you about that, by Emily Chang, about bro culture and white dudism in tech in the US. And the last one is The Jungle by Upton Sinclair. It's where the quote is from. Just go ahead and read it if you really want to be worried about meat industries. Right, those are my images. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you for listening to me rant for almost 50 minutes. Thank you for having me at NeosCon Online 2020. And I hope to talk to you soon.
Hi. Wow, that was impactful. Michael, do we have you here? Hi. Oh, you got your hair cut. You look lovely.
I did yesterday.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Well, it's been a while.
Congratulations for
you
looking.
You saw me every morning. It's gotten worse and worse.
Congratulations for looking less fuzzy than last time I saw you. I have been watching the responses that your talk has been getting on our various chats. It's been overwhelmingly positive. A lot of people say that this is such an important thing to talk about. One person talked about having run into problems themselves with best intentions and hurting communities because they just weren't on their radar. So it's obviously something that touched like base on all levels here. Also, my mom says hi. She really liked your talk, and she thinks it's great that I, as a woman, work in a community that clearly values these things. So, mom says hi. Also, so when you recorded your talk, this whole thing with Trump and Twitter was just starting to explode, right? I'm just going to recap real quick for people that might not be on top of everything. Trump claimed in a tweet that mail-in voting would promote voter fraud, and Twitter fact-checked that tweet and hid it. They kept it up, but left a disclaimer saying that this has been proven wrong. And then Trump signed an executive order that will in future restrict the freedom that social media platforms have in policing the content that is published on there. So do you think, like, is Twitter smart in covering their tracks and covering their bases, or like, where do we go from here?
I think it's the right thing to do if you've maneuvered yourself in such a bad corner that that's the only way you know out. I mean, they've made wrong decisions over and over again over the last 13 years, and this is where we ended up. And so they had to do something about it. And I still think it's the wrong choice to leave a person like Donald Trump on the platform and to let them still have that public voice, because the stuff can still be seen. And if you're deep into a bubble enough, you're not going to realize that fact-checking might actually be worthwhile reading, but you're just going to see the tweet and you're going to see the fact-checking underneath it, and you're going to be like, well, that's going to be fake news too, so I'm not going to even read that. I'm not going to worry about that. So you don't really get a chance to break people out of their bubbles by doing stuff like that. I personally think that the only actual smart decision would be to kick people like him off the platform and not give them a public voice.
Radical choice. I think
it's still better than what Facebook is doing, because they're not doing anything, claiming it's free speech. But yeah,
and that's the choice they're having right now, because I think I saw on what's one of the pro-Trump TV channels, news channels that he's a fan of. They said that Fox News said that that by marking things as fact-checked or hiding them, they were no longer acting as social media platforms where anybody can express themselves, but are rather starting to act in the form of publishers. And that's the point where they're trying to restrict that. We just had another question coming in. I'm not sure if it's from our tech team or from the chat. And the question is, do you know the motives behind IBM/Amazon saying no to facial recognition? Could in fact still be, and then I can't read because it's cut off, could in fact still be money, money. Could in fact still be money. So
well, it could very well be money. I don't know what their motives are. I mean, I have a slight sliver of hope in my soul that it might actually be good people making the right decisions. But I mean, I try to explain that I'm not against venture capital in general. I said that in the talk because I don't think that all bad decisions are motivated by money, and all good decisions aren't motivated by no money. That's not. I mean, a good decision motivated by money is still a good decision, and so I'm not completely worried about why they did it. I mean, at least they did something. It's the same with Twitter fact checking. I mean, at least they did something. But yeah, I don't know what the motives are.
Next question.
Sorry, I'm getting input. And then we also talked about the two of you, that you make this very radical statement of get up and leave. Does that mean just because the company that I work for works for someone that want to do, and then I just quit my job and like what? Tell me.
The thing is, once again, talking from a privileged standpoint, for me, it's very easy to say, well, I don't like the way you're going. I'm not going to go that way with you because, well, I'm a middle-aged white guy. It's not hard for me to find a job in Europe. I'm middle-aged.
How are you middle-aged?
Don't laugh at that. I'm 30.
You just offended a lot of people.
No, but what I'm trying to say is it's a very radical statement, and I don't mean it in the way of, well, oh, there's an obstacle in my way and I don't want to deal with it. I'm just going to quit. Fuck you. Sorry about that. But
don't worry, we have a delay just for that.
Yeah, it's fine. Beep. What I'm trying to say is that there's no reason to, at least for most part, there's no reason to endure working for a company that does bad things. I mean, it's a measurement of last resort, you could say, but it's still a possibility to just realize that you're in the wrong place and that you don't want to be there. And I do know that it's difficult for example, people that are here on a work visa or something. If they lose their jobs, they threaten their ability to stay where they are, and that's dangerous. And I mentioned the college debt thing, which is not a huge issue in, for example, Germany, but it's a huge issue in the US. People need to stay with the company they are in because, I don't know, they covered their student loans. And so it's a very difficult statement, and I know it's a very placative statement, but I still think that you should consider it if you don't see a way out. Like, I think of the bad stuff that the company does.
I think as a last resort measure, definitely makes sense. But I think I just want to make sure that nobody understands your statement as everybody that works for Twitter as a developer is a horrible human because they support it. Because a lot of them, I mean, we've been seeing more and more of that, of people working at Twitter and at Facebook that stage walkouts because they are opposed to how things are running. So, you know, not everybody that works there is a horrible person because they're trying to change it from the inside rather than giving up.
Yeah, but to actually be able to change something from the inside, you need more people, and that's a U.S. problem. They don't have labor unions, so people don't organize. They don't have any protection, so they can't do anything about that. And that's why, at least for like European countries, you are in a very, very comfortable position because you can, I don't know, you can make your voice heard, and no one can actually do something about that. I mean, they can fire you after 3 months, but you still have social benefits, and you're not gonna, like, your drop is very cushioned, and so you actually have a lot of power. You just need to use that.
Right. I think we're out of time. I mean, I know we agree on most of these things. We've talked about them plenty of times. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for your talk. I haven't, because I've been talking to you, I haven't checked back in the chat, but I'm pretty sure last I saw everybody was way on the same page with you there. See you soon.
See ya.
And thank you.
Again, if you guys want to talk to me, I'm on Twitter. You can shoot me a message. I'm in the Slack channel. You can hit me up there. I'd be glad to talk about it.
Cool. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye, guys.
Really cool to have such talks here at NEOS conference. It really, it's a topic that we need to talk about. We need to stress the impact we as a tech community have on our members, as well as on all the other people out there affected by the products that we build, and to make sure that we don't, as he said, we don't treat edge cases as edge cases. People aren't edge cases. That's a very, very important statement. And me myself being in that privileged group, it's something that that moves me personally a lot to see talks like that, that just widen my horizon of topics that are important. And you and I, we've spoken during the last sprint when you were here in our office about topics and personal experiences, and these conversations need to happen, and that's very important. We need everybody to be aware that there can be issues and to work on our blind spots, which we all have. So a huge thank you to Michel for this great talk. And thank you, Maya, for the conversation you just had with him, going a little bit deeper on some of the topics he touched. I'm sure we will have further topics similar to this one in future NEOS conferences.
Please.
The topic will stay relevant for a long time, I'm afraid. Coming to the next talk. Again, we have someone from outside the NEOS community. I'm very happy about that. The next talk is from Maciej Treder. He's a senior software development engineer at Akamai Technologies. He writes about JavaScript, Node.js, and Angular, and is founder of the ng Toolkit open source project, a set of tools for expanding existing Angular applications. He is an enthusiast of web technologies, especially single-page apps, progressive web apps, microservices, and the Internet of Things. Today, he's going to talk about asynchronous JavaScript mechanics, so enjoy Maciej's talk.
Hi, my name is Maciej Treder. I'm from Krakow in Poland. On my daily basis, I am working for Akamai Technologies with the product which is called Mobile Application Performance. But today, I'm not going to speak about the Content Delivery Network or mobile apps, but about JavaScript and the JavaScript asynchronicity. This is my handle. You can follow me on all of the social networks, which logotypes you can see below. I would love to see new followers on Twitter, so I could share with you my further activities, which is quite a lot of, because I'm writing blog posts about JavaScript. I'm presenting on the conferences, and so on and so on. This presentation is available for you offline on my speaker deck under the URL which you can see right now on the screen. So as I said, we are going to speak about JavaScript asynchronicity. So what is asynchronicity, why we even need it, what problems does it solve, and what are the pitfalls which you can run when working with asynchronous code. We need to start from that JavaScript is a single-threaded language. And this is very important, because what does it mean is that single thread is a single action taken by the program at the particular time. So here the question comes, how JavaScript deals with parallel actions. Let's say that you are reading a file from the disk, and in the meantime, you are performing another actions in your program. This is done in JavaScript by using the event loop mechanism, which we are going to cover deeply just within the next minutes. Let's take a look at this simple snippet. What you can see here are two functions. The first one is say something nice, which prints to the console log something. The second one is called greet. It accepts one parameter, which is the name of person who we want to meet, prints the meet to the console output, invokes the say something nice, and finally, we have in the main thread, we have an invocation of the greet function together with the name Jon. Probably you are not surprised that the output for this code is as follows. So we are greeting Jon and then saying that it's nice to meet him. But what would happen if we will change the greet function slightly? So what we done here, it's applied the setTimeout function, which takes as a parameter callback function, which should be executed after a given amount of time. In our case, we said that this callback function should be executed after 0 milliseconds, so immediately. The output from this function would be for some of you surprising, because we are printing the console logs in the reversed manner. So why does it happen? To understand that, you need to know one thing, that setTimeout, setInterval, DOM events, window objects, and much more of what you think is part of JavaScript is in fact not part of JavaScript. All of those libraries are external APIs which are called by JavaScript. And those external APIs provide to JavaScript the callback or the results of the action which they performed. This callback is kept in the callback queue, and when JavaScript doesn't have anything to execute from its synchronous code, it picks up the things from the callback queue to execute them. So this is how it looks like, the snippet from the previous slides. So as you can see here, we have a stack where all synchronous actions are going to be put by JavaScript runtime. Then we have a callback queue, that's a place for external API outputs. And finally, we have an event loop, which is depicted as a cogwheels here on the slide. So what is going on when this program is executed is that first we are putting the main function of our program to the stack. Then the JavaScript looks for the first function call, which is greet. Inside the greet, we have yet another function call, which is setTimeout. Inside the setTimeout is a top-level function call, so it's not calling any function inside. So this is where setTimeout API is called by JavaScript, because JavaScript see the top-level function is going to execute it and pick it out of the stack. So JavaScript calls the setTimeout and pass to it information about the callback function, our console log, together with the information when it should be invoked. In our case, after 0 milliseconds. So the setTimeout API immediately puts that callback on the callback queue. JavaScript right now, it's taking off say something nice from the stack and looks for the next function which is invoked within our code, which is say something nice. So we put it immediately to the callback queue to be executed when the stack is empty. So this is everything what is done with the setTimeout, and this is why it's taken off the stack by the JavaScript. Right now, what it is doing is looking for the next function invocation, which in our case is say something nice. Within the say something nice, we have yet another console log. So this is again our top level. There is no nested functions inside that. So JavaScript executes it, print nice to meet you, and takes it out of the stack. This is all done within the say something nice. So it's took out of the stack as well, same as greet. And finally, we have nothing to do more within our synchronous code execution. So also our main function is took over the stack. Right now, when the stack is empty, JavaScript runtime looks into the callback queue, pick up the console log which it found inside, and put it into the stack. That's the moment when the second console log is executed, so hello John is printed to the console. That's the reason why we saw those output in the reversed manner. But let's take a look at the case study, and let's take a look how event loop mechanisms work in real life example. What I've prepared for you is a REST API service which is available under the URL which you can see right now. This service have 3 endpoints: directors, movies, and movies reviews. All of those endpoints returns some data related to each other. So directors returns information about available movie directors within the service. Once you will pick up a director, you can use his ID to check out the movies which were directed by this person. Once you have the movie ID, you can use this ID to review the reviews of that movie. Those reviews are containing the movie ID, reviewer name, and most importantly, the rating, which we are going to use with our case study. Because the question which we are trying to answer based on this RESTful API is, what is the best movie by Quentin Tarantino? So what we need to do is query the director's endpoint, search for Quentin, then takes his ID, look for movies done by Quentin, later on take each movie review, calculate an average score, and based on that average, determine which movie is best. The library which we are going to use to perform our task is request library available in the NPM. Every request invoked by this library must be done by passing couple parameters to the function which this library stands for. So the first parameter is the API URL, the URL of the endpoint which you want to query. Later on, we are passing information that this endpoint returns the JSON output. And finally, we are passing the callback function, which will be put onto the callback queue by the request library once the API responds with the data. In our callback, we are just printing currently the body of the response. So executing this code will give us the list of movie directors. Once we have that, we can use this list to search for Quentin Tarantino ID. So we are doing that by invoking the find method from the RI prototype on the directors array returned by the directors endpoint. Once we have the Tarantino ID, we can use it inside our callback to perform another request and get the Tarantino movies. We are also placing the checked movies count because we want to keep information how many movie ratings have we already summed up. For each movie from the response, we are performing yet another one to get reviews for those movies. And once we have those reviews, we are increasing the checked movies count, calculating the aggregated score from each rating, and then divided by the number of reviews inside the reviews array. Once every movie is checked, so the checked movie count is equal to length of movies array, we can sort this array and determine that the best movie by Quentin Tarantino is the first item in the sorted array. However, this solution has one big pitfall. It is performing just 3 REST calls and have 8 nested levels. By nested levels, what I had on my mind is every time you use the identification in your code. How to get rid of those? We can use the paradigm of creating the callback function outside of the request call. So we will use the request again, But instead of passing an anonymous function to it, we will do that with the previously declared find director function, which you can see right now. It performs exactly the same logic as the previous example. Inside this function, we are calling yet another request, and we are passing to it the getReviews function. So let's declare it once again. Inside this function, which logic is again similar as in previous example, we are calling request one more time and pass to it a calculate average score callback, which we declare above. Once we get all of those in place, we can print out what is the best movie by Quentin Tarantino. The problem here, we get out of the 8 nested levels. We get just 2 right now. But the problem here is our logic is reversed. So we are first declaring some functions which are later on used in the code. So when you are reading it from the top to the bottom, you don't have even miss the idea what will be going on with this code. If you would like to follow offline those 2 examples, here are 2 blog posts which are available for you, and links to them are available on my speaker deck where you can reach the presentation slides offline. Let's move to the next section of the presentation and think how we can solve the problem of reverse logic. This is where promises comes with a rescue. What promise is, it's an object which represents an action which will be executed somewhere in the future. And maybe it will return some value, maybe it would reject, maybe it would fail. To create such a basic example of promise, you can use the new promise. You can use the promise constructor with the new keyword by providing to the constructor the callback function which accepts up to 2 parameters. In this example, I use just 1 for simplicity. This parameter is a resolve. That's a reference to the function which should be invoked once you want to return the value from the promise. So after 1 second, our promise will send the information with the value from promise1 string to the callers. To get that action, you need to use the then method on the promise object. The big advantage of the promise is that you can reuse it in the couple places in your code. So the output of this snippet would be printing value from promise1 twice. What you need to keep in your mind is that promise can resolve only once. You cannot send multiple values one after another from the promise. This code won't fail to compile. The JavaScript runtime won't have any warnings about it. It will just silently fail. So you will resolve your promise with the just first value. To inform the promise caller that the asynchronous action which he is waiting for failed, you need to use you might use the 2 parameter constructor within the function passed to the promise constructor. That second parameter, usually called reject, is a reference to a function which is called when you want to inform that you are rejecting this promise because of some reasons. It's nice to say that reason within the reject. If you want to catch an information about that, you have 2 ways to do that. You can pass to the then the 2 callback functions. The first one stands for the happy path of the promise resolve, and the second one for the sad path or bad path when promise rejects. The second approach is to use the catch method on the promise, and I personally prefer the second one, and this is what you will mostly see on the internet and in any reference you would read. This snippet would print to you that rejection has been handled by by the callers, and the reason of rejection is nicely printed out to the console. Another way of throwing rejection, of saying to the caller that promise failed, is to throw something outside from the promise. This code will work exactly as the previous snippet, but you need to keep one thing on your mind. It doesn't matter if you will use reject or throw. You cannot catch promise rejection within the try-catch block, try-catch finally block. This code would fail and will print to you an unhandled promise rejection warning in the console. The huge advantage of promise over callback is that promise can be chained with the other promise. Let's take a look at this snippet. What we have here are two promises. The first one resolves immediately with the value 3. The second one resolves with this value squared, so multiplied by itself. So our task right now is to get the multiplication of the first promise resolution. We could do that by calling the square function, which returns promise, inside the callback pass to the then. But because then returns a promise, you can call the then again on it. So once the promise one resolves, we are calling the then, invoking the square function inside and returning it out of this callback function. So the value returned by the promise from the square function is available within the next then in the chain, so you can catch it and print it out to the console. Obviously, the output for those snippets is 9. More about chaining. You can chain What is great about chaining is that you can catch all of the errors occurred within the promise chain at the very bottom of your promise chain. So this catch statement would catch any rejection which appeared in one of thens above it. In such case, because the second then, this promise in the second then throws an exception, rejects, we won't get into the third promise, which prints some value to the output, but we will go straight forward to the catch statement, which prints the catched string. The finally statement is executed as you expect, so it is called after the whole promise chain is done. Remember about chaining that you can use multiple catches within your chains. In this example, the rejection has been catched by the first promise, the rejection thrown by the second then. It prints out the information that it has been executed and the error has been catched, and returns some default value, in this case 1. This default value is a promise resolving with the value 1, so you can apply yet another then on the chain, which prints out that value to the console. The last catch is not invoked because the issue has been already catched, the issue from the second promise, so there is nothing more to catch. The finally statement is executed as you probably expect at the very end of the chain when all of the action has been done. Another great thing about promises is that you can combine multiple of them into one promise. So let's say we want to have an information about we have 3 promises, and we want to have an information about all of those promise results together. To do that, we are using the promise all method, which accepts as a parameter array with the promise which we want to combine together, and returns a promise which represents the results of all of those promises. But what you need to remember is that if even one of the promise passed within the parameter array to promise all rejects, then the whole promise returned by the promise all rejects as well. So you won't get even one result. You can bypass this mechanism by catching possible errors which might be thrown by your promises and return some default value from your promise. In this particular case is undefined. So such promise all will return information about the resolution from promise 1, square 2, and undefined for promise 2, which rejects. There is a similar mechanism which you could use, which is called all setlet. The difference between all setlet and all is that all setlet will never reject. Once the promise which is within the all setlet rejects, you will see that in the information about the promise status. The pitfall about the promise all setlet method is that it is not available in every JavaScript runtime. As you can see, for Node.js, for which this snippet is written for, you need to install an additional JavaScript shim and apply it to have the promise all setlet function on your promise object. Another way of combining promises is to using the promise race method. This promise again accepts the array of the promise but returns the promise which represents the fastest one from the array. So it returns just one result. Again, same as in the promise all. If even one of the inner promise rejects, then the promise race rejects as well. So be aware of that. You can, of course, bypass it. Let's now think about following scenario. What I want to do is to get the first correct results rather than rejection. If nothing resolves within the 2 seconds, I don't want to wait anymore, and I want to be informed about the timeout elapsed by the rejection from my promise race. So what happens here is chaining the rejecting promises to promise which never resolves. This is what we are doing with promise 2. And we are adding the watchdog promise, which rejects after a specified amount of time. So thanks to that, of course, this snippet resolves with 3, but if we would resolve with 3 or the square after more than 2 seconds, we would be informed with the catch statement that none of the promises resolves before the watchdog. Okay, we spoke a lot about promises. Let's get back to our use case and the question, which movie is best by Quentin Tarantino? So to answer that question, for our purpose, we will use the fetch library from the node. We will use the fetch method from the node fetch library. It's working exactly same as a fetch function within your browsers. So it accepts the string which represents the REST API endpoint and returns the promise with the response from the request. The first action which we are picking is to return the response JSON representation. So we have our directors list on our promises chain. Once we have the directors list, we can find out the Quentin Tarantino ID and return the promise representing call for the Tarantino movies. Once we have those movies, we are setting up the reviews array. We are going to feed it array within the for each loop, which we invoked on the movies array. Inside this array, we are pushing the promises which represents calls for the reviews of the movies. Once we have review array filled with data, we are returning for our promise chain the promise all and pass the array of promises to it. Thanks to that, on the next chain, we have an array of objects representing movies together with their reviews. So once we have those, we can calculate an average score, and once we calculate that score, we can return movies and ratings array sorted by an average score. Once that array is in our hand, we can print out the best movie title. This is how this flow has been executed on the yet another diagram. So it started with the Node.js calling the fetch directors API. This returns the promise inside which we are saying once you will have that action, once you will have those directors, find out the Tarantino ID and call the API again using the different endpoint. Once you will have a response from that call all movie reviews. And this is what we put into promise all array. The promises representing those three calls. Once we have those response, we can calculate an average and pass it to another part of our promise chain. Once we calculated an average score, we are printing out that information to the console output. You can follow offline what is covered by this part of presentation by visiting one of those blog posts. Let's move forward to the next part of JavaScript asynchronicity. So we know already promises. They are great for working with the REST APIs, reading files from the disks, etc., etc., etc. But they have one pitfall. They are not repeatable. What do I have under my mind by repeatable? Let's think about the WebSocket protocol, which is getting popular more and more today, or about push notifications. Those are the repeatable protocols which are continuously pushing the data to the client rather than waiting for a client pulling the data from it. So this is where Arax.js comes to the action. The main interface of the Arax.js library, which is available under similar name in other programming languages. So there is Arax Java, Arax Swift, and so on. Because Arax stands for ReactPHP, JS for JavaScript. The main interface, which stands for ReactPHP, is observable. Observable is representing the stream of data. So when you want to create observable, you can do that with calling the create method on the observable interface. This is one of ways of calling the observable, but this is the most basic one. This constructor accepts a function, a callback function, which takes one parameter, which is an observer. Observer is an object which you are going to use to push the data through the observable. To do that, you are using the method next available on the observer object. So this observable will push out the string tick after each second. This is done within the set interval. If you want to retrieve the data from the observable, you are subscribing it. So you are calling the subscribe method on the observable object and pass to it a callback function which you want to execute with every single piece of data pushed by an observable. This snippet will output following to the command line. The problem here is that this program never stops. If you want to stop the observable, or if you want to stop getting data from the observable, you need to unsubscribe from it. How to do that? So, calling the subscribe method returns you the subscription object. And subscription object is exactly that where the unsubscribe method is available for you. So here, after 3 seconds, we are unsubscribing from observable. So because of that, we are printing just 2 ticks to the output. But you can subscribe to the observable yet another time. So we are subscribing again after 4 seconds and print out and continue to print out the values returned by the observable. What if you want your stream to stop broadcast the data? You can do that by calling the complete action on the observable. This informs all of the subscription that this observable will not emit any data in the future. Finally, to get out of this program, we need to clear interval set up within creating the observable. As you can see within the snippet, we created the observable using subject. This is yet another technique of creating observables, and there are tons of subject implementations which you can use on your own. Okay, so you know how to retrieve the stream of data from the observable. How you can manipulate the data, what you can do with it. Do you recall the promise chaining mechanism when we are changing the data between each pieces of the promise? We can do the quite similar action with the promises. So what we are going to do now is to call the pipe method on observable and pass to it an operator which is imported from the RxJS operators library. Thanks to that, this particular operator is changing the output of the observable. So we are checking if we have even or odd emission, and based on that, we returns tick or talk value, because this is the sound which clocks used to do. There are, of course, map is not the single operator which you can use. There are tons of them. The list of operators together with the decision map is available under the link which you can see right now on the screen. So for instance, there are operators like dropping some value from the operator stream or creating another observable based on the input from the outer observable, and so on and so on and so on. Let's take a look at one of the operators which is useful for catching error in the observables. So let's say our clock, which prints for us right now tick tock, at some moment in the future, it's exploding. So it's a time bomb rather than a regular bomb. So because of that, the set timeout, which you can see at the very end of the snippet, will never be executed, because throwing an error from observable caused the runtime, caused the program to break and exit. How to catch that error? Because we had the catch mechanism in the promises that there must be something for observables as well, and there is. It's called the catch error operator. So you can add it into your pipe method just as a next operator. This operator accepts the callback function, which takes one parameter, which stays from the thrown error, and returns an observable, which should be emitted instead the failed one. So in our case, we are using the static off method from the RxJS library to broadcast just one information that the explosion has occurred. So instead the error boom message on the output, we would see the explosion, our program won't fail, and the still alive question will be still printed after 12 seconds. So those are the changes which we applied to our code to catch an error. And this is how it looks on the time axis, the flow of our program. So within the first second, we are printing the tick on the output. With the second one, the map changes that tick to the talk and prints it to the console. Same with the third, 4, And finally, the 5, when we have the boom error occurred within the observable, but it's cached within the pipe. So thanks to that, on the console, we are printing the explosion information returned from the catch error operator. Our set interval function still go on, so another tick appears on the 6 seconds. Finally, we have the information which is asking if we are still alive here. Okay, so let's use right now the RxJS together with our RESTful case study. So again, we are going to answer the question, which movie by Quentin Tarantino is best? For this purpose, we are going to use an access library available in the NPM. This library gives us for example, the get method, which stands for the get method performed within the REST, and returns an observable representing the response from the request which we performed. So what we can do here with this observable is pipe it with some operators. First of all, the map operator, because we want to transform the response object to just the response data returned by our endpoint. Once we have the data, we are going to find the director ID and return it to the next operator, which is a flatmap. Flatmap is operator which returns a new observable which will be placed instead of the outer one. So we are replacing the get JavaScript directors with the get JavaScript directors /ID/movies and map that response to print just the response data. Once we have the response data, we are again using flatmap. Right now, we are going to iterate through each movie which we get in our chain and put the observable representing the request for movie reviews into the observables array. Once that array is fed up, we are returning it using the combine latest operator. This operator works exactly same as promise all for promises. So it combines the observables passed as an array parameter and returns just one observable which represents all inner observables passed to it. Once we have those observables and the data, we can sort our movies based on the average score and print out the movie title. Finally, we are subscribing to the observable and printing out to the console what is the output. So what are the advantages of using RxJS rather than promises? First of all, you are given an library full of operators which are very useful. One of them is, for example, retry. Think about the situation when your customer loses the internet connection once he is trying to perform the request. Thanks to this parameter, the get method will be performed 3 times will be retried whenever the error occurred, up to 3 times. Another pros for using RxJS is that you can synchronize it. You may synchronize the, for example, REST calls together with the WebSockets or any other stream of data. You can follow offline the examples which I provide to you right now with those posts available on the Twilio.com blog. But as the presentation title says, we are going from the asynchronous code to the synchronous and back again. So far, I was speaking continuously about asynchronicity, which is quite complicated because it's full of callbacks, then, subscribe, nested levels, operators, and so on. So make the code synchronous again. So what we can do for the asynchronous code to utilize its result within the synchronous code execution. Let's take a look at the simple code snippet. We have the get multiplier, which returns promise resolving with the value 2, and multiply, which stands for the function which resolves with the resolution of multiplication of two values. So with the straight promises, with the promise chain, you would call the get multiplier, then within the callback call multiply, return from the piece inside your promise chain, make another then, and inside that another then, print out the multiply results. But what would be great to do is to somehow get those values synchronously. So we could just set up the multiplier variables or the results variable to, for example, utilize it later on or for code readability. And you are able to do that with the await keyword. Await keyword can be used together with the promise, and it's cause the JavaScript runtime to synchronously wait for the promise resolves and returns the value with which promise resolved. The problem here is that this code won't compile. This code won't run. The JavaScript will complain against you that awaits keyword can be used only within the async function. What we need to do to use the await keyword is to make the code asynchronous again. Because what is an async function? It's just an information for JavaScript that this function returns a promise. So the whole function body should be wrapped within the promise object, and what this promise resolves with is the value returned by the async function. So those two code snippets which you can see right now are equal, they are equivalent. Okay, so how to make our code with calling the promises synchronous again within the asynchronous function which returns the promise? Simple. Just create an anonymous async function which you are calling immediately once it's declared and initialized. Thanks to that, we can print out that multiplication of 20 and 10 equals 20. So this is our difference, the two examples. On the first look, the second one looks clear, but you will find out that when you have more calls and more code, the async await gives you a tremendous clearness of your code. How async await works with RxJS, which is a successor of promises or some kind of successor. So you can use it because observables are shipped with the promise, with the method, which is called toPromise. But you need to be aware of this method because the promise returned by toPromise method will resolve once the observable completes, and it will result with the value which is lastly emitted by an observable, which in our case is 2. What about the errors? What about the promise rejections? Here, with the async await, you can simply use the try-catch finally construction, which is quite straightforward. If you want to throw exception from the async function, if you want your async function to return promise which rejects, you simply use the throw statement inside. Okay, let's take a look how the use case of the determining the best movie by Quentin Tarantino looks like when you are using the async await paradigm. So first of all, we are importing the node fetch library, which you already know from previous examples. We are declaring our asynchronous anonymous function, which we are invoking immediately. So within it, we are able to use await keyword. So the next step is to declare the directors constant, under which we are keeping the list of directors. We are synchronously wait for the promise resolves, because until we doesn't have directors, we have no meat to work with in the future. Once we have those directors, we can look for Quentin Tarantino ID and get Quentin movies, again by using await, together with the promise returned by the fetch method. Once we have movies, we are going to retrieve the reviews for those movies. So we are putting all of those reviews into an array and await from the promise all resolves and keep the returned value under the reviews constants. Once we have reviews, we can calculate an aggregated score and calculate an average score and determine which movie by Quentin Tarantino is best. In my opinion, this is the most clear way of achieving this task. But you need to be aware of one thing. As I said, await is synchronously waiting for the promise resolve, and it waits with no mercy. So there is a huge difference in those two code snippets, which you can see on the right side. The first one executes within the 4 seconds, while the second one within just 2. The reason is that in the first snippet, before we will call the second promise, we are synchronously blocking our JavaScript on waiting for the first one. The better approach is to invoke promises first, and once the action within the promises is taking an action, then just await for results. Finally, let's compare all 4 methods of working with asynchronous code, which we covered today, together. So first, repeatability, callbacks, So first of all, how they are working. Most of them, 3 of them are asynchronous, while async await is hard to say if it's synchronous or asynchronous. It's synchronous in its nature, but executed within the asynchronous function. Repeatability. So callbacks are for repeatable action, like DOM events, etc. Promises are one-shooters. Once promise resolves, you can never get back to it. RxJS are repeatable as well as callbacks. What about the reusability of those? Callbacks are quite not reusable, or they are hard to reuse, while promises and RxJS can be called whenever you would like in your code, so you can use it in multiple places. What about manipulating the data inside? So I would say that callbacks are not manipulatable, but with the restriction that by the manipulation, I understand changing the value on the output of the mechanism. So what finally comes to the callback function? And the use cases. As I already mentioned, callbacks are really good for DOM events like mouse clicks, etc. Promises are perfect candidates for REST calls. RxJS is great for protocols like WebSockets or push notifications. And also it is good for from DOM events and REST calls when you want to synchronize them with each other. Async await, on the other hand, is perfect from the operations which depends on each other's. So, like in our use case, the set of REST calls, while you cannot perform the next one until you doesn't have the response from the previous one. If you would like, here you can find the list of all resources used within this presentation. I am again strongly asking you to follow me on Twitter, because this is not everything about my publications on asynchronous JavaScript. I am still in the process of writing the series about that. And finally, at the very end, I would give you an answer. What is the best movie by Quentin Tarantino, which basing on the review scores from our use case is Inglourious Basterds. And I would kindly ask you to provide a feedback for this presentation using the form which URL you can find on this slide. One more time, the presentation is available for you offline under this URL. And again, my name is Maciej Treder. You can follow me under this handle on the Twitter, Stack Overflow, LinkedIn, GitHub, GitLab, Skype, NPM, Medium, SpeakerDeck, and much, much more. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Maciej Treder, for this interesting talk about asynchronous JavaScript mechanics. I'm not a developer myself, but what I've heard from backstage is that this was a really nice overview and, concept deep dive to understand how asynchronous JavaScript works. So as we make big use of JavaScript in Neos, the whole Neos backend UI is written with React. I assume that, makes a lot of sense for people to be aware of these mechanics. We do not have Maciej for the live questions and answers available right now. So what we have left is one more talk. But before we go into the introduction of our last talk for Neos Conference Online, I would like to ask our audience to join us in the big blue button again with your video enabled like we did yesterday. So when Sebastian's talk is finished, please join neoscon.io/2020-online, our big blue button video room, so we can, interact like we did yesterday. Feels so much more like the real thing when there's actually people in front of us giving us visual feedback.
Even if they're in tiny little boxes.
But they're better illuminated than at most conferences where, we can actually see them. So please join us for that later on. That's really nice for Maya and me. Do you want to have the honor to introduce the last talk?
I would love that honor.
Please, Maya, do me the favor.
Especially because our last speaker is another one of those people that I appreciate so much. He's a former coworker of mine. I just scrolled through our last Slack chats, and there were messages like, I asked him about, I had a problem with his SEO package, and he asked me, have you tried clicking your mouse harder? And 3 messages later, I must have solved my problem because I wrote, dang it, it was the cache again. And we have in common that we both love and play Animal Crossing. That we also found that out recently.
When does he have time for that?
That's a good question, because he's also the father of a freshly hatched boy who's also had his little appearance on Twitter. I think his name is, dang it, I forgot. Is it
Neos? Nemo?
Is it Neos? No, I'm pretty sure it's not Neos. Is
It was so
Neo
similar
or
to Neos.
Nemo?
It's the only thing that stuck.
He was anyways watching the stream. I'm pretty sure in one of the chats someone's going to be very angry that I forgot the name. Oh, but they'll be angry in 40 seconds, right?
Yeah, so you can finish introducing the talk.
Anyways, he is going to tell us about the new media module. One more thing, the last thing of the day, the last thing of our NEOS conference online. Sebastian Helzle is coming to us with his talk, and I'm very excited.
Welcome to my talk, One More Thing. It's about the new media module. My name is Sebastian Helzle. I'm a consultant for developing rich NEOS applications, and I'm a NEOS core team member since 2013 and contributing even longer. I love Karlsruhe, Cambodia. I'm a cute boy since some months and love to bake bread. So what will I talk about today? It's about the new media module. So first, it took some time. We have the current media module basically since a long time now. So we will provide now a new API, a new backend module, a new UI integration, and then I will talk about what's the road ahead, where we go now, and a quick summary at the end. So it took some time, as I said. We have the old media modules basically since the first NEOS release. Since then, not so much has changed. Most parts are the same as at the time. Small improvements have been done here and there, bugs fixed and so on. But basically, there was not so much going on in this old module. It's only minor improvements, as I said. It's really hard to extend. I know several projects where they want to have something different, and it takes a lot of overriding fluid templates, stuff like that, and every time you update NEOS it breaks. So it's not so great, but the main concept from the time was not bad at all. If it would have been bad, we wouldn't have kept it now for 7 years. So at the core, it was good. It was just not extensible, so very similar also with the old NEOS content module where we had the Ember UI, and not a lot of people were able to extend it, improve it, and since we have the React UI, it's much better there. So, over the time, of course, improvements were discussed. We wanted to have better extendability. It should be more scalable, because maybe you know the bug when you have like 27 tags, the layout shifts, and when you have hundreds of assets, it's really hard to manage them. Lots of clicking here and there. There's no really good way to handle additional metadata like IPTC or EXIF. And we always wanted to have it a bit more like the content module, so a bit more similar concepts there. And most importantly, also a bit related to scalability, allow batch actions. So if you want to tag 15 images, that should be easy and not take like 30 clicks. So the new approach. We finally decided last year in Vienna at the NEOS Sprint that we will now kickstart the project. I said I would lead the project and kickstart it. And we wanted to have improved user experience. It's just nicer to use, faster and so on, than extensibility. So it's easy to modify something in your own project without having it breaking in the next NEOS update. We want to have much better performance and future-proof for the next years. So first, to make it possible, we definitely want to have the new API. So what do we use? Of course, GraphQL. So we the new system starts with the new API. It's immediately public, so as soon as we release it, you can start playing around with it, and when we have the stable release, it will be a stable public API that you can use for your own project. So you can make a headless application that uses the media, or create your own backend module to handle things differently, or implement some Neos frontend plugin for a gallery that would retrieve data via GraphQL. And so the new backend module is basically the first system that uses it. So we eat our own dog food there. That's always a good way to approach that. And GraphQL is now quite common for web applications. So we hope that a lot of people are able to quickly get into it. We use the T3N GraphQL implementation for that from, as I said, T3N. It's really cool. It looks like the thing we want to have for the future. It's extendable. You can, as I said, build your own apps with it. It respects policies. So if you have some privileges that say certain users cannot do something, the API will immediately reflect that also. And that's really nice. So based on that, with the GraphQL, we can very easily now build a new backend module. With easy, I mean, of course, it takes time, but it's so much more approachable. We don't have because the way that this GraphQL integration is done, a lot of stuff is done based on naming and conventions. So adding or accessing assets and their properties is now quite easy. There's not really much code needed to build that API. A lot more is done on the client side in JavaScript. So here you can now see the new backend module. It looks quite similar to the old one. You have in the center the old thumbnail view, and on the left you have the asset sources that are still there. The collections and tags are now grouped into a tree because there is some connection between them. So we wanted to reflect that, also to in the future allow the more hierarchy there. And on the right, you now get the inspector similar to the content module that you already know when editing content, because the system worked really well. At the top, again, the search bar, the filters, and the layout switch. Of course, this is not a first release. Not everything is yet in there, but it's the basic prototype where you can see, yeah, the system works, it works well. And it's really much faster to use, much more responsive, and you get much more immediate feedback. And yeah. So, as you see, we have this main module. One big difference to the old one is, for example, also that we now have at the bottom the pagination. It's sticky, so when you scroll down through all the images, it will stay there. On the left is now the number of assets, so you can always navigate. You don't always have to scroll down. I also got feedback for that from customers and agencies that they were not happy with the pagination. We also have more feature requests to improve that pagination even further. But this is already much better to use this way. You can also see if external asset has been imported. In the old module, it is you cannot really see if asset has been imported once or not. We want to at some point also show them all the imported ones together with the normal Neos assets, but so that you know, okay, what is locally available and what not. So we also allow now to import assets without immediately using them. So you can browse through the view your external source, import all the ones that you like, and then later just choose from that group when you build your site. On the right side, you have, as I said, the inspector. You can set tags, collections. You can see some metadata there. You can edit the important fields. And the list mode is also quite similar to the old version. Not so much has been changed there. Then there's a new upload dialog. It's still very basic. It's like it's just 2 days old. You can drag and drop assets on there, so they will get uploaded, and you get feedback if it was successful or not. This has also been further improved because in the old module, when you upload something that's already been uploaded before, you don't get any feedback, just nothing happens really. And now the system would also tell you, oh, this asset already exists. So you know that this mod dialog will of course be extended. So for example, you can, for example, immediately say, okay, I want to change the title, the description while it's uploading, or give all the assets that you upload a tag, stuff like that. This has to be still added. The dialog now shows the editor the maximum file size reported from Neos, from PHP. So the editor also doesn't have to guess, okay, why did my upload fail? We have that limit that we write there, and we give the feedback. So this also helps there, because I got so many support requests, why can I not upload my big file? That's basically the first question. How big was your file that you tried to upload? So this should get nicer. The technical aspects, of course, the fancy things. It has been written in TypeScript completely with React. For GraphQL, we use Apollo. Then for some state management, is now moved. On that one hand, is used the GraphQL itself, local state, and recoil for shared state. Then we are reusing the Neos UI Rect components that are with every release exported as a node module, a node package. And so this is the first official Neos core packages that reuse the Neos UI components. This way, we reuse them, also improve them at the same time. The module will get tested with TestCafe and built with a lot of love in the last months, of course, since the last Neos sprint. What has changed? Great performance. The backend module is so much faster than the old one. Most actions are quite fast. They will get faster in the future. Currently, we have a bit of a between the GraphQL and the API and the old PHP API. A bit more methods than we want to have at the end. So because we want to have a simplified API and the internal API is a bit complex. So this layer will, over the time when we simplify the internal API too, also get faster there. Also, we want to have at some point the possibility just to use Elasticsearch, stuff like that, and then speed it up further, but it's already great. We use optimistic UI, so for a lot of actions where we know they will probably work, so editing title, meta description, stuff like that, we know that this should work, so we just assume it will work, and then the UI will immediately reflect the change instead of waiting for the whole request to finish. Improved use extensibility, use experience. So a lot of smaller things have been improved and will be further improved, also based on the feedback we saw in the GitHub issues for Neos and the Neos UI, stuff like that. It will be much faster to add new features. We saw the same with the switch from Ember to React in the Neos UI. Here we expect the same. And it's built with future extensibility in mind. So a lot of components that have little dependencies, and then adding a new one, replacing one should be as easy as possible. What has been implemented so far? Of course, a lot of basic features that you saw in the video, but also we now remember the UI state in the local storage of the browser instead of with this PHP state that was always a bit complicated. Then improved feedback on upload, the public API that you can basically immediately use for your own apps, the sticky pagination, and the new inspector. New features that are being worked on are the batch actions, so tagging 5 things or removing 5 assets at the same time. Then I improved media or MIME type support. This was not really implemented fully in the old module. They are here now with the new API. We will more focus on that. Then the nested tags have only been partially implemented yet. Then we want to improve the management of imported assets, as I already said. The handling of EXIF and IPTC metadata. We already have Neos core packages to extract them, store them in the content repository, stuff like that. But here we also need to load them via the API and then show them. And then full responsiveness, so it also works well on smaller screens. Planned features. The improved asset usage calculation. The asset usage calculation is quite slow in NEOS because it's complicated. There are a lot of places where an asset can be used, and each have their own calculation strategy. So this can take a lot of time, especially in a bigger system. Here we need a layer in between that would do all the calculations, but not only when we request them, but also already beforehand and cache them. This way we can use the asset usage to, for example, prevent removing an asset before and not trying to remove it and then getting an error back. Or show assets that are not used, stuff like that. We want to have that in the UI, but first we need to improve that calculation. The extensibility has not been really implemented yet. And we are also discussing a new system for the collections and tags, because currently we have collections and tags. Tags can be connected to collections, but we also want to have something like folders. So we have the collections that are usually more connected to an individual site in a multi-site system, for example. And the tags are also connected to that, but we also want to have something like folders. Currently, collections and tags are sometimes used as folders, but it's not really working well. So here we want to come up with a better system that makes this stuff easier. A new module is nice, but we also want to have a new UI integration, of course. Here you can see it. So basically you have the old inspector editor on the right, but when you click it, the new secondary inspector for the selection will come up, and you can select your asset there. So this is really nice because the new media selection is now a plugin for the NEOS UI. It uses the exact same code base as the backend module for 99%. There's only small code differences here and there. So the same React module, same GraphQL, everything is the same. There's of course a little some variables that say, okay, you are in the NEOS UI or you are in the module, and then we can make some changes to the layout based on that. For example, the inspector here is hidden while selecting an image. We're also now moving aside the document tree because you don't really need that when selecting an image. But the new selector is fully compatible with all the old editors and inspectors, so they will still work. We don't immediately have to replace them. And that is really nice because also via the setting you can then just turn it off and on while testing the new module if you want to have the new selector or not. And this is really cool. This way. Also you get a preview here, and almost everything fully works there. This is really was really nice to integrate now, and I'm really happy that the new NEOS UI makes that so easy. It's, as I said, a plugin for the NEOS UI. Use the same code base. It's compatible. It's, as I said, also faster, more flexible than the old one. It can use more space now in the NEOS UI. So the road ahead. You can try now with NEOS 5.2. Basically, you can now run Composer Require Flowpack Media UI. The first pre-release should now be available. It will hopefully become, that's the plan, the default media module if you create a new NEOS 6.0 project. There will be a feature switch for that, of course, but until then we want to have this basic feature parity there. We want to deprecate the old media module then until NEOS 7.0 if everything works out, to be able to remove a lot of old code that we, as I said, is 7 years old. And you should and can become part of the effort. Until now, I worked here in this Flowpack Media UI project on GitHub. Several people helped me. I will tell about that later. Here you can see what has been going on, what has been worked on, and you will also find there are issues that are moved from NEOS GitHub project and the Neos UI, because we decided we will not implement certain things anymore for the old module, but only for the new one, because it's much easier there. And here you can already go in there, check out the issues, test stuff, review stuff, help there, add your own feature requests or ideas. Feedback is really welcome, and please help with the implementation and collaborate. You can, I think now with React, it's for a lot of people, it's much easier to also contribute there. And if someone really wants to help, of course, I can we can make calls where I can show how you do certain things, or you can ask questions, stuff like that. Really looking forward to get more input there. It was now good that I worked on this first initial version myself, because I know with also the discussions with the others where we want to go, and now we can have those little packages that can be implemented. And of course, you can sponsor the development. We want to do a crowdfunding for this project, because until now there has not been sponsorship yet, because it has been developed mostly in half secret. Only a few people were involved. We want to have of course, today is now the first pre-release version launched, and then for the first stable version, Neo 6 in December, we want to finish that up. So we want to cover that, or part of that time that was in there. It will never cover everything, but at least some. We want to have that, and then improve the permissions, so you have more fine-grained control for the privileges in the modules, so saying certain editors can do something, certain others can do something else in the module. This was already partly done in the old module, but we want to improve on that. Then extensibility, this has to be implemented so you can create your own plugins for the system. And then new UI primary editors, so the cropping, the selecting image size, the stuff like that to re-implement and make better. The focus point editor is something of a stretch goal that we would like. It's also been discussed a while. That would be really nice. And we want to re-implement also the variant tab in editor. It was until now with a feature switch disabled by default. Then, as I said before, the improved asset calculations and the new folder system. So, with that, I want to say thank you, especially to Bastian Weidelich, Christian, Daniel, and Johannes for all their feedback also, and discuss with their comments and ideas and all the calls and help with GraphQL, stuff like that. Really thanks for that. And especially also my wife and kid, who allow me to work on this big project here in this room in my spare time. So thanks for that. You can contact me in various ways. Don't forget to involve. Really looking forward to hear your feedback and your thoughts, and hope you enjoy the system and can your Neos projects will get even better than before with that. Thank you and bye.
Woohoo! That was awesome. I'm so looking forward to the new media module. I really hope that Sebastian, finds the time to implement those features he mentioned. I've been, an editor using Neos, and I would love to have this improved media module available.
Now, the next time my customer asks me, can I do XYZ? I don't have to say no. I can say soon.
And if you want to have it faster, as Sebobo just showed us, with the help of a little support, we can speed things up greatly in an open source project. So if we were told correctly, Sebobo should be on a video call with us now.
Hi.
You're looking good today. Sebastian, there were a few questions in the chat, but before we go there, let me ask you a personal question, because you provided one of those interesting details in your questionnaire, which we sent out to all the speakers, and that was you, as well as Christian already said, didn't want to become a web developer or a software developer at all. You wanted to study dinosaurs and pyramids. And what happened then?
Yeah, I think when I was around 12, I got introduced to the website self-HTML. And that was the way downward spiral into the web development.
I am definitely glad that you wound up here. I know the dinosaurs and pyramids would have benefited from you just, as much as we do now, but as I'm part of the Neos community, I thank you. Thank you for being here with us.
How selfish of you. Just think of all the dinosaurs.
Yeah, selfish and honest.
All those dinosaurs that now have to miss out on Zep.
Do you think they might? No, anyway.
Zep, we have questions for you.
Okay.
What's the deal? How are we solving license tracking when we use stock photos? Is there a solution?
Not exactly sure about the question. We have this copyright field in the asset model. So the information that is there is available in Neos when you import an image or an asset and can be used, and it will sometimes be updated, I think. I'm not exactly sure if the remote source updates their license, then how quickly it will reflect in the system. But maybe the person who asked the question should ask it again in Slack, then with maybe a bit more details, then I can maybe
ask you directly. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Sebobo, is there a project Slack channel where people can put questions, feedback, and everything?
Yes, there is, and I forgot to put it in my slide. And so,
but you can. But that's why we have the call now. You can just read it aloud and all.
It's called Project New Media UI.
There you have it. So if you want to ask further questions, go into the Slack channel and ask there to clarify. I really like the idea of the sticky pagination, and there came a question up. What about asset sources that don't support pagination? How do you deal with that?
Currently, the pagination is not done in the asset source itself. The asset sources are queried and they return a ton of assets, and those are paginated. So it's currently not an issue, but it would make sense if we introduce an additional interface or something at some point, so the pagination happens in the asset source itself. So that means that the number that's also sometimes shown how many assets there are when you are inside an asset source is not correct, because some asset sources also just come up with custom numbers.
Are there any plans about drag and dropping images into content elements, so bypassing the property inspector? Was another question?
I think that would be a great use case for this new UI editors that I mentioned. As I said, I didn't need to re-implement them right now, but that would be a very valid and useful use case in combination maybe with what Dimitri built, I think last year, where you have the image editor inline in the content. And maybe this way, find a way how to make it possible there.
Cool.
That would be really cool. You mentioned that you've... Oh, no, wait. Let me put that differently. You've talked about the new media module, Sebobo, and you know when it will be available?
Now.
Now. In which state is it? Is it an alpha release? Is it a beta release? Is it something that people should try out already?
It's definitely a pre-alpha release. It's not feature complete yet to completely replace the old one, but so it's 0.1.0. But you can install it and it will run next to the old one, so it doesn't have any bad effect. And you can disable the parts of it if you don't want them, for example, when choosing images and so on. So you can install it now and play with it, and then give feedback and help and make it better together.
And that would be my call to the community. If you have customers who would love to see a new media module, talk to them. Maybe, as Sebobo showed, they do have a few extra euros to spare and speed up the process of getting that implemented. And for yourself as a developer, try it out, show it to your customer, report issues, get into the code, get in touch with Sebobo, start fixing them, help push this new project forward. This is what open source is all about. Sebobo has, started something, and now he's sharing it with all of us, with the whole world, to improve upon and make a much greater media experience in Neos. Thank you very much for that, Sebastian.
And before we send him off, I have to try to restore my honor. Your child's name is Nemo, and I apologize profusely for forgetting, because that's a really cute name.
And it's based on Captain Nemo, not the fish.
I figured, but the fish is
So
also
one day
really
he will
cute.
have a submarine.
Thank you, Zeb, so much for all the work you do, obviously, but also for stopping by, answering our questions, and showing your face.
And of course, congratulations
for
to a
having me.
well-deserved award for
Right, I forgot
Thank
about
you.
for your package.
Congratulations.
Yeah, woo! Shout out to you. Thank you.
Thanks.
So, next up is our big blue button flash mob. I hope some people will turn on their video.
Is anybody there?
40-second
right.
delay. So,
40 seconds. Oh.
the Jeopardy music. Do 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 do. Am I allowed to hum that for copyright reasons? I'm not sure. Not
Maybe creative input by remixing it. Maybe Theo can remix it on the
Oh yeah,
fly.
Theo, can you do that live? You wanted to give me a Mickey Mouse voice, anyways. So, are there still some people in the big blue button?
Anybody online in the first place? Oh.
There we go. The first people joining. Hello.
Ah!
Hi. Okay, so we do have a 40-second delay, right?
Yeah, not with them anymore. So they can hear us right now if we
Great to see you. Hello.
Hi.
They should mute the video in the big blue button. They should so that
Mute themselves.
No, mute
The live stream. Yeah. Sebastian says mute the live stream if you have that open in parallel, so you get the audio from us through big blue button, and then it should be synchronous.
It is so great to see all of you.
It's like it's similar to looking into a big crowd at the conference.
Yes, it's just like standing on stage at NeosCon.
Yeah, the big stage. Like we're looking down at a huge audience of how many people are there now? 6 times 3 minus 2, right? Okay.
22 minus us, 21.
6. Okay. Anyway, it's so great to see you. Thank you for tuning in, listening to the great talks we heard today. Okay, someone has applause in their video.
Is anybody screenshotting the heck out of this?
We haven't recorded.
Awesome.
It's so great to see all of you.
Bear with us just a little bit for the conference closing. I think we can leave that open. If your machines don't turn up too hot, leave the big blue button open. We just finished the last talk of Neos conference online. So that's how we did it. I have my slides back. Okay. We talked about dog content.
Yes. We talked a lot about dog content, and I think we may have hurt some cat owners' feelings.
And I think we have to make up for that.
Yeah, we have to redeem ourselves.
We searched social media networks for the hashtag NeosCon, like we asked you to post your stuff. And we did indeed get... There it is. Can you see it?
I see more dogs and one cat.
There is a cat. So, Neos community, if you have the feeling that we're still biased in some way, we're only pulling off Twitter or, the other social media tools, what you provide to us. So, cat people, post more pictures of your cats. I'm sure they're into Neos as well. I've seen lots of cat emojis in Neos.
Mm-hmm.
So, and also,
Nemo
is watching.
Nemo is there.
He heard everything you said.
Shoot.
Oh, I think you have to buy him a birthday present.
I think, Nemo, when you're 18, I'll buy you a beer.
I will. I heard so much about promises today.
Hey, you made a dev joke.
Awesome. So, while everybody in Big Blue Button is watching up to us and probably looking at our knees mostly,
hopefully,
we do have a few last slides to go through to close up this online conference for you. So, thanks again to our sponsors, Gesagt, Getan, and Queo, for stepping up and helping us organize this online conference. As I mentioned at the beginning of the conference, the proceeds from their sponsoring go directly to the project. So we will make use of the financial contributions for the project, as I've mentioned a couple of times during this live stream of the conference. I've also mentioned that there are further options to contribute to the project. We do have the Neos funding platform where subscription badges are available for individuals and organizations to support the project, which really, really helps us plan and make budgets available for specific projects like the event source content repository, like the Elasticsearch adapter, like the React UI in the past, and hopefully going forward in the future, the new media module, and many, many other cool projects, even smaller ones. If you scroll down on the page, there are badges there to support the project. And then we hope that there will be another Neos conference.
We really do, because the worst part about NeosCon is when it's over, and the best part about NeosCon is knowing when we'll see each other again.
And since we couldn't meet in Dresden in person this year, we are hopeful that we can do so next year. We do have a date for that already. The plan is to meet in Dresden in person on the 7th and 8th May of 2021. Are we already in? We are. 2020, next year is 2021.
Yeah, you got that right.
Wow. I'm always amazed. That's the thing that makes me feel old. But anyway, we had this topic today, right? Middle age, yeah. I'm not going there again.
Not making more people angry, you mean?
No. I try.
We really hope that next year the global situation will be at a place where we can all safely get together, see each other, be together, learn from each other. And it's not a promise. We're back to the promises because we don't know. We can't know. But we're hoping, and there's a deal with the location as far as I know, to make it happen. And I think that's the idea.
So put the date in your calendar, please. If you haven't already, consider buying a ticket, which helps us plan, of course. And as we did this year, if we do have problems with the corona pandemic, then of course we will be in touch and accommodate to the new situation as more information becomes available. Now, you can already buy tickets on neoscon.io. Have a look there, and of course, as a special goodie for everyone in the live stream right now, and please tell everybody else.
For you guys.
Use the code NeosCon20 to get a discount on the conference ticket. It's valid for 2 weeks, so make sure to post it to social media, invite friends, colleagues, families, pets, everything you think makes sense to bring with you and everyone you think makes sense to bring with you.
Is there a ticket option for cats?
I'm not sure. I will relay that question to Lisa. Maybe we can ask. We can always ask. Bring friends. Bring, other developers from other communities, like we said in the very beginning. Have people from other CMSs join us. Even people who are not into PHP but from different programming language backgrounds. When you have contact with them on social media, in meetups you visit, if you go to other conferences, invite them to come to Neos conference. We tried really hard to create a schedule which is of course interesting for Neos and Flow developers and community members, but also to people from other backgrounds. So bring a friend. When you talk about NeosCon in social media, what's the hashtag?
Hashtag NeosCon. Use it everywhere.
And then, when you've done that, there is a few more thank yous to say. The first and a really big thank you, of course, needs to go out to the conference team who stepped up when everything looked very dire. We have David Spiola, Lisa Günther, Fabian Czech, and Sebastian Kurfürst, who put in, you mentioned it, hundreds of hours for this online conference alone. And, despite the Corona situation, we've created a 2-day event, 1 track only, but that would have been even, I don't want to think about 2 tracks for, wow. And I don't want to give them any ideas, so.
Also, then
no.
I would have had to host without you, which would have been horrible.
Yeah, true.
Right?
Yeah, don't make us do 2 tracks. We like each other. Yeah, we want to continue doing this. So thank you very much for the conference team. That was awesome. The technical setup, even we had live coding, although we didn't plan to actually, but that worked out well.
We had minor issues, which were always immediately fixed because they have cat-like reflexes here. Something breaks, someone fixes it.
I'm not pointing fingers here, but pulling plugs out. Yeah, okay. Note to self, don't unplug something during a live stream. Don't. That was me. I'm sorry for a few seconds of audio missing there.
And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 heart attacks.
Well, but that's cool. You reacted quite well to that. It was so much fun. We have to say thank you to the community. Yesterday we had what did we have? 180 viewers or something. Mm-hmm. And today, of course, it's Friday. It's Friday evening now. The audience is getting a little smaller, but it was so cool seeing all of you in the big blue button chat and seeing you now. We're waving again. So cool that you turned on your video. Thank you so much. And we're so looking forward to seeing you again in person next year in Dresden. Now, backstage team. Who is getting the thing? The thing. So, for the camera. Dear Maya.
What is happening?
Thank you so much for coming to Dresden.
Thank you for having me.
It is such an honor for us. We prepared... Careful, it's not glued on.
And it's gin.
And?
It's Berlin gin.
It's Berlin gin because you're from Berlin.
And it's coffee.
It's Dresden coffee.
And it's chocolate.
Dresden chocolate. There you go.
And it's Leberwurst. Did someone hear me say I miss Leberwurstbrote?
Maybe I did. So there you have it. Your own kind of, it's...
I feel underprepared. All I brought was myself.
Leberwurst. And that's all we really need from you.
Thank you so much.
It was such a pleasure for me to co-host this with you. I'm lost for words too. It was so awesome. I know how excited you were and nervous.
Yeah, sweating. Right up to right now, still sweating. Scared of all of those people down watching me right now.
But look how friendly they are. They're waving and smiling and encouraging us. And thank you to the Neos community for being such awesome people. Thank you very much. Keep up the great work. It was a huge pleasure for us to host this online event. Although I hope we don't have to do an online event next year, I think, for the both of us, it would totally be possible. We prefer to see you in person, so stay healthy, and hopefully we see you again next year in Dresden. Have a great evening and a great weekend.
Thank you so much for many laughs, so many jokes in the chats. Without you, it would have been two nerds talking to way too many cameras. It's the interaction with you that made it worth anything. Every bit of code that anybody in the community writes is for the community, and the conference is for the community. Without all of those people that I'm still looking at, that's why I'm looking down. The laptop is still on the floor. All of you guys, it's worth nothing.
So we're sending our love to you out there. Where's the camera? There's the camera. Oh, So enjoy your evening. Have a great weekend. Thank you for tuning in. Bye-bye
and
from
while
Dresden.
we say goodbye, do you guys want to wave? You and not at us.
We will leave the stream on, but come on up.
You guys.
Careful, don't break anything. Thank you to the technical team.
Nope, not anymore.
They're jumping you. Theo, Manu, Sebastian, Alex, Fabi, thank you so much for the technical support. It was awesome. Down there, everybody can see us. There's music coming up.
Everybody's waving. I love it so much. It's my favorite part.
We'll leave the stream going for a little bit so you can see us clean up here and unplug everything. Have a great weekend. Thank you.
See you as soon as possible.
community, how do you feel? Just one more advice.
All night long.